every single night of Illinois Speed Week. I joked on air. I said, it's like San Diego out here every night. A little bit chillier of a spring weather front here in the land of Lincoln. We get rained out last night. Sunny outside right now, but the high at Spoon River today is about 59 degrees. We're not even going to crack 60. So I say all that to say these shows, we're going to move them along, given the weather forecast this week, as we always do. Let's take a look, Kane, at the order of events tonight at Spoon River Speedway. I have to catch myself. I keep saying LaSalle. We're going to reschedule LaSalle. We're starting at Spoon River. Late models and mods all night in that order. Only 2 classes, hot laps and hot laps. Qualify, opening ceremonies, heat races, B-mains, and the modified features. So we'll stick to that show, that program all night long. It'll be lickety-split. I'm guessing somewhere in that 40 to 45 late model range tonight and right at 24 dirt late models. Kevin, I mentioned the roster to you a little bit. These are the guys and some of the guys that we know we've got in the pits tonight. Bobby Pierce, RTJ, Nick Hoffman, Hudson O'Neal, Tyler Erb, Devin Moran, Brandon Shepard of the Rocket One, Ryan Gustin, fresh off that Mississippi Thunder win, Garrett Alberson, Brian Shirley. And speaking of fresh off, Kevin, Carson Hocevar, fresh off a Met Gala appearance in New York City. You don't get a lot of Met Gala references. I'll show a photo here in a second. Not yet, Kane. But Carson Hocevar. Kevin, do you think anyone has ever gone from the Met Gala to racing a dirt track race on back-to-back nights? That will never happen again, is my opinion.
Yeah, I was thinking about that. I'm like, who could possibly have gone to a Met Gala, got all dressed up, and then got in their dirt track clothes for the next night somewhere? I mean, probably not. That'd have to be. I doubt that.
Some of the other names, Jason Fager, Dennis Erb Jr., Sam Seawright, the Fort Payne, Alabama driver, Mario Gresham from Rome, Georgia, Kyle Hammer, Clay Harrison, of course, Shannon Babb, and all the other Illinois bad boys will be there tonight. I mentioned Carson Hocevar, who just won Talladega a couple of weeks ago. Kane, put the picture up. Look, there he is, looking dapper at the Met Gala, Kevin. I just can't get enough of this story. I know a lot of our audience isn't big Anna Wintour or Met Gala fans, but this is it's hard to get an invite to the Met Gala, and he's running with us at Spoon River tonight, the Spire Motorsports car with Jeff Dickerson. I couldn't love anything more about that, Kevin.
Yeah, it's big. I mean, I don't even know if a NASCAR driver has ever been to that.
Jeff Gordon, I mean, Jeff Gordon is the only one ever. Yeah, the only one ever.
You know, Dale Earnhardt never did, so I don't know if Dale Earnhardt would have fit in quite as well. But I think Hocevar should have got a little crazier. There is some crazy fashion that was at this Met Gala. He kind of went conservative with it though, but he's looking good.
We will see how he does in that Chili's 77 car tonight. Once again this year, the FloRacing Night in America points champion will take home $75,000, $20,000 for second as a top 10. Like you said, Kevin, only 10 races for that payday. So somebody at the end of the year at Sonoy will take home $75,000. Our full schedule this season looks like this. I left LaSalle on here because I wanted to give you the scope of Illinois Speed Week, and we are rescheduling LaSalle. We think we've got our date picked out. We will release that information this week. Kevin, a couple new tracks this year. Mason City, Todd Staley's place up there in Iowa, and Lincoln Park, Putnamville in September leading into the Jackson 100. A couple of new faces there, Kevin, along with the pre-Eldora Dream and pre-PDC events. This is a great-looking schedule.
Yeah, I like when you pop in those new tracks like that. Mason City, again, an Iowa racetrack, it's got to be good, right? And then Lincoln Park, you go through. I mean, that's a track that doesn't really host late model racing very often at all. So, it spices it up a little bit because you got the big names, Eldora, Fairbury, Marshalltown, those tracks that everyone knows more in the late model world.
Kevin and I will step away and take our first commercial break. New segment that I'm very excited about on the other side. I will surprise Kovac with a guest every night. He does not know who is joining us on the air on the other side of this commercial break as night 1 of season 6 of FloRacing Night in America returns after the break. You're watching it live on FloRacing.
This isn't just a shop. It's where racers build products for racers with blood, sweat, and gears. At Buzzy Racing, we know what's at stake because we race too. From rear-end rebuilds and tube straightening to dyno-tested steering boxes and transmission overhauls, we don't just fix it, we build it like it's our own. Family-owned, track-proven, built with purpose, built to win.
You have to fight to pull ahead, to find your edge, to do whatever it takes to make you 1/10 of a second faster, smarter, more committed than the other guy, because you've got the kind of passion that can overcome the impossible. And we've got the most powerful performance race fuel available to help you do it. Sunoco Race Fuels. Take the lead.
MD3, the most advanced body panels on the market. Aerodynamically engineered, manufactured from the highest grade and lightest weight materials, tested tough for optimum performance. The highest quality and most durable products you'll find anywhere. Our products help racers around the world reach victory lane. Winning never looked so good. MD3, the #1 body choice for top dirt racers.
We'll tune in to Flow and watch pretty much any race we want. This is our Daytona 500. This is it.
The largest crowd.
It's the biggest race of the year.
Destiny fulfilled.
This is the biggest race I've ever won.
Dirt Late Model Series in America.
This is exactly the group you need to put on a big event like this.
The biggest night in pavement late model racing history.
High Limit Racing.
You're watching the greatest sprint car drivers in the world right here on FloRacing.
Eibach Road Truck Lift Stage 3R. Proudly made in the USA. Designed for the most rugged and demanding off-road trails. Featuring front 2.5-inch coilovers and rear 2.5-inch reservoir shocks. Developed to provide maximum traction, consistency, and control off-road and on-road.
Dave Poske's Performance Parts has been serving the Ohio River Valley and the entire country since 1978. Our staff consists of fellow racers and crew members who combine for over 100 years of experience in the racing industry. Poske's is also the home to Hoosier Tire Ohio Valley and Octane Race Products. We have what you need when you need it and ship nationwide daily. Visit us in Parkersburg, West Virginia or online at Poske.com. The Allgaier Performance 1 to go.
Jonathan Davenport off into turns 1 and 2. The 2021 Series champion. 4 career wins entering tonight. Off into turns 3 and 4. Checkered flag will fly, and for the 5th time in his career, Jonathan Davenport wins with FloRacing Night in America presented by Kubota.
That win for Jonathan Davenport, it was kind of wild. It was his first in the state of Illinois since his win in the 2015 Prairie Dirt Classic. 10 years it had been. Hard to believe for Jonathan. I think he likes racing in Illinois, but a decade gap between Superman wins in the land of Lincoln. Welcome back to FloRacing Night in America on our pre-race show. I am Michael Rigsby. Let's bring Kevin Kovac back in. Kevin, I'm going to discuss this with Todd Turner later, but I think most, maybe not all, would consider Illinois, you kind of touched on this, sort of the de facto home state of dirt late model racing. Why do you think that is? I know why I feel that way. I'm a Fairbury kid, but why do you think that sort of fits for us?
Well, yeah, Fairbury is one of the healthiest weekly racetracks for super late models in the country. So there's not that many super late model tracks left that race weekly. So that automatically puts Illinois up there. Plus there's others, Farmer City, there's others like that. But there's so many racetracks so close together. That's what makes it so cool. That's what makes that's the real reason for the Illinois being the hotbed. And like UMP started there, right? Yeah. So it just has that history of so much.
Yeah, if anyone, and I want to pivot to our next segment now, if anybody has ever listened to the podcast called Smartless with Jason Bateman and Will Arnett and Illinois State's own Sean Hayes, who we're very proud of, it's an unbelievably popular podcast. They know the format for that podcast, Kevin, is that one guest of those three picks, or one of those hosts picks a guest, and the other two do not know who that guest is until the moment they go on air with that guest. And I like that. I always love listening to it. I like that a lot. So I was going to do that with Kevin Kovac every single FloRacing Night in America pre-race show. We're going to have a surprise guest on. And I will tell you this, tonight on night one, I'm not going to tell you who it was, but we had a bit of a technological issue with our friend who has an Android on the first surprise guest that we were supposed to have on. But I got a whole arsenal of amazing surprise guests. So without further ado, joining us for a quick interview on night number one, the surprise guest of FloRacing Night in America is Kane. Pop him up on screen. It's the one.
Look at this guy.
It's the one and only Joshua Joyner from Hunt the Front fame. Joshua, on incredibly short notice, thank you for being our surprise guest.
Hey, no problem. Glad to help out. I don't even really know what I'm talking about, so don't ask me anything too in depth. But I'll do my best.
Let's start here, because part of this will be bagging on Kovac. All right, so we'll do a little bit of that, Joshua. But first and foremost, you've spent some time in Illinois Speed Week this week. You've done amazing things down there with Hunt the Front in Florida. But what's different about Illinois? You spent a lot of time up here. What's so different about this state with late model racing?
It's just so much of it. It's so big there, and I mean, short track racing is big in pockets all around the country. But it seems like everywhere I went, for what time I've spent in Illinois, my life is, people know about the local dirt track and what's going on in that area more than anywhere else. Obviously, Fairbury is a big part of that, but I feel like at every track I went to in Illinois, I went to a lot of them when I was working for Dirt on Dirt and Flow, covering the Summer Nationals and my other racing travels, and it's like SEC football, where down here we say it just means more. I feel like that's how dirt late model racing is in Illinois. It's just bigger, means more, and there's more people into it up there.
Kevin, how was Joshua as a coworker? How did you feel Joshua was? Did he take to your lessons well, Kevin?
Well, he preceded me here at Dirt on Dirt, remember? So
I know.
I had to follow in his footsteps here, but then he did follow in my footsteps with the World of Outlaws at that point too. So basically, we just did a trade, right? So, but yeah, he was always a good guy. I mean, and he can't bust on me because I busted on him plenty of times. So he was the man who started up our Dirt Reporters podcast. So we actually just had him on the podcast just a few weeks ago. Always have him, drop back in because he started it all 260 some episodes ago. So good to see you, Joshua.
Yeah. Hey, funny story, but Kovac is the reason I got into the media world of dirt racing. Yeah, when he was working for the World of Outlaws as their PR guy, and I was a senior in college, and was it 09, 08, somewhere around in there? I have to remember exactly. And they came to Deep South Speedway, and he let me follow him around for a little bit. I was there just freelancing for our local newspaper, and I was like, man, I'd really like to have that guy's job one day. And lo and behold, I did eventually.
But Joshua, somehow it started with you working at us at Dirt on Dirt to now you own a series or two or three. I've lost track of how many series you guys have at this point. You now are a racetrack owner. Kovac, when that guy was shadowing you at Deep South, did you think he'd be building this budding media empire and racetrack empire that he has now, Kevin?
I don't know. Yeah, geez, that was the only time I ever was at Deep South also, too. So I'm glad I could be the mentor to him back in the day, right? So, but yeah, who would have thought anything? I mean, who would have thought that there'd be a Hunt the Front back in 2008 or 2009, right? I mean, it was all Dirt on Dirt was so new. All this internet was so new. I mean, all the video was starting to just come on the scene, and man, Joshua and his brothers, the family there, they've done a great job coming up with something. And I think that they also like Illinois just because they probably do pretty well with T-shirt sales at Fairbury every year, don't you, Joshua?
We do when we come up there. It's one of our, even just online, it's one of our top selling states actually for our online sales. So yeah, a lot of late model fans and Hunt the Front fans in Illinois, which is pretty cool.
Joshua, before we let you go, what do you think Illinois Speed Week this week? We lost LaSalle last night. We got Spoon River, Lincoln, Bobby Pierce, Ricky Thornton, Devin Moran, Hudson O'Neill. We got a star-studded field. I know you're a racetrack owner now, but you still pay attention to everything that's going on out there. What do you think? Is this a Bobby Pierce week? Is this a Ricky Thornton week? A Devin Moran week? What do you think?
I think it's a week that somebody picks up a lot of momentum, I think, or could, right? Like, I feel like we've been back and forth with, who's the hottest driver, and some guys that, were expected to be, really, really good haven't, performed up, RTJ being one of them that really hasn't performed at his usual level. If he comes in there and gets on a hot streak, obviously that could mean, that gets them rolling for the rest of the season. Bobby's been pretty good, obviously, but Nick Hoffman's been right there with him in the Outlaws points, so he could pick up a lot of momentum and go on a tear. And you see where this it could be a launching point for someone to have a really good rest of the year, basically, or a really good summer where they're going to separate themselves, from the rest of the pack in the, who's the best driver in the country, but also in their respective points chases. So, not saying who, but it could be someone.
Before we end this interview, can we get a shake that we'll get Kevin Kovac to Southern Raceway this year and or early next year to cover an event? I think we just need to get it on. It's right by the beach, Kevin. I mean, what more could you want, right?
Hey, Josh,
Exactly.
we can take you to Club La Vila, right? I mean, that's
Because I've been there like once in my life, and that was years ago. Does it even still exist?
I was there in 1995 spring break. It must still.
Okay.
I could still hang there, right?
I think someone got the hunt. I think someone got the Hanta virus there recently. I think you have to be careful at Club La Vila. It's very dangerous. But Joshua, I appreciate it. I tell you all the time, I'm so proud of everything that you and your brothers have built, and I feel like we played a teeny tiny little part in it with you working here, and along with Todd and me. And we're big Hunt the Front fans, big supporter of what you're doing, and thank you for everything. And Kevin, do you have any last parting words of advice for Joshua? You're still mentoring him, even though he's much older now. Do you have any words of advice for Joshua?
I know he doesn't write as much as I don't know if he writes much at all, really, right? I mean, he's up in the upper tier now. He's the overseer, so yeah, he's not writing. But I do have to mention one other thing, though. Remember, he's a race car driver too this season, right? I mean, he has his own Crown Vic. He has his own T-shirt. I mean, like I heard it's like one of the hottest sellers in the Hunt the Front merchandise trailer now. So just remember that Joshua's a Crown Vic driver and he's on the tour.
Listen, the Crown Vics are really fun. That's the most fun I've had in a long time is getting at the end of the race night. There all the stress and everything going on at Southern Raceway, running the show. I get to jump in a race car and go have some fun. I started 17th last week, dead last, and got to third before the car ran hot. So, we're having fun with it. Looking forward to keeping that going and hopefully doing some more racing but at the same time, keeping things rolling with the racetrack. And we do have a super late model race coming up the weekend before Thanksgiving with the Southern Thunder Series. So,
Kevin
just go ahead and start making your plans, and we'll see you there.
All right, let's go.
Did you notice, like a true racer, he said, that was the car's fault there at the end, Kevin. We were coming still, and the car overheated, right? The next Hunt
you would have gotten all the way to the front.
The next Hunt the Front race, May 22nd, 23rd, and 24th, Elkins, Tyler County, and West Virginia Motor, up there in the West Virginia state for 3 days. Joshua, thanks for joining us on short notice as a surprise guest, and I'll keep Kovac in line for you. Okay, buddy?
Thanks, guys. Anytime.
I appreciate that. It's only May, but we've had a hell of a start to the dirt late model season. Kevin and I explore some of that now with industry headlines. Kevin, this first one certainly hits home for everybody in the dirt late model world. Hall of Famer Larry Moore passed away on April 23rd at the age of 83. It was, if you've been around dirt late model racing at all for any amount of time, Larry Moore is one of the most iconic Mount Rushmore-like names in our sport. I did a Rigsby report with him 4 or 5 years ago. It was one of the best interviews I think I've ever done, and he was a part of. Just sad to see Larry go at the age of 83, Kevin.
Yeah, Larry, I wish I would have been able to see him race. I keep saying, I've said it on our podcast and I wrote about it, that I did actually see him win. I was there when he won a race in 1987 at Volusia during Speed Weeks, but I was there for the big blocks. I was only 14 years old. I didn't get a picture. I didn't know all the iconic figures of dirt late model racing that were there at that point. So I was probably out behind the grandstand, playing around during the time the late models were out there. But I never got to really see him. I never got to see him in his prime, like when I knew what was going on or interview him, other than when I talked to him, like when we were working on those, some content for Eldora a few years ago. So unfortunately, stories I've heard about him though were just, He was so smart with the race car.
Yeah.
Like everybody should just go and listen to our podcast with Dave Argabright, who wrote the book on Larry Moore, with Larry Moore, and he really has some great Larry Moore stories and really points out some things that how good he was with racing and the tech side.
Those guys lived like rock stars back in the day, too, man. Those Bob Pierce, Charlie Swartz, Larry Moore stories are unbelievable. Second industry headline, Ryan Gustin earns his richest non-bonus winning payday of the season to date, $40,000 at the Dairyland Showdown in Mississippi Thunder. Mississippi Thunder, an underrated racetrack. And Ryan Gustin really starting to kind of knock off some of these non-10 to 15,000s to win, Kevin. That's a big $40,000 victory for the Reaper last weekend up in the Dairyland.
He went his first 29 starts of the season without a win, and then he goes off when a couple of weeks away from the Outlaws, wins some 3 regional races and 3 starts, and then he goes third, second, first at Mississippi Thunder. 40,000. His last 3 Outlaw wins have been dating back to last year. $100,000 at Cedar Lake USA Nationals, $50,000 down at Boot Hill, and now $40,000. I mean, he's hitting on the right spots, right?
Yeah, if you're gonna we're kind of waiting. When would Ryan Gustin take the next step? Well, how about that? 150 and 40, Kevin. I think he's taking the next step. And finally, these close national tour points battles. You got Hoffman and Pierce on the Outlaws. You got Hudson and Devin and Ricky on Lucas Oil side. This is going to be a fun year where Nick Hoffman's leading Bobby Pierce in the Outlaws right now, and Hudson O'Neal's got the Lucas Oil lead. I don't know that anybody would have pegged that as we sit here in early May, but I think these things might go the distance. It may not be a Bobby runaway. It may not be a Ricky Thornton Jr. runaway this year, Kevin.
Yeah, I think what you've already seen from Nick Hoffman, it puts him in there that now, I think he's for real, that he could stay in the point championship hunt. I mean, he was close last year. He was close the year before. But now he's taken that other step where he's in the top 5 all the time. I will have a stat on that later. I'll throw that Nick Hoffman stat out when we close out with some notebook stuff. But yeah, he's really been impressive. And then Hudson and Devin, and I really think it's going to be an exciting, championship. You don't have a great championship battle every year in the points, but when they happen, that makes it even more special. And I think we could be in store for 2 of them this year.
Yeah, I'm excited about that. We'll have a new set of industry headlines tomorrow night for Lincoln. Our second commercial break is coming up. Dirt Late Model Hall of Famer and our very own Todd Turner will join us on the other side as night 1 of FloRacing Night in America rolls on. We'll be back after this.
White flag in the air this time for the Moequa Missile. He'll lead by a car length. The pursuit for 100 gets one step closer. Into 3 for the 97th time in his career. Shannon Babb is a winner with a dirt car UMP Summer Nationals tonight at Spoon River Speedway.
Feels good to have a Shannon Babb clip on. If you're running Illinois Speed Week, you got to have the godfather of Illinois Dirt Late Model Racing, Shannon Babb, on there as he nipped Brian Shirley that night. We've reached my favorite part of the night here on FloRacing Night in America, where Kevin and I get to welcome National Dirt Late Model Hall of Famer and our good friend Todd Turner. But before we do that, Todd always gives us his eyeball on the night and how he sees it. So let's, Kevin and I, take a look at that very first and foremost. And Kevin, Todd worked in a poetry reference in his Spoon River graphic, which is unbelievable. Let's start here. Jacob Denny in 2026 becomes the third member of the Denny family, Maury and Brad, to become the promoter. That's cool. Tucker Finch, the track's 2024 champ, notched his first super late model victory this past Saturday at Spoon River. And this is the one right here that makes Todd Turner different, Kevin. The fictional town in the Spoon River anthology that was written in 1915. Free verse poems by Edgar Lee Masters was named after Spoon River. That's a 147-mile Illinois River tributary whose name is connected to the Native American word referring to the use of mussel shells as spoons. Kevin, did you ever? We've had the Met Gala and Edgar Lee Masters poems in one show. Did you ever think that would happen, Kevin Kovac?
Man, I think that just shows Todd's the Renaissance man of dirt late model racing right there. Look where he could come up with. It's pretty impressive, Todd.
Unbelievable. Not maybe as unbelievable as the fact that drivers only from Illinois and Georgia have led FloRacing laps at Spoon River. That's wild. Only 2 states. And Jason Fager got a win back there last year. That was his 200th career victory. And I don't think I would have picked these 2 names. Tanner English and Hudson O'Neill are tied for the best average finish among drivers who've started all 3 FloRacing events at Spoon River. And now we get to welcome Todd Turner on. Todd, before I get to the questions I have written down for you about Spoon River, Edgar Lee Masters, I mean, how did you pull it? How did you pull it, Todd?
Yeah, I'd heard of Spoon River Anthology, and I don't know, so I went for a deep dive. But it's nice to have some history and background with our racing, so...
I mean, we had a Met Gala reference with Carson Hocevar and then Edgar Lee Masters. Todd, this show is refined. We're sophisticated tonight a little bit. So, Todd, I've got a ton of vivid memories of Spoon River. What is your first memory of the place and just generally your overall thoughts on this high-banked place over in Western Illinois?
Yeah, before I ever went there, it was a stretch when Billy Moyer was winning every race there. And finally I got there at the Summer Nationals, I guess about 30 years ago. And you might know the name of this guy, John Gill. Have you heard of him? Yes.
The man.
So John Gill won that night, and it was his first win since that when he was seriously injured in that ARCA wreck. And he had grown a beard after the wreck, and it was getting a little scraggly, a little long, because he told himself he wasn't shaving it off until he won. So he won that night. And I remember interviewing him there. Rick Offlin came up in the pits and said, "I got to see you clean face tomorrow." So it was a good memory and a neat time to see that track. You know, it was going there. It seemed, I've been to so many other Illinois tracks that they all seemed very similar. This one definitely a different vibe and different look with those deep bold banking there.
You know, I said earlier, I think Illinois is the unofficial official home of dirt late model racing. Joshua just said it when he was on the air joiner with us. He said, like SEC football, it means more down here. In Illinois, dirt late model racing, it means more. Am I right about that? Am I too biased about that? I want your opinion.
I mean, you Illinois guys, jeez. I'm kidding. I don't know about official, but definitely the amount of tracks and the drivers it's produced and the races and you know, the Summer Nationals in part, because that kind of all comes out of there. It's hard to argue Illinois isn't, at least for right now, right there at the top. You know, it was funny. I did a story on Jake Little from Springfield the other day. And he was talking about how great it is to live here, where I can go, you know, an hour or two to all these great tracks. But then we were also talking about, and then you also have to face all these incredible drivers. Jake's still looking for his first Mars victory. If he lived somewhere else, he'd be a 10-time winner already. But he knows that it's a great place to race, but also super competitive and really hard to beat anybody. Anywhere you go in a super late model race at Illinois, you got to be doing something to win.
Hey, Todd, I got a question for you about just Illinois Speed Week or Speed Week in general. What do you prefer? Like, would you rather just be at one racetrack for like a weekend deal, 3 or 4 nights at one racetrack, or do you like heading out there and covering races at 3, 4, 5 nights in a row at a different racetrack within a nice little radius like this in Illinois? We're not talking 4-hour overnight hauls.
I like going different places. Now, it does make a difference if it's close, like this week has been built. Even at Speed Weeks or East Bay, which people loved. Even at East Bay on Saturday night, you're like, okay, I'm ready to move on. So it is fun to have a little bit of a just a little bit of a fresh look, and for the drivers too. If you have a lousy night, hey, let's pick up and go somewhere else. Because the driver that has a bad couple of nights, he's like, oh my goodness, 3 more nights of this. So to go to different tracks, it just gives everybody a little bit of an excitement. And again, back to the Summer Nationals, that's kind of, to me, what was so exciting and fun about that, to go from one track to the next.
I got to thinking about this because you're always sort of my history guy that I just bounce everything off of, Todd. In any sport or eras of sport, the certain players think we're better than those guys, these guys. Now, J.J. Redick famously called the Bob Cousy era a bunch of plumbers in basketball. J.J. Redick called that era. Those guys couldn't play with us. Where do you think this era of dirt late model racing, what I would call the Bobby Pierce, Ricky Thornton, Devin Moran era, really, where do they stack up historically? They're going to tell you they're the best. The Billy Moyer era is going to tell you these guys couldn't, don't know how to work on blah, blah, blah. Where does this era stack up, in your opinion?
Well, it's funny, we were talking to Dave Argabright last week after Larry Moore's passing. And Larry Moore is even another generation before the Moyer Bloomquist deal. So it is interesting to talk to people from different eras and different views and see what they think about it. For the longest time, my career is just Moyer Bloomquist, and that's just, and you see Larry Moore and those other guys is a little older, and now we're clearly kind of past that era. And those guys you mentioned and others, there's no doubt we have 10 or 12 really elite racers now. Yeah. Now, am I going to sit here and say that when it all comes down, these guys will be the very best? I'm not sure about that. I do like to have, as a historian type person, you like to have a little perspective, and so a little backed out. The one thing that really interests me with these guys particularly, and maybe particularly Bobby Pierce, starting out so young. Yeah. What is the longevity of those guys going to be, and will that make us feel different if some of them retire at 40 or 45 or earlier than maybe we were accustomed to? So I think that is one part of it too, the length of a career and all that. But with the bigger purses and the more opportunity to race, it's certainly these guys are making hay at a key time in dirt late model racing.
Yeah, Todd, when you talk about that length of the career with Bobby Pierce, do you think that a Bobby Pierce will race into his 50s? Because Jonathan Davenport's 42 now, and he's, like always talked about, I don't know if I'll race till 50s. Because they made enough money where they don't have to keep racing that long.
Yeah, I think that's my impression that, these guys will be a little more aware of their future. I think some guys race because that's what they did, and they needed money, really. But these young guys who kind of like have grown up in a more modern era with 401ks and like the more knowledge about retirement and how important that is. And again, if you start when you're so young, like Bobby did, does that feel the same at 40? Do you like, man, I want to race 20 more years? I'm not sure about that. Now, Bobby particularly, or any of these current guys, everybody could be a little bit different, but I'm always amazed. Billy Moyer, I mean, I saw him win last year, and I'm like, I also saw him win, 38 years ago or whatever. It's hard, it's hard to believe that some of those guys can go so long, but I think the trend will be maybe not quite as long as some others we've seen.
Todd, before we go, and that was Kevin's last question for you. You mentioned John Gill. Just a treasure trove. Dustin Jarrett at my house dropped off a treasure trove. Look at this, Todd. He had dozens of behind the wheels, dozens of Mid-Americans. The April 27th, 1994 Mid-American late model Spring 50 winner at Florence. Look, Todd, the Mid-American. Oh, I can smell it still, the colored ink of this thing. And dirt late model fans that are watching will know, Todd, how great was the Mid-American? But the National Dirt Digest, still the greatest. Don't worry, Todd. But this thing, unbelievable back in the day.
Yeah, I had the urge to run to the mailbox, just when I saw that. I'm like, I got to get it. So.
Todd, we appreciate it. When I get to Spoon River later, I'll make sure the Spoon River anthology is correctly covered with everybody there, okay? Just so you know.
Very good, very good.
All right, final commercial break on our pre-race show. Thank you to Todd Turner. Inching closer to hot laps on night one of FloRacing Night in America. Kevin and I will be back after this.
The new Dirt Draft app. Faster, sharper, built to win. New lock windows and predictive contests. More ways to play, more ways to win. Lock in your drivers, watch the action, and become a fantasy champion. Every lap, every restart, every last lap slide job that moves you up the leaderboard. The green flag just dropped on the all-new Dirt Draft. Download it now at dirtdraft.com. Draft your team and get...
I have terrible vision. I got hooked up with Death Ridge, and being able to see when you're racing is pretty important. Glare is somewhat of a big deal, and with these, there's really no glare at all. They just fit really well. They don't go over your ear. They just go straight around your head. Full believer in them. I feel like they help a lot compared to what I'm used to. I have nothing but good to say about them.
Since 1978, Sweet Manufacturing has been the leader in high-performance power steering. Employee-owned and built in the USA, we proudly deliver the best in-class steering equipment. With constant innovation and development, we push performance to the next level because champions demand the best. When precision matters and performance counts, trust the experts. Sweet Manufacturing. Let us turn your wheels.
Established in 1983, FK Rod Ends has been the industry leader for both midget and micro racing. Family owned and operated, we take pride in our products and our name because we know you value yours. Visit our website, www.fkrodends.com, to find out how you can join our winning team. FK Rod Ends. To beat the best, you've got to use the best. The fast.
Chassis, the winningest name in dirt late model racing. From the red clay of the south to the slick tracks up north. When victory is on the line, champions choose Rocket Chassis. Born in 1991 by racers for racers. Rocket has built nearly 6,500 chassis and stacked more wins than anybody in the sport. And don't forget the newest cutting-edge XR2. Razor sharp handle, unmatched speed, and the legendary Rocket Edge. Whether you're chasing Lucas, World of Outlaws glory, or dominating your local bull ring, Rocket delivers the tools to dominate. Rocket Chassis, built to win, driven to victory.
The back straight away, he'll go to the inside of Shirley. Did he save something for the final laps of this one? Waving the white flag, 1 to go, and we're door to door for the lead. Shirley on the outside, K-Rob on the inside. He'll make the pass, slides up and makes contact with Shirley. He'll take the lead off of turn number 4. The Bloomington, Indiana racer, Kent Robinson, wins at the Spoon River Speedway.
July 16th, 2020, K-Rob, Kent Robinson, who I miss seeing in a dirt late model, a big win at Spoon River there. His hot laps are just around the corner on night number 1 of FloRacing Night in America. Kevin, it's not quite that time of year, but it almost is, where you can watch a race almost every single night on Flo right now on our FloRacing platform. Kane, throw that graphic up. Just a reminder. I know there's a lot of dirt late model fans watching right now, but don't forget USAC on our platform. The entire USAC schedule. Their next event at Eldora, May 15th and 16th for the National Sprint Car Tour. Of course, the Interstate Batteries High Limit Tour at Kokomo this weekend. Get your ass to Kokomo this weekend for Brad Sweet's High Limit Tour. And of course, there's dirt track fans watching now, but the Cars Tour, still say, the best form of pavement racing on the planet is Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s Cars Tour, and they are at Ace Speedway later this month in May. Everything from USAC to High Limit to the Cars Tour. Watch it all on FloRacing almost every single night starting here soon. There is a dirt track race. Don't forget also to get your Dirt Draft lineups in tonight. Our good friends at Dirt Draft. Locks right before the heat races, but some new stuff this year. New and reactivated subscribers receive a $10 Longhorn Gear gift card. So download the app today. Go to the App Store, and it is awesome. Download the Dirt Draft app or go to dirtdraft.com. You can play through there as well. And again, new and reactivated subscribers receive a $10 Longhorn Gear gift card. Dirt Draft is a big-time sponsor for us, has been for a long time, and we love working with Clint Dahl and those guys. Kovac, before we hit Hot Laps, give me your final notes before we get to Spoon River.
Couple quick ones here. Hudson O'Neal, if he would get hot this week, if he can just reel off some wins, he could match or exceed his career high win total already. He's already got 12. His career high win total in super late models is 15 in a single season. He could beat it already in May if he just rips off some wins this week. And how about Nick Hoffman? Like I said earlier about his top fives, he's made 26 starts this year, 6 wins, 20 top fives, 24 top tens. Right now he's had 11 of his last 12 starts have been top 5 finishes. The only one not a top 5 was back at Talladega's Hunt the Front race in March, where he scratched early after time trials. He didn't really run the rest of the night. So if that does not tell you where Nick Hoffman has risen in the late model hierarchy here, that kind of consistency, being in the top 5 all the time, it's why he's at the top of the points of the World of Outlaws and why he could win them.
I am the Hudson O'Neal is as good as Hoffman is, and you're totally right, and that's an amazing statistic. That Hudson O'Neal statistic just caught me off guard. I wasn't ready for that already, right? And some of those wins in the 6 car this year, like you talked about, obviously, but that is impressive. And this roster this week, and that's kind of my final note too, is. And I've said this before, but this roster, to me, Kevin, I think it might be the best in the country for a tour. We've got the best of both tours. It's kind of what we were gunning for, Kevin. This might be the best roster in the country for a tour, be it mini series or not this year.
It's an all-star event basically now. When you have, how many times do you see? It hasn't even happened for a while now that we've had the top Lucas guys and the Outlaw guys together. Because they both started racing on the same weekends a lot of times. And I have to almost go back to Speed Weeks and some of the races after that where everyone was there of those top guys that are winning the races this year. And you'll have them this week in the hotbed of racing in Illinois, right?
Yeah, it's super exciting. One last plug we have to do. We have a new sponsor that signed on, Kevin, and I'm not going to be mysterious about this. It is a company that I am involved in with my wife Amber. We signed on as a new sponsor for FloRacing Night in America. You see this behind us, Kevin? Horsepower Hydration. It's Amber and I's new hydration company. We got 2 flavors. We got berry and lemon lime that you see there. You got 30 of those sticks in there, Kevin. You just take these little guys right here. You pour them in your water. You shake. Kevin, I'm going to keep you hydrated all year long. Okay, that's the point here, all right? So Horsepower Hydration, Amber and I are super excited to do a bunch of advertising with FloRacing this year. You'll see Ben and DJ drinking it later. You got the promo code there. Go to the website, horsepowerhydration.com. Use the code Horsepower10. You get 10% off your order. Horsepower10, 10% off your order, Kevin. Lemon, lime, and berry. Which one are you? You a lemon, lime guy or are you a berry guy, Kevin?
Which one definitely go for the mixed berry. I'm not a lemon lime fan as much as the mixed berry. I'll go with berry.
But this stuff really does work, and I'm not just saying this. We really designed this after really the PDC spurred it last year, Kevin. It was 7 million degrees at the PDC. We're trying to stay hydrated, and Amber and I are like, you know what? Let's come up with our own hydration line, and we did that. Horsepowerhydration.com, horsepower 10. Please go there now. Put in an order, and Amber and I would very much appreciate it. Kevin, hot laps are just around the corner at Spoon River tonight. Ben Shelton, Dustin Jarrett, and Mike Norris will have the call all night long. We will be back tomorrow for the pre-race show from Lincoln. So Kevin Kovac, Todd Turner, thanks everybody for joining us. And until then, let's enjoy the night from Spoon River. And Kevin and I'll see you tomorrow.
Welcome to the land of Lincoln and Illinois Speed Week. FloRacing Night in America kicks off its 6th season here tonight at Spoon River Speedway, Banner, Illinois, Canton, Illinois, whatever you want to call it. We're here at the Spoon, one of the most unique tracks that you'll find here in the state of Illinois. And you see that look high atop were 39 super late models in the pit area for FloRacing Night in America's 2026 opener. And then 25 modifieds in the pits here tonight as well. Complete show for both divisions. And we are here in the Horsepower Hydration Announcers booth. I'm Ben Shelton, joined by Dustin Jarrett. And Dustin, we're back here at the Spoon. We were supposed to kick things off at LaSalle Speedway. Mother Nature said, not so fast, my friend. We're going to be talking about that. We've already got a rescheduled date for that one. But we kick things off here tonight. It's hard to believe it's year 6.
I can't believe it, man. And Spoon River, one of our favorite racetracks, number 1, right? Number 2, how did we get to year 6 of this midweek series, right? By the way, look at that video board, right? Which that way. There it is. There it is. Look, I'm pointing at it right there. That video board. But we are up here in the horsepower hydration booth. What is you have two choices. We've got here. I'm going to put them up here.
Yep.
You got a choice. You've got mixed berry or lemon lime horsepower hydration. What's pick your poison?
You know, my boy Mike Norris, he's our pit reporter. He doubled down on mixed berry. I'm going to go mixed berry here tonight, and you're going to go a little lemon lime in your drink.
I'm doing lemon lime, and guess what? I'm going to do it right now.
Yeah, Tiffany Swisher actually told me this is the best one to go. And hey, Horsepower Hydration, our newest sponsor here on FloRacing Night in America. And you know, there's been years where it's 110 degrees. I needed about 15 of these, but tonight it's been a busy day. It's going to get us through. DJ, it's great to be back here in the land of Lincoln. Yeah, it stunk to lose LaSalle Speedway last night, but Spoon River Speedway tonight. Brad Denny and the staff preparing it. You're getting that drink ready.
I am absolutely getting this drink ready. It's like 48 steps to get up here.
Tonight's event promoter, though, a familiar name, Matt Curl. He's actually promoting this event. And of course, he'll have the Illinois Speed Week finale with the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series coming up on Saturday. We got a jam-packed show here tonight, though, and we talked about FloRacing Night in America. 39 cars in the pit area.
I'm going to take a drink.
I'm going to keep talking about that. Tiffany, let's talk about tonight's race info. Let's take a look at that.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, well, yeah, I believe you.
Oh, that's really
high
good.
atop the Speedway. It's been a little bit breezier today, cool, but tonight's schedule will have Super Late Model Hot Laps, 39 cars. It'll be Group A and B for Super Late Model qualifying. Sunoco Race Fields qualifying. That'll make up heat races 1, 2, 3, and 4. We'll have 4 Super Late Model heats, 8 laps apiece. We'll take the top 4 out of each one of those, and then we'll have 2 Super Late Model B mains. No provisionals to round 4, which is now Eldora Speedway in June. No, actually, I'll scratch that. That's actually going to be Fairbury now. Yeah, Fairbury, yeah, with what's losing LaSalle. So, and then we'll have tonight's 50-lap late model feature. And, oh, yeah, the modifieds, they're on the card, 25 of them. Falls Cup purse here tonight, and they'll be going for $1,500 to win. And we'll have hot lap qualifying. We'll have heat races, and then we'll go into B-mains, 25-lap feature to close the night out for the modified division. There's some ringers down there in the pit area for that class.
Yeah, there's definitely some ringers in the modifieds, some guys from out of the area as well, and an absolutely outstanding field at last count of 39 super late models in the pit area, as you mentioned just a few minutes ago. A great look there. And how about what Illinois Speed Week has turned into, Ben? You see the campers there on the bottom right-hand part of the screen, or those of you here at the racetrack, the bottom right-hand part of the video board. You and I rolled in here about 1 o'clock this afternoon, and I bet there were already 50 campers in the parking lot. It just makes for a really, really cool vibe and atmosphere when you pull in.
Well, and again, it's what Illinois Speed Week has become. You said it perfectly. And like Mario Gresham, he told me, he said it was 700 miles. He said, I feel like I drove 3 days to get up here. First time here from Rome, Georgia. Fort Payne, Alabama's Sam Seawright in the house, the Coleman Farms Racing entry. When he called yesterday, we were surprised that they were getting ready to leave Alabama to drive up their first time here. Not just the drivers, the fans want to be here. And you see those campers out there. They're gonna have a convoy with us over tonight over to Lincoln Speedway. Bob Sargent, Adam Mackey's Lincoln Speedway, where we'll have FloRacing Night in America tomorrow night. And then, of course, Friday night, Lance Speaker and the gang welcome the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series to Farmer City Raceway in the finale with Matt Curl on Saturday night over at Fairbury Speedway. And without further ado, how about cars rolling to the Speedway?
Let's do it, man. First car going to make its way out on the track is going to be the Rocket 1 out of New Berlin, Illinois. That is going to be Brandon Shepard, the 32-year-old in the Valvoline Swabert Calf Ranches Petroff Towing Performance Grading Franklin Enterprises sponsored #1. And behind him, the winner of the Mars race at Peoria just a couple weeks ago out of El Paso, Illinois. That is going to be Ryan Unzicker in that Low Voltage Solutions Remtech Enterprises Mosquito Hero sponsored Longhorn #24, Ryan Unzicker.
How about welcome to the tour for Nick Hoffman. He's going after his first FloRacing Night in America championship here in 2026. Current World of Outlaws points leader, the Ty Torg Racing NOS Energy Drink, Lone Wolf Petroleum #9. 6 wins this year for Nick Hoffman. Behind him in the 19R, also from the World of Outlaws Tour, currently 3rd in the standings. He's going after the title with FloRacing Night in America this year, the Reaper, Ryan Gustin. Now in Seamless Gutters, Hoker Trucking, Dynamic Drivelines, J. Dickens Powered Infinity by Wells for 4-time winner Ryan Gustin, fresh off that big win at Mississippi Thunder with Outlaws back on Saturday.
He'll be followed by the driver out of Lakeshore, Minnesota. That's going to be Dan Ebert in the James Trantina Minnesota Truck Headquarters, Collins Brothers Towing, AmSoil sponsored #60, a regular with the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series. Behind him in the 16, the Ice Bowl winner. That's going to be Sam Seawright out of Fort Fort Payne, Alabama, and that Coltman Farms, Brett Coltman Racing Autism Awareness Special Needs School of Gwinnett Longhorn, number 16. One other driver on the track for this wave of Dirt Draft Hot Laps is going to be the Pink Panther. That's Bob Gardner out of Washington, Illinois, in that Illinois Solar Services John Gardner Racing Kirby Risk Electrical Supply sponsored number 4G. And we have got our first wave of Dirt Draft Hot Laps on the racetrack. And dare I ask, Ben Shelton, were you able to set a Dirt Draft Fantasy lineup? You haven't done anything today. Surely you had enough time to set a Dirt Draft Fantasy lineup.
I'm going to tell you everything I got done today. That was not one of them. I am sorry, Clint Dahl. I didn't get it in tonight. As Dirt Draft, it's a lot of fun. You get gift cards for signing up. We're going to talk more about that if you're a new subscriber. As right now, first wave of Dirt Draft Hot Laps on the Speedway. And Brandon Shepard, the winner here back in 2022. Fastest lap, 12.827. Dan Ebert, 12.842. We've had 3 editions of this event. 22 it was Shepard, 23 it was Dennis Erb Jr., 24 it was Rain, and last year it was Jonathan Davenport picking up the win.
How about that?
So right now, trying to get a little timing and scoring coming our way, and we'll have that here in the booth. You can see it there on your screen at home on FloRacing.
How about this video board in the infield, by the way? That is...
I'm excited. You know, I mean, it's cool. And we had the pre-race show on there. It was pumping over the speakers. People were out there, you know, getting them a little Scooby snack and a drink to start the day. And they watched Michael Rigsby and Todd Turner and Kevin Kovac and the gang kick things off. Next wave of cars are going to make their way out to the Speedway. And no big surprise, last guy in the pit area, first guy on this track in this set.
That's going to be Gordy Gundaker out of St. Charles, Missouri, in that JB Salvage Vanilla Cycles Hoker Trucking sponsored number 11. You see him there on your screen, and he's going to be followed out by the guy Ben mentioned out of Rome, Georgia. That is Mario Gresham in the 21. Well, he gets surpassed by Pierce. Yep. There's Mario Gresham in that good-looking 21. The Acros Wrecker Service, Bama Sheds and Pole Barns, One Source Auto Body sponsored entry for Mario Gresham.
What if I told you Mario's thinking about running the full tour this year? He said it's a lot of driving, but he wants to do it, so we'll see if the Rome, Georgia driver can do it. Meanwhile, on your screen, 2-time defending champion out of Oakwood, Illinois, it's Bobby Pierce, 8 wins on the year. The Vic Hill powered Longhorn, Low Voltage Solutions, Churchill Transport, Collins Brothers Towing, and Rio Grande Way Services for Bobby Pierce in car 32.
And that's going to be the 40B. That is the killer Kyle Bronson out of Brandon, Florida, the LTX Home Builders, Atomic Music Group, Race Car Engineering, number 40B. And he will be followed out by the driver that won the NASCAR Cup Series race at Talladega a week and a half ago. It's the 77 out of Portage, Michigan. And you're riding along with Carson Hocevar in that Chili's, right? The Dente, Ziegler Auto Group, Gamebridge sponsored Longhorn, number 77.
Get that spoon out and ride the spoon bowl here.
Where you going
I mean,
with
it
that?
is a bowl racetrack. It's shaped. There's nothing else like it in the state of Illinois, and we talked about it previously. They wanted to build something that looked a little bit like East Alabama Speedway. Gordy Gundaker on your screen. Daniel Adam in this set in the 75 car. The C&J Trucking, Hoker Trucking, Pro Power Racing Engine, Rocket Chassis. And I think that's the cars on the Speedway in this segment. That is cool.
So I was down in the Hocevar pits. I was talking to him whenever they were actually mounting the onboard camera on there, and he was so excited to have an onboard camera on that 77. He's really looking forward not just to running this week, Ben. Carson Hocevar, as it stands right now, he is going to run the whole FloRacing Night in America Tour here in 2026.
Yeah, could you imagine Hocevar somehow is our champion this year? Like, he's got a tall order, but that's pretty cool. Kyle Bronson on your screen in car 40B, as Bronson was the fastest car in that set. And Kyle Bronson, another driver, let's come into these Land of Lincoln racetracks, the Brandon, Florida native. And he'll head back to the pit area. The Atomic Music Group, number 40B. Next set of cars make their way out. And, man, you talk about a stacked field of cars. How about your current Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series point leader, former series champion Hudson O'Neal in car 71, the SSI Motorsports, Wheeler Metals, Merrill Bonding, Clements Power Longhorn, 13 wins on the year, and we're just on May 6th. Behind him in car 11, currently running for the Raleigh Auto Parts Rookie of the Year with the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series, Josh Rice, point leader in the Rookie of the Year. Out of Crittenden, Kentucky, the MC Train Transport, Glenwood Electric, JRR Motor Cells, Chain Locker, car car 11R for Josh Rice.
How about the Corbin, Oregon native going to run with us all week long? That's going to be Colin Weinbarger. 5 wins in 3 divisions last year for the driver of the Schramm Brothers Excavating Swan Island Sheet Metal, Reed's Automotive, Skyline Ford, number 14S. And he'll be followed out by one of those Illinois stalwarts out of Moweaqua, Illinois. It's the Moweaqua Missile, Shannon Babb. And the Dynagro Seed, Petroff Towing, Donnelly Trucking, Getty Landscaping sponsored, number 18. Behind him is going to be the driver of the number 3S. That is Squirrel Brian Shirley, the defending Prairie Dirt Classic champion. And that Bob and Lisa Cullen, Thomason Express, Hoker Trucking, J&J Ventures Gaming sponsored number 3S. Currently 9th in the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series point standings.
About the 20 RT, Ricky Thornton Jr., the driver now residing in Iowa, the Cornet Powered Longhorn, Knights Companies, Bill Stein, Hoker Trucking, Elite Ready Mix, all sponsors of the Cornet Powered Longhorn. 3rd in the Lucas Oil standings, 7 wins on the year. Frank Heckenus Jr., the 99 Jr., follows him out of turn 4, the Big Hill Powered Longhorn, Sword Squares USA. Andy, you pull it fast in all entries, 2nd in the Mars standings for Frank Heckenus Jr.
So those are the drivers on the track here for Dirt Draft Hot Lap session number 4. One more session of Dirt Draft Hot Laps be making its way out on the track. Again, 39 cars here this evening. The FloRacing Night in America Traveling Circus packs up, and we head to Lincoln, Illinois tomorrow night. The Bob Sargent and Adam Mackey promoted facility will get underway at the same time. Dirt Draft Hot Laps at 6 p.m. Pre-race show at about 5 p.m. Central Time tomorrow, right here on FloRacing. And Ben, what if I told you the driver that is currently at the top of the leaderboard is none other than the 51-year-old out of Moweaqua, Illinois? It's Shannon Babb right now, the fastest in Dirt Draft Hot Laps.
I got a line for you. So Shannon Babb, 12.802. DJ, would you like to know what the track record is here?
Yes, I would.
It is held by Jason Fager, and it is a 12.770. We're not that far off of it. Shannon Babb gave me some grief in a podcast back during the Dome that if you didn't get it out of a B main for Flow Night in America, that it just about got you a pizza. So anyway, we've doubled the non-qualifier money, but I told him, he stopped me on the way up, he goes, hopefully we're going to run good enough not to have to get a B main pizza tonight. I said, Shannon, if you come out of a B main, I will get you triple pepperoni on that pizza.
Oh my.
You can buy a lot of pizza with $20,000 if you win here tonight.
You might need a lot of omeprazole to go with that as well. Next driver making his way out on the track is going to be the driver of the Ken and Beth Roberts number 58. That is Garrett Alberson out of Las Cruces, New Mexico, and the Romer Machine and Welding, Brack Properties, Low Voltage Solutions, Bill Sports Shop sponsored number 58. Behind him, that's the Super Shep 5S. Behind the wheel tonight out of Ashland, Illinois, Colby Vandenberg. Welcome back. The Valvoline Shepherd Auto Sales, Shep's Bar and Grill sponsored number 5S for Colby Vandenberg.
Clay Fisher out of Jupiter, Florida.
Clay Harris.
Clay again. Not the other Clay. My buddy Clay Fisher's going to love that. Clay Harris out of Jupiter, Florida. The Wilkerson Farms Rescue Metal Framing, Florida Peanut Federation. Ricky Rydell Power under the hood today for the Longhorn. Currently 10th in the Lucas Oil standings. Behind him in car 38J. How about for Jake Little, the Brandt's Professional Agriculture, Rick's Fiber, Tammy's Treasures and Antiques, Schultz Collision Center, Pro Power, Rocket, XR1 for Jake Little in 38J.
He'll be followed out by the driver out of Bakersfield, California. That's Ethan Dotson, another Wild West Shootout winner. Nope, that's going to be the 45 of Kyle Hammer. Instead, he did not win at the Wild West Shootout. The Clinton, Illinois driver and the Hammer Crypto Hub, Cooley Dump Service, Elite Contracting Services, Troy Page Excavating, sponsored number 45. There's Ethan Dotson. He did get a win at the Wild West Shootout. The 26-year-old is 7th in the World of Outlaws points in that ASD Motorsports. Jarrett Rifles, Taco John's Excel floor covering, sponsored 74X, and then Tim Lance out on the Speedway and the Digital Copy Systems, Carl Auto Group, the Sea Valley Transportation, CarQuest Auto Parts, Outpace Racing Products, sponsor number 48.
What if I told you Alberson is under the track record right now? Now, it only holds up if they do it in Sunoco Racefield's qualifying, but Alberson at 12.762, Jason Fager 12.770. Track record, could it fall here tonight?
Wouldn't that be something? How long, do you know how long that track record
Yeah,
has
he
stood?
set it back on May 3rd, 24. It's not that long ago. And it was on a hooked up night on a brand new surface here at Spoon River Speedway. So again, the track record of 12.770. Jason Fager holds that from May of 24. Garrett Alberson just 8 thousandths under that track record. We'll see if that carries over into Sunoco Racefield's qualifying coming up later. DJ, we got another wave of FloRacing Night in America Super Late Models making their way to the Speedway, and they're led out by a driver that has been just not red hot, white hot over the past few weeks. That is Devin Moran in car 99, your defending Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series champion, currently second in the standings. The Millwood Plumbing, Big River Steel, Hazen Services, Bill Stein, Cornet Powered Longhorn for Devin Moran, a 5-time winner this year. And behind him in car 96, he's got 1 win on the year, and he's also got the only AK race car in the pit area. That's Tanner English, the pro-built powered entry, 2-time Mars champion, Thoroughbred Auto Auction, C Motors, Mining Construction, and Bailey's Trucking, all sponsors for Tanner English with 1 win this year, and that came at Ducktona, Duck River Speedway.
He'll be followed by the driver out of Evans, Georgia, in that Riggs Motorsports 76. It's Brandon Overton, the 34-year-old. He's 6th in the Lucas Point standings at Budweiser, Garnto Southern. Riggs Fiver, Supply Chain Management sponsored number 76. And behind him is going to be the driver out of Urbana, Missouri, the 22-year-old. That is Dylan McCowan in the Sonic Drive-In, BLC Transportation, Pomeroy Services, Longhorn, number 8.
How about the 19M? Brendan Smith out of Dade City, Florida, the JCM Motorsports, Yellowhammer Designs and Construction, J. Dickens powered, playing the Durham powered rocket chassis, Big Daddy's Cattle, Wicks, and the Mercantile by Miller, sponsors on that 19M. And behind him in car 15, Clay Stuckey out of Shreveport, Louisiana. 1 win on the year. That came with the Mississippi State Championship Challenge Series down at Hattiesburg. The Advanced Powder Coating, Mooring Transport, Transit, Lucas Oil, FiberTech Laser Cutting, Clements Powered, Longhorn by Stuckey for Clay Stuckey.
So officials picking up a piece of debris over in turns 3 and 4, and we'll get ready to get underway with our 5th wave of Dirt Draft Hot Laps here this evening.
You know what? And I'll tell you what, a new year is obviously Flow Sports acquired the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series, so we've got that team working with us here on the FloRacing Night in America events, and we give a big shout out to our brothers, Ray Cook, Kelly Carlton, Alton Wilson, the entire gang that worked with the first 5 years of this series. Love them, and Kelly, we know you're starting to feel better, brother. We can't wait to see you back out on the road. But it's a new year. There's a lot of new faces in the pit area, and it's very exciting, but we'd be remiss if we didn't thank our brothers who literally blood, sweat, and tears over the past 5 years.
Absolutely, man. They've done a lot for us and helped us get this series to where it is today. As we've got our 5th wave of Dirt Draft Hot Laps on the racetrack. Again, dirtdraft.com if you've not yet done so. Set those Dirt Draft fantasy lineups at $10. By the way, you get a $10 gift card or promo code to Longhorn Gear. And they got a lot of other cool incentives as well. I love playing Dirt Draft. I'm not very good at it. You're worse at it than I am.
Especially because I don't remember to put my entries in. I mean...
So out of this group, Devin Moran going to be the quickest, 4th quickest overall right now with a 12.843. And there's a look at the defending Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series champion, and that Roger Sellers, Double Down Motorsports, number 99. And we're going to have one more set of Dirt Draft Hot Laps for the FloRacing Night in America late models make their way to the track. And after that, it'll be time to get underway with Hot Lap qualifying for the UMP Dirt Car Modifieds.
Next set of cars led to the Speedway by Tyler Turbo out of New Waverly, Texas. The Best Performance Motorsports, Langenfelter Mechanical Contractors, Clements Powered Rocket, 4th in Outlaw standings. He's got 1 win on the year, and behind him, your track record holder, he's already got a win on the year. It came at Fairbury last week. Actually, he's got 3 on the year. 2 of them came in New Zealand. The high side hustler, Jason Fager in the 25. The Titan Industries, SC Online Sales, Outpace Racing Products, Yabud.Club, new sponsor on that Clements Powered Longhorn for Jason Fager in car 25.
Behind him is going to be the driver out of Milano, Oregon. That is Justin Duty in the 15. He's going to run with us all week long with that Don Frank Floors, First Class Septic,
maybe all year.
Company, maybe all year. Sponsored number 15 is Dad John Duty down there turning wrenches on the race car. And there's the Randall Edwards wrenched. Number 09, that is Michael Leach, a winner back at Volusia earlier this season. The Dust Pods Willow Ranch Lombro Motorsports sponsored number 09.
The 28, Dennis Erb Jr., former World of Outlaws champion and Dream champion. The Vomac Truck Sells McBride Mac, PRC Clements Powered Rocket, 10th in the World of Outlaws standings right now in car 28. Behind him on the Speedway, the 93 of Carson Ferguson, 11th in the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series standings. The Paywar Motorsports, Hupal Grading, Coltman Farms Racing, Cornet Powered Longhorn for Carson Ferguson. Had a big run at Bristol with Collick Motorsports in the Truck Series.
Absolutely. Again, final wave of Dirt Draft Hot Laps on the racetrack. Ben, you know what happens if you are the fastest driver in Dirt Draft Hot Laps?
You get a lot of confidence for Sunoco Racefuels qualifying.
You get a packet of horsepower hydration from Ben Shelton.
There you go. An open one. I'm sorry, it's been open.
How's your fruit punch, by the way? Your fruit punch horsepower hydration.
Pretty tasty. Mixed berry, and it's pretty tasty.
Well, mixed berry, sorry. Close enough. Mixed berry fruit punch.
Let's talk about a mixed bag there in that set as Alberson is going to be an unofficial track record holder as hit with his lap and hot laps. It only counts if you do it at Sunoco Racefield's qualifying. Times were starting to dip off, DJ, so that one's going to be tough. As I tell you what, looks like right now we're getting ready to bring dirt car mods out hot lap qualifying. Mike Norris is going to slide in. He's going to share DJ's iPad or his phone and get 25 drivers signed in for the mods. And Norris is really going to double time it. He's doing a pit reporting for the late models. He's doing the mods up top. And he's going to making a DoorDash run a little bit later for some Scooby snacks for the rest of us.
Is he? That's nice of him.
It is. But yeah, 25 signed in tonight.
There you go, Norris.
3 heat races, a B main, and a 25-lap feature.
Would you like to sit down, or are you going to stand?
I will stand. You sit down and relax, my man. It feels good to be in here. This is nice, ready to go.
No doubt about it.
That's my line. Come on. Tell you what, a beautiful crowd showed up here. It was it is a chilly evening, but we're glad to have each and every one of you. We get set and ready for the modifieds. 25. We're going to have 3 heats tonight. Take the top 5. We'll have a B main later on. Also take the top 5 and get set and ready to go. First couple of qualifiers, a former champion at the Peoria Speedway. Charlie Hess going to roll on the Speedway at car number 97. Behind of him, driver hails out of Ashcombe, Illinois. That'll be the 00 of Greg Pierce. And I believe three cars going to roll onto the Speedway. 2 out here in group number 1.
2. Well,
$100. $100. Thank you to Tommy Scott at Multi-Fire. $100 to our fastest qualifier here tonight as well, as we do on the Mars Modified Championship Series. Thank you very much, Tommy Scott, down there in the infield as always. Multi-Fire qualifying officially underway. They'll come to green. Charlie Hess, the 2024 Peoria Speedway champion, will take the first green flag. 15.015 at a 15015. Second lap for the 97. Better 14.939 at a 14939. No time officially on Greg Pierce. And we'll have to check a transponder on the 00 machine as he pulls down to the infield. Coming up next should be the B69. That'll be Brian Bernhardt. 9-time track champion in Florida. One of your guys, Dustin Jarrett. Or excuse me, not one of your guys from the Mid-Ohio Valley.
What? No, Florida's not quite in the Mid-Ohio Valley unless it's moved.
Sorry, a couple of Bernhardts here.
What about, they could be Miami Dolphin fans, right? I mean, it could be
We're getting down to the other B, Brookover. We'll talk about him when we get down there.
Bobby Bagley's one of my guys. He's going to come out in this group.
Yes, he is, out of Mineral Wells, West Virginia. First going to be out Chris Moorfield out of Brimfield, followed out by the Floridian. There he is, 69. That'll be Brian Bernhardt out of Clearwater, Florida. East Bay champion 9 times in a late model and a modified of the B69. Good to have him running here this week. Time to beat officially 14939. 14939, the time to beat. Moorfield will take the, man, he gets a little crossed up off of turn number 1. And our first caution out for the 5. So problems for the 5 of Bobby Bagley. So green-white checker for the modifieds. Get a good look at the Mineral Wells driver. Only going to get 1 lap. Here we go. Chris Moorfield in the 10 car. Get a good look at Bobby Bagley on screen. Again, the driver out of Mineral Wells, and the 69 of Brian Bernhardt. Talked about Bernhardt, 9-time track champion there at East Bay. Late model, modified. A lot of great work there. He'll be the fastest, 14.648, 14648. Bobby Bagley did get 1 lap, but he made it count. Second quick at a 14780. Charlie Hess and Chris Moorfield. So Bobby Bagley will pull down to the infield. Rolling out next should be the 21D. That'll be John Dimmitt. Dimmitt, a former champion of Bluegrass, Iowa, Aledo, and Macomb, Western Illinois Hot Shoe in 21D, followed out by the 292 That'll be Josh Allen out on a Glassford, Illinois. Former champion here at Spoon back in 2022. And one other driver getting ready to roll on the Speedway, the Madman Michael Ledford. Second in Mars points a year ago. Got a feature win under his belt. In that Royal Race Car 09 LRD Products, the Madman Michael Ledford setting ready to rip. Good look at Josh Allen. Might have turned some of the most laps by any driver here in the pits in that 292. Got to beat the time. He does. Quick time, 14.386. Quick time for now, Michael Ledford, 1:43.86. Allen second at 14.498. Michael Ledford to the top, 14.559, 1:45.59. Dimmitt fifth quick, and the 292. Good lap for Josh Allen second. So how about it, race fans? Michael Ledford fastest, 1:43.86, 1:43.86. The Madman now to the top. Should be Trevor Neville in that lethal chassis out of Mackinac, Illinois. 2 wins on the season. Both came down there in Volusia. 5th in Mars points. Behind of him going to be Blake Brown out of Corbin, Kentucky. 11 wins a year ago. Already got 6 in a couple of divisions in 2026 in 99. And speaking of lethal chassis, there's the creator, 35. How about it for David Strimmy? Strimmy with 1 win here in 2026 out of Mifflintown, Pennsylvania. Had 3 wins a year ago. Did the 35. First up going to be Blake Brown, the Corbin, Kentucky hot shoe in 99. As he comes off of turn number 4, he'll be third quick opening lap for Blake Brown. Check it in on David Strimmy, moves it to the top 5, 5th quick for David Strimmy. In the 777, a couple of lethal chassis here. Let's see the time there. Quick time for Blake Brown at a 14.315 at a 1:43.15. Strimmy 5th, did not get a time. We'll have to try the transponder on the 777, but how about it? Corbin, Kentucky's Blake Brown goes to the top, 1:43.15 in car 99. So Trevor Neville is going to have to get a new transponder. Winner at Lincoln in 2026 is the 96. Our next qualifier should be Marshall Call out of Springfield, Illinois, followed out by St. Genevieve, Missouri's Damian Kiefer in that Rat Chassis 0. And behind of him, in car number 96M, your winner last week at the Fairbury Speedway and former Falls champion. How about it for Mike McKinney, your current Mars Championship modified point leader, 96M, Mike McKinney. First up, that'll be 96C. That'll be Marshall Call out of Springfield. And your winner at Lincoln a couple of weeks ago. There's the Rat Chassis of Damian Kiefer N0 running with the Mars Modified Championship Series. I want to thank our partners, Summit Racing Equipment. Good lap for Damian Kiefer. He moves into the top 5. Good lap for Mike McKinney, third quick. Still Blake Brown's time of 14.315, the time to beat. Call going to be 9th quick. Checking in on the 0. 6th quick. Can McKinney go to the top? Off 4 in that Elite Chassis. Third quick, 1:44.05. 14.405 for the Elite Chassis 96M of Mike McKinney. Coming up next should be the B5 of Matthew Baker out of Couts, Indiana. Should be the 777 of Trevor Neville, going to roll onto the Speedway. Gotcha. Pierce as well did not pick up earlier out of Ashcombe, Illinois, the 00 of Greg Pierce and the lethal chassis of Trevor Neville. Again, I want to thank Tommy Scott, Multi-Fire Spark Plug Wires. Choose the choice of champions, Multi-Fire.
We're not done qualifying, guys. 97, 69, 10. Nobody needs to exit the infield. Everybody get back in the infield. We're doing this again.
Well, how about that, Mike Norris?
Well, I've never, a little confusion out there in the...
That's your first kerfuffle of the night, Norris.
Oh, we can't wait to see James on Friday. All right, here we go. Greg Pearson, 00. Post kerfuffle and the 777. Trevor Neville.
Post kerfuffle.
Yes. Oh, Trevor. Hold on to her. He will down the front straightaway. He'll find the green flag. Time to beat. Once again, is Blake Brown's at 14.315 at a 1.4315. Some modified guys taking their TV time. Very serious. All right, here we go. First lap. It's the quickest 13.970 to 1.3970. Passing is legal in qualifying. Will he catch him? His sister Betty Dote's going to win, though. 00. Trevor Neville, 13.970. Still didn't get a time on the 00, but how about it? Spoon River, Trevor Neville, the quickest, 1.3970. And that lethal chassis, 1.3970. Sponsored by Multi-Fire. Those plug wires are working hard here tonight. Quickest is Trevor Neville. Coming up next should be Matthew Baker in the B5. Him and his crew chief, his grandfather. Couple of wins in 2025. Rolling onto the Speedway. Butler, Michigan, Charleston into the year. Trying to use that momentum early here in 2026. B5 of Matthew Baker now in a Royal race car. Behind of him, the Mid-Ohio Valley Hot Shoe out of Washington, West Virginia. That'll be Jason Brookover. And behind of him in the BDK Tools 01. How about a race fans for Billy Knippenberg? First time for Matthew Baker is 9th quick. Off turn 4, Brookover. Going to be 15th quick. Little work to do. Billy Knippenberg 12th. Yeah, problems for Matthew Baker. So Baker will pull to the infield. 1 lap for Brookover and the 01 of Knippenberg. Still have about 7 cars to qualify. FloRacing Night in America super late models will take center stage. 39 of them if you're just arriving. All right, here we go. Coming back to Brookover in 28B. Get the driver to Washington, West Virginia. Want to come out and run some of the Illinois tracks. Glad to have him here this week and see how he does. 15th on his opening lap. Billy Knippenberg goes 13 on his opening lap. Make it 12th. Brookover final lap. Moves into the top 10. Nice lap. 9th quick. And we'll check in on Billy Knippenberg off at turn number 4. Express Power Sports car 01. 13th quick for Knippenberg. 9th quick for Brookover. Next car set to roll onto the Speedway should be Kewanee, Illinois, 77. Ray Bollinger. A couple of drivers you're very familiar with here at Spoon River. The C40 of Mike Chastain Jr. And a driver who's won several times here at Spoon River, the 66. How about it for Cole Falloway? Plowboy National Champion several times at 66. Mars champion a year ago. Off to a hot start here in 2026. First, check it in on 77 of Ray Bollinger in that Vanquish ZR3 machine. 1.7, 17th quick. Opening lap. How about Mike Chastain? 18th quick. Good lap. 9th quick for the 66 of Cole Falloway. Moves into the top 10. 17th quick for Bollinger. Final lap. Chastain a little too high off 4. Will not improve. 19th quick. How about it for Cole Falloway? 9th quick for the 66 out of Owensboro, Kentucky. 5 qualifiers to go. Out of Hyndman, Pennsylvania, should be Drake Troutman. Drake Troutman tonight racing a modified in the 5. Moving on to the Speedway. Mike Brooks behind of him, your defending track champion here at Spoon River in 3. And Brody Bernhardt out of Clearwater, Florida in 69. Our next 3 set and ready to go. Good partnership here with the 5. Boy, Drake Troutman tore it up on the Illinois Speed Weeks in that modified 1 year ago. Several wins, won a $100,000 race a year ago. 16th for Drake Troutman on that opening lap. How about Mike Brooks down the front straightaway? 21st, he's got some work to do. 22nd for Brody Bernhardt. We'll see if the 5 can pick it up. Lap looks better, he does. 11th quick for Drake Troutman in that 5 machine. Mike Brooks down the front straightaway, final lap, 21st and 20th. So Troutman the fastest of that trio, 11th quick. Still time to beat Trevor Neville, 13.970. Should have 2 qualifiers to go at a Claypool, Indiana this week by way of Fairbury Speedway, I should say. 24, how about it for Zeke McKenzie out of Claypool, Indiana, and our final qualifier in the Z1 out of Hannah City. How about it for Zach Odewald? So Zeke in that Vanquish ZR324 running with the Mars Series. See how he does as he brings it off turn 4. Again, time to beat 13970. 19th quick for the Zekester. In 2-4. Zach Odewald, 20th quick. Final 2 cars to qualify. The Zekester gonna bring it off at turn number 4 down the front straightaway. He'll be 19th quick. And our final qualifier here in the modified division gonna be Zach Odewald, 20th quick. 19th for the Zekester. So your top 10 look like this. 10th quick is Jason Brookover. 9th quick is the 66 of Cole Falloway. David Sturmey 8th, Damian Keeper 7th, Brian Bernhardt 6th, Josh Allen 5th, Mike McKinney 4th, Michael Ledford 3rd, Blake Brown 2nd, and your fastest qualifier in car number 777. How about a nice round of applause? Multi-fire qualifying is Trevor Neville. Well, qualifying wraps up. You're watching FloRacing Night in America here at Spoon River. We'll be right back with late model qualifying.
Welcome back to Spoon River Speedway, FloRacing Night in America, Season 6, night number 1. It's time for Sunoco Race Fuels qualifying Group A and B. Group A will make up heat races 1 and 2 tonight. Group B will make up heat races 3 and 4. Your first 3 qualifiers will be Bob Gardner out of Washington, Illinois, in the 4G, the Pink Panther. The 9, the current World of Outlaws Late Model Series points leader, Nick Hoffman out of Mooresville, North Carolina. And Brandon Shepard, former World of Outlaws champion, former winner of this event out of New Berlin, Illinois, in the 1. Bob Gardner, the CCG Transport, Illinois Solar Services, John Gardner Racing, Kirby Risk Electrical Supply, Pro Power Racing Engine, Longhorn 4G. The 9 of Nick Hoffman, Ty Torg Racing, NOS Energy Drink, Lone Wolf Petroleum, CW Trucking, Petrov Towing, Clements Power, Longhorn, the World of Outlaw point leader, and the 1 of Brandon Shepard. 5 wins on the year, the Valvoline Performance Grading, Swiber Calf Ranches, Ace Metalworks, Franklin Enterprises, Fox Shocks. 1 for Brandon Shepard.
Bob Gardner will trip the trigger first bend, 13.824. Nick Hoffman, 13.577. And Brandon Shepard to the top of the leaderboard with a 13.288. Second lap time for Gardner, not as good. Second lap time for Hoffman, not as good. Shep already atop the leaderboard. His second lap also not as good, but he currently has the time to beat Brandon Shepard, 1:3.288, Ben. That's the time to beat after 3 cars.
Up next, it'll be Sam Seawright out of Fort Payne, Alabama, the 16, the 24, the Gremlin, Ryan Unziker out of El Paso, Illinois, and the Reaper, Ryan Gustin out of Marshalltown, Iowa, in the 19R. Sam Seawright in kart number 16 out of Fort Payne, Alabama, 1 win on the year. The Coleman Farms Racing Special Needs School of Gwinnett, Autism Awareness, JR Excavating, Bilstein, Cove to Coast Marine entry for Sam Seawright making his debut here in Illinois. The 24 of Ryan Unziker, the Low Voltage Solutions, Brimtech Enterprises, Leach & Company Heating and Cooling, Arkansas Septic, Mosquito Hero for the Pro Power Racing Engine Longhorn, your current Mars points leader with 1 win on the year, and the 19R of Ryan Gustin, 4 wins this year for the Allen Seamless Gutters, Hoker Trucking, Dynamic Drivelines, Custom Fabricating Repair, Carl Chevrolet, J. Dickens Powered, Infinity by Wells.
First lap times, Gustin 3rd, Unziker 4th, Seawright 5th. Lap number 2 for Ryan Unziker, second quick, good lap, 1:3.464. Second lap time for Ryan Gustin, 4th quick, his best lap 1:3.593, and Sam Seawright will stand on lap 2. He's 5th quick, 1:3.662. After 6 cars, Brandon Shepard fastest.
Up next is Dan Ebert out of Lakeshore, Minnesota, in the 60, the 21 of Mario Gresham out of Rome, Georgia, and the 40B of Kyle Bronson out of Brandon, Florida. Dan Ebert, the Collins Brothers Towing, Minnesota Truck Headquarters, Amsoil, Woody's Racing, Fox Shocks, General Formulations, Durham Power XR1 race car for the Lucas Oil Regular. Meanwhile, from the Hunt the Front series, Hunting the Front series, it's Mario Gresham, the Cornet Powered Longhorn, Daryl Mackey Excavating and Tree Service, Bama Sheds and Pole Barns, Gridiron Grub and Pub, Acker's Record Service, car number 21, and the 40B of the Killer, Kyle Bronson out of Brandon, Florida, the LTX Home Builders, Race Car Engineering, Boswell Oil, Atomic Music Group, Clements Powered Rocket for Bronson.
Bronson, the quickest to that trio on lap number 1. Lap 2 for Dan Ebert, 4th quick, best lap 13.482. Mario Gresham is currently 5th. He'll stay 5th. Best lap 1:3.541. And the second lap time for Kyle Bronson, not as good. He'll be 3rd quick, 1:3.467 after 9 cars. Brandon Shepard, Ryan Unziker, Kyle Bronson.
Up next, it's Gordy Gundaker out of St. Charles, Missouri in the 11G, the 75 of Daniel Adam out of Peru, Illinois, and the 32 of Bobby Pierce out of Oakwood, Illinois. Gordy Gundaker's Vanilla Cycles, STL Screw and Bolt, Hoker Trucking, Ted Brown Quality Paint and Body, Clements Powered Longhorn, number 11, the 75 of Daniel Adam, the C&J Trucking, Hoker Trucking, Arlem Enterprises, Justin L. Langdon Electrical Contractors, car 75, 1 win this year that came at Highland Speedway, and Bobby Pierce, 2-time defending series champion and 2-time defending World of Outlaws champion out of Oakwood, Illinois. The Low Voltage Solutions, Churchill Transport, Collins Brothers Towing, Rio Grande Waste Services, Mesilla Valley Transportation, Carnegie Towing, car 32.
White flag goes up for this first trio of drivers. 8th for Gordy, 4th for Daniel Adams, 2nd for Bobby Pierce. Lap 2 for Gordy Gundaker. Better, 3rd quick, good lap, 1:3.461. Second lap time for Daniel Adams, 6th quick, best lap, 1:3.475. And Bobby Pierce goes to the top of the leaderboard with a 1:3.100. After 12 cars, it's now Pierce, Shepard, Gundaker, your top 3.
Up next, out of Portage, Michigan, it's Carson Hocevar, fresh off a Talladega win with the NASCAR Cup Series in car 77, riding the Dente, the Chili's Cornet Powered Longhorn, the Zigguratto Group, Gainbridge, Delaware Life car 77, the 18 of Shannon Babb out of Moequa, Illinois, the Dynagrow Seed, Petrov Towing, Donnelly Trucking, Getty Landscaping, Vic Hill Powered Longhorn for Shannon Babb, and Colin Weinbarger all the way from Corbett, Oregon, the Clements Powered Longhorn, SRAM Motorsports, Swan Island Sheet Metal Works, SRAM Motors Excavating, Reed's Automotive, all sponsors for Colin Weinbarger from the Pacific Northwest.
About the Chili's onboard camera.
We're going to ride the Dente.
Carson Hocevar, absolutely, as you take a trip around Spoon River Speedway with the Portage, Michigan driver, first lap, 9th quick for the 77. I love that shot. Shannon Babb is 3rd quick. Good lap for the Moequa, Illinois driver. And Colin Weinbarger goes 13th, lap 2. Carson Hocevar is 10th fastest. His best lap, 1:3.550. What's Babb got on lap 2? Not as good. Stays 3rd quick, 13.453. And the second lap for Colin Weinbarger, a tick better. Stays 13th, 1:3.629. With 5 drivers left in Group A, Bobby Pierce still the time to beat, Ben, 1:3.100.
Up next, it's Brian Shirley out of Chatham, Illinois, the Squirrel in the 3S. Frank Keknis Jr. out of Frankfort, Illinois, the 99 Junior. A 71, Hudson O'Neill, your current Lucas Oil Points leader out of Martinsville, Indiana. Brian Shirley, the Bob Cullen Racing, Hooker Trucking, Thompson Express, Valvoline, J&E Construction, J&J Ventures Gaming, Durham Powered Longhorn, currently running with the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series here in 2026. Trying to be back on tour with us as well with FloRacing Night in America. Frank Heckeness Jr., the 99 Junior with Storage Squares USA, Indy U-Pull It, Fast and All Dirt Oval 66, VG Performance, Capital Signs, Vic Hill Powered Longhorn, and Hudson O'Neal. 13 wins on the year in the SSI Motorsports, Wheeler Metals, Merrill Bonding, Surface of Indiana, Beeman Lumber, Clements Powered Longhorn for Huddy.
Second lap time's about to go up. Brian Shirley up to third. Good lap, 1:3.418. Frankie second lap better, 15th, 1:3.597. And Hudson O'Neal from ninth to second quick, 1:3.247. So it's now Bobby Pierce, Hudson O'Neal, Brandon Shepard, Brian Shirley, Shannon Babb, your top 5 with 2 drivers left in Sunoco Race Fuels time trials for Group A.
2 drivers to go, and they are 2 good ones. Josh Rice out of Crittenden, Kentucky in the 11R, and the 20RT of Ricky Thornton Jr., the Chandler, Arizona native. Josh Rice and the Ratliff Motorsports, MCE Tank Transport, Glenwood Electric, JRR Motor Cells, Chain Locker, Rice Excavating and Plumbing, MGL Auto Cells, Vic Hill Powered Longhorn, currently leading the Rally Auto Parts Rookie of the Year with the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series. Meanwhile, Ricky Thornton Jr., third with the Lucas Series, former series champion, former FloRacing Night in America champion, the Knights Companies, Bill Stein, Hooker Trucking, Elite Ready Mix, Capital Waste, Certified Inspection Services, Cornet Powered Longhorn for Ricky Thornton Jr.
19th quick for Josh Rice on lap number 1. 18th quick for Ricky Thornton Jr. Both those drivers going to look to pick it up here on lap number 2. Checkered flag is out for the 11 of Josh Rice. His lap's better, but not by much. 18th quick, 1:3.706. And Ricky Thornton Jr.'s second lap time is also better, but not by much. RTJ will be 17th with a 1:3.642, and that is a wrap on Group A qualifying here, presented by Sunoco Race Fuels. Ben, just about 0.5 of a second separating first to last. Bobby Pierce, quickest with a 1:3.100. Hudson O'Neal second quick, Brandon Shepard third, Brian Shirley fourth. And if those times hold up, those 4 drivers will start on the front row. Heat races 1 and 2 coming up here a little bit later on this evening as we release this group of drivers from the infield back into the pit area. We're going to wipe the slate clean, and we'll do it all over again for the second half of the field. That'll be Group B for Sunoco Race Fuels qualifying for the season opener tonight with FloRacing Night in America.
But those Illinois boys looking tough out there for the top 5 spots here in Sunoco Race Fuels Group A. As DJ, you said it, those cars will head back to the pit area. They get ready for heat races 1 and 2. Heat races 3 and 4 come out of Sunoco Race Fuels Group B. And your first 3 qualifiers will look like this. The 48 car of Tim Lance out of Brimfield, Illinois. He will be your first qualifier. The 74X out of Bakersfield, California of Ethan Dotson. And welcome back Colby Vandenberg. Colby in the 5S car, super Shep, normally behind the wheel, but hey, we saw last year Steve Shepard. He put Kyle Hammond in that car for a few races, and this week he's got Colby Vandenberg, who's got a lot of laps around this place. And I tell you what, I'm missing Colby out there as a regular on the regional scene and the national tours when they come to town.
If you keep talking for just a few
minutes.
minutes.
Get your dirt draft.
Yeah, get my dirt draft lineup in.
I'm glad you've got time for that, buddy. All right, Tim Lance, your first qualifier, the Pro Power Racing Engine Longhorn number 48. The Jules Ice Cream and Coffee, Lance Timber and Veneer Outpace Racing Products, DCS and Mesilla Valley Transportation Car 48. The 74X, that's Ethan Dotson, coming to us from the World of Outlaws Tour, 7th in the series standings over there. 1 win on the year. They came at the Wild West Shootout. The ASD Motorsports, Jarrett Rifles, Taco John's XL4 covering North Augusta Customs. Brad Benton Trucking, Torco Racing Oils and Contractor Services of Aiken, all sponsors on Ethan Dotson 74X. And third car in the set, as we said, the Steve Shepard Motorsports entry, the number 5. Tonight it's going to be Colby Vandenberg behind the wheel. The Shepard Auto Sales and Salvage, B-Shep Gear, Venard Farms, Pro Power Racing Engine Rocket number 5. Your first 3 qualifiers, Sunoco Race Fuels Group B.
Okay, I got a lineup set.
Good. And just in time for Tim Lance to come out and see on your team.
He is not.
Okay.
I'm rolling all Illinois. Gordy, I got Gordy on my team right now.
Definitely
he's
from
not
Missouri.
Well, but he might as well be from Illinois. He's right across the river. He runs here all the
stuff
time.
Up. You're making stuff up now.
He's a Cardinals fan. I can say what it's all good. It's fine. It's all fine.
It's all fine. All right. Well, Bobby Pierce, the fastest lap of the night so far, 13.100. He'll be on the pole of heat race 1. This is for heat races 3 and 4, though. Fresh group on the Speedway.
Absolutely. First lap time going to go up for Tim Lance. Yes, 1-4-3-1-1. Ethan Dotson, 14-1-2-2. And Colby Vandenberg, the quickest on the first lap, 14-0-5-6. Second lap time for Tim Lance. 1-4-0-4-3. That'll be his best lap. Ethan Dotson's best lap, also lap 2, 1-3-9-3-2. And Colby Vandenberg will be second quick. His best lap, 13-9-7-5. Ethan Dotson, the early time to beat in Group B, 1-3-9-3-2.
Coming up next, it'll be Jake Little out of Springfield, Illinois in the 38J, the 58 of Las Cruces, New Mexico's Garrett Alberson, and the 45 of Kyle Hammer out of Clinton, Illinois. Jake Little, the Brandt's Professional Agriculture, Riggs Fiber, Tammy's Treasures and Antiques, Schultz Collision Center, All-American Handyman, and more. Pro Power Rocket Chassis for Little. Garrett Alberson, McKenna Beth Roberts, number 58, Brack Properties, Low Voltage Solutions, Bill Sport Shop, Messi Valley Transportation, Romer Machine and Welding, Bill Stein, Clements Powered Longhorn, Garrett with one win on the year. That came at the Wild West Shootout. And Kyle Hammer in car 45. He might run the whole tour this year. The Hammer Crypto Hub, Cooley Dump Service, Elite Contracting Services, Pee Wee's Record Service, Durham Powered Rocket for Kyle Hammer.
Garrett Alberson to the top of the leaderboard in Group B. Jake Little second, and Kyle Hammer fourth on lap number 1. Lap 2 for the Springfield, Illinois driver. Jake Little second quick, 1-3-8-6-8. Garrett Alberson's second lap is a smidge better, 1-3-5-4-8. That's the time to beat in Group B, and Kyle Hammer's second lap is not as good. He will stand on a 1-3-9-5-3 and be fourth quick. So it's now Garrett Alberson, Jake Little, Ethan Dotson, your top three here in Group B.
Coming up next, it's going to be Clay Harris out of Jupiter, Florida in the 6 car. I got a laugh out of that one earlier. The 76 of Brandon Overton out of Evans, Georgia, and the 99 of Devin Moran out of Dresden, Ohio. Clay Harris and the Wilkerson Farms Rescue Metal Framing, Florida Peanut Federation, Dunright Construction, Ricky Rydell Powered Longhorn. 10th in the Lucas Oil standings is Clay Harris in car 6. The 76, the Dale Earnhardt Jr. throwback car. It's Brandon Overton, Big Sexy, out of Evans, Georgia. The Clements Powered Longhorn race car, Budweiser, Riggs Fiber, Garnto Southern, the Sea Valley Transportation, Dude White's Parco Construction, Supply Chain Management. All sponsors on that driver. 7 wins this year. Good start to the year. 6th in the Lucas Oil standings. And Devin Moran, defending Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series champion, 5 wins on the year. The Millwood Plumbing, Big River Steel, C&W Trucking, Storage King, Hazen Services, McHugh Chrysler Dodge Jeep and Ram, Cornette Powered Longhorn for Devin Moran.
First lap times going up, and the time to beat is Brandon Overton now, 1-3.480. Clay Harris going to be third quick, best lap 13.605. Big Sexy Brandon Overton, 13.480, the time to beat in Group B. And the final lap time for Devin Moran is second quick, and the best lap time for Devin Moran is 1-3.509. Overton, Moran, Alberson, your top three in Group B after 9 cars.
Coming up next will be Tanner English in the 96 car out of Benton, Kentucky, 2-time Mars champion. Dylan McCowan out of Urbana, Missouri in the 8. He's an O'Reilly Auto Parts Rookie of the Year contender with the Lucas Oil Series this year. And Clay Stuckey, rising star out of Shreveport, Louisiana, the 15S. Tanner English, the Thoroughbred Auto Auction, C Motors, Mine and Construction, Bailey's Trucking, Riggs Fiber, Bad Boy Mowers, Pro-Built Powered AK race car for Tanner English. 1 win this year for that driver. And the number 8 car of Dylan McCowan out of Urbana, Missouri, to Sonic, Pomeroy Services, BLC Transportation, Empire Energy, Elite Construction, Heritage Tractor, Scott Bailey, Powered Longhorn, and join him on the Speedway, the 15S of Clay Stuckey. 1 win on the year for the driver out of Shreveport, Louisiana, the Advanced Powder Coating, Mooring Transit, Lucas Oil, Fiber Tech Laser Cutting, 15.
Fastest driver in this trio of cars, Dylan McCowan. He's fourth quick right now in Sunoco Race Fuels Time Trials Group B. Tanner English is going to be 6th quick, best lap 13.770. McCowan fourth quick, best lap 1-3-5-9-1. And the second lap time for Clay Stuckey is good enough for 7th quick. His best time is a 1-3-8-6-0. 12 cars into Group B. Brandon Overton still the time to beat.
Up next, it's Brendan Smith from Dade City, Florida, the 19M, the 09 of Michael Leach out of Sun River, Montana, from Florida to Montana to Illinois. My goodness. How about Oregon? Malina, Oregon's Justin Duty in the 15. 3 long travelers in this set. As first up, Brendan Smith, the JCM Motorsports, Yellowhammer Design and Construction, Big Daddy Cattle, Wicks, the Mercantile by Miller, Durham Powered Rocket Chassis for Brendan Smith. Join him on the Speedway, the 9 of Michael Leach, as we talked about, out of Sun River, Montana. 1 win on the year, the Longhorn Factory Team Dust Pods, Willow Ranch Wagyu, Lowenbro Motorsports, Durham Powered Longhorn, and Justin Duty out of Malino, Oregon. Former Mars Rookie of the Year, the Pro Power Racing Engine Longhorn First Class Septic, Don Frank Fords, Darren and Mario Williams, and Jeff Stewart Trucking, all sponsors.
All right, checkered flag going to come out. Tom Brendan Smith, 15th quick, 1.4169. Michael Leach, 6th quick. He's missing data on the screen, or on my screen, 1.3645. And Justin Duty, 14th fastest, his best lap, 1.4153. Still Brandon Overton, Devin Moran, Garrett Alberson, your top 3, with just 6 drivers left here in Group B.
I think just
5 drivers left.
Or
4 drivers left.
Or 4. Up next, it'll be Tyler Herb out of New Waverly, Texas, the 1T. It's good to be back out here. And the 25, the high side hustler, Jason Fager out of Bloomington, Illinois. And we'll roll Carson Ferguson out with him out of Lincolnton, North Carolina. Tyler Herb, the best performance motorsports, Lingenfelter Mechanical Contractors, First Class Septic, Anthony's Pizza, Coles County Speedway, Robert Speed Company, Barrett's, all sponsors on Tyler Herb with 1 win on the year from the World Outlaws Tour. Jason Fager in the 25, the Titan Industries, SC Online Sales, Outpace Racing Products, Remtech, Go Lithium, Weir's, Cummins Powered Wall, 125. Defending Mars champion for 3 years in a row now. And Carson Ferguson out of Lincoln, North Carolina, the Paywar Motorsports, DuPaul Grading Company, Coleman Farms, Buddy's Record Service, Matt Mann Designs, Bill Stein, High Tech Special Effects, 93 for Carson Ferguson.
Second lap times going up. Turbo 7th quick. His best lap 1.3700. Second lap time for Jason Fager. He was 15th on lap 1. He'll stay 15th. 1.4038. And Carson Ferguson jumps up to 11th on his final lap. 1.3.895. Dennis Erb Jr. is your final qualifier, Ben. The time to beat to get on the front row is a 1.3.591. That's Dylan McCowan's time. He is 4th quick. Brandon Overton still has the time to beat in Group B with a 1.3.480.
Dennis Erb Jr. won this race back in 2023. The Vomac Truck Sales, McBride Mac, PRC, Riverton Party Store, Kaiser Manufacturing, Fox Shocks, VP Racing Fuels, K&L Motorsports, Clements Powered Rocket. For Dennis Erb Jr., 10th in the World of Outlaw standings, former Outlaw champion, former Dirt Late Model Dream winner, 3-time Hell Tour champion. He's got the racetrack all to his lonesome. White flag up, DJ, lap 1.
13th quick for the driver out of Carpentersville, Illinois, 1.3.939. Heather Line back there turning wrenches on the number 28 of Dennis Erb Jr. He'll roll the low side of the Spoon River Speedway off the 4th corner down to a 2nd qualifying lap. Not quite as good. He'll stay 13th. His best lap is a 1.3939. And that wraps up Sunoco Race Fuels time trials here this evening in Group B. Brandon Overton was the fastest with a 1.3.480. Devin Moran 2nd, Garrett Alberson 3rd, and Dylan McCowan 4th. And as long as those drivers make their way through the scale area A-OK, they will start on the front row of heat races 3 and 4. You see the rest of the top 10 there on your screen. Coming up in just a few minutes, it will be opening ceremonies here from FloRacing Night in America. Don't go anywhere. You are watching the season opener, and you're watching Spoon River Speedway live right here on Flo.
So if you're here on the grounds, you got a little bit of time here. Go ahead, check out the vendors, grab you something to eat or drink. We'll have opening ceremonies momentarily, and then 4 FloRacing Night in America Super Late Model Heats coming your way. So good time to go down, grab you something to eat or drink. It takes about 15 minutes for the opening ceremony. What's that baby thing is after the race, everybody wanted to leave for about 15 minutes in person for this ceremony. Thank you. Welcome back to FloRacing Night in America 2026, the lid lifter here at Spoon River Speedway. A little bit of track prep. It has been a cool but very windy and very sunny day at Spoon River Speedway. So Brad Denny and the staff, Matt Kroll, they're all there getting a little bit of liquid traction on the racetrack, a little bit of sheep's foot, getting ready for heat race action just around the corner. Four heat races for FloRacing Night in America coming up. And speaking of that, a lot of racing here this week in the land of Lincoln with FloRacing Night in America and the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series here at May weekend. It's a little bit cool, but I tell you what, we got a lot of good race cars, a lot of good racetracks. And, of course, last night, LaSalle Speedway, Mother Nature got them. But I tell you what, throw a little breaking news at you. September 15th, mark that one. Tuesday, September 15th, we will make that one up. LaSalle Speedway, the Tuesday after the World 100 on the way to the Lucas Oil Knoxville Late Model Nationals. We'll be back there for that makeup. So if you got tickets, make notes of that. If you couldn't be there, Tuesday, September 15th, we'll be at LaSalle Speedway with FloRacing Night in America. But you see on your screen, everybody watching at home, and also everybody in attendance, this is the first night for the big screen that you see down there on the front straightaway. Illinois Speed Week, May 5th through 9th. And we talked about it. Rained out last night. Tonight, though, we're at Spoon River Speedway. Tomorrow night, Lincoln Speedway. And then on Friday night, Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series takes over at Farmer City Raceway, the Farmer City 74. And we'll head into Matt Curl's Fairbury Speedway on Saturday night. The Fall Spring Shootout presented by Titan Industries. 30 grand on the line to wrap it up. If you can't be in attendance, and we hope that you can, it's all live on FloRacing. Many of the great racing events we've got coming up. You see drivers over there, the most experienced track prep experts in the world. They're taking note of what's happening as they sit at the top of turn number 2. And we talked about it. New sponsors here this year. Race Car Engineering, we'll talk about them more later. Brand new sponsor for the Pace Truck. Also, Horsepower Hydration. We want to thank those guys for coming on board. The official sponsor of the Press Box. Check them out, horsepowerhydration.com. Earlier, I had some of the mixed berry. DJ had the lemon lime. Get back in the race with horsepowerhydration.com, a company founded by racers for racers. Use promo code HORSEPOWER10 for 10% off. That's horsepowerhydration.com. Use code HORSEPOWER, the number 10.com for 10% off, and they are a brand new sponsor of FloRacing Night in America here in 2026. Well, track prep is getting close to wrapping up. We'll be bringing cars to the staging lanes. Opening ceremonies just around the corner. We'll be back here to Spoon River Speedway. This is FloRacing Night in America. Welcome back to Spoon River Speedway. You see the brand new race car engineering FloRacing pace truck sitting over there in the staging lanes, rolling the racetrack in as opening ceremonies and 4 heat races just around the corner. The first of 11 rounds of action for FloRacing Night in America 2026. You can go to FloSeries.com. And if you love FloRacing, everything you got, you see the Mars trailer back there. Well, tonight, the Mars Modified staff overseeing race management for the Modified division and the Mars Late Model Series and Mods. You can catch them on
That's
Flo.
why that Mars trailer is back there. You go back there, you never know what you might find. You might find hardworking staff. You might find some great, tasty treats to eat back there as well at the Mars Series trailer.
Well, I tell you what, without further ado, let's look at what Mars has got coming up. Mother Nature's been picking on them a little bit this year, too, but they're going to find their groove. And Ryan Unziker, the points leader now, 2-time former Mars champion. Let's take a look at this upcoming Mars schedule. Is again, Matt Curl, he does it all. He's promoter here tonight. Matt Curl, also owner-operator up at Fairbury Speedway.
That's
there
a
you
new
go.
graphic. That's a new,
Look
I
at
like that.
You can actually read that. I like that. The Gem City Showdown, Quincy Raceways, May 15th. Highland Speedway, Mars Late Models on May 16th. Coles County, let's go, the 6th mile.
I can't wait. That's going to be fun.
May 17th, Davenport Speedway, love that racetrack. Corn State Nationals on May 22nd.
Now, have you heard of this last one? Fairbury Speedway.
Well, we talked about Matt Curl owned it. His co-owner in crime, Michael Rigsby, just walked in the tower too. But
he's supposed to be doing a studio show.
May 23rd, they pre-recorded that one at Fairbury Speedway. So upcoming Mars schedule here on FloRacing, we have over 1,800 motorsports events on Flo, and I had some phone calls today. We might go over 2,000 next year. We're getting ready to add some pretty big stuff to the Flo lineup, so stand by for that one. Tiffany Swisher and Robbie Johnston are jumping up and down. They're so excited. They can't wait to see what I've got for them for next year.
That's awesome. They need a few more events to produce, so good for you. That's cool, man.
So,
that's
Tiffany,
awesome.
did you say you had the FloRacing Night in America schedule that we could throw up there to talk? Because we have the aerial view down there in the Mars trailer. And again, last few minutes, might get people to eat, for folks to get something to eat or drink and souvenirs here. And FloRacing Night in America, we talked about it a little while ago. A little bit of breaking news, and you see it there September 15th. It rained out at LaSalle Speedway last night. We have rescheduled it. That is the Tuesday between the World 100 and the Lucas Oil Knoxville Late Model Nationals. So tonight, obviously it's Spoon River. Tomorrow night, Lincoln Speedway, where if you blink, you're going to miss about 20 crazy things happening. It's a lightning fast racetrack. And then DJ, when June comes, so does a trip to the Big E.
Absolutely. You know, the thing when I look at this schedule, as you can see it there on the screen, is fun racetracks. When you think of the Illinois Bull Rings, when you think of Eldora, 2 of my Iowa favorites, of course, my home track, Marshalltown Speedway, and the Todd Staley, Ryan Staley promoted Mason City Motor Speedway. It'll be our first time there. You mentioned LaSalle rescheduled.
Yeah, and August 20th will be an off night. Then the 21st and 22nd, the Outlaws are going to be at Maquoketa with Jeff Hoker and the gang over there.
That's a fun week.
And that's going to be an Iowa de facto Iowa Speed Week. In fact, there's a little points fund for that. We'll talk more about later. LaSalle Speedway, September 15th, and then DJ, September 23rd.
Lincoln Park, baby.
Tommy Estes, we're coming for you, buddy.
I went to Lincoln Park to do the very first ever, what ended up becoming the High Limit Sprint Car Series. It was the Kyle Larson Presents event at Lincoln Park, and we're going to be there leading into the Lucas Oil Jackson 100, and then back at Volunteer in October. And of course, we always end our season with the Peach State Classic at the Pollard Family Sonoy Raceway.
And that only tells part of the story, because on November 13th, a complete 20,000 to win show. Then on Saturday night, it's 30,000 to win, 3,000 to start. Sonoy Raceway, Sonoy, Georgia. FloSeries.com, FLOSeries.com. And I'll tell you what, Tiffany, one more note. If we can throw a camera shot over at our brand new race car engineering pace truck sitting at the top of turn number 2 and the staging lanes.
Look at you directing the show.
Well, I want to hit a couple of notes. This sponsor just came on board this week, and man, we just can't thank them enough.
Race car engineering.
They do so much, and you see it over there. RaceCarENG.com. They just launched a brand new website this week featuring free freight on orders over $199. Now, some exclusions apply. It's just how it works. As well as a state-of-the-art search engine and categorization, making shopping fast, easy, and convenient. They got a 17,000 square foot facility, the largest in the Southeast, down there in Florida. And we want to thank them. Brand new sponsor for the series. They've been a long-time sponsor of the Lucas Oil Series, brand new for FloRacing Night in America.
Yeah, absolutely. And you and I have both done a few things with them when we've traveled with Lucas Oil as well. You and I have both done some of the inside tracks with them. And I got to be honest, I did not know just how big and how popular race car engineering was until I did those. I mean, they've got just an absolutely ginormous warehouse, as you mentioned. They've got just a ton of different race car parts there as well. Again, racecareng.com. We're happy to have them on board. And also, by the way, new this year, Impact Race Gear coming on board as well. They're going to be the sponsor of our start and restart zone. We'll talk more about that. So real happy to have Impact Race Gear on board as well. We are going to step aside for one final set of commercial breaks. When we come back, it will be time for opening ceremonies for the FloRacing Night in America season opener here at the Spoon.
Night in America. Track prep is wrapping up. First heat is in the pit area. A couple of laps around the bottom of the Packard trucks as Invocation and our Star Spangled Banner on key. Well, Pack trucks are going to pull to the infield. We ask it that if you're willing and able to please rise and remove your headwear tonight for the Invocation and the Star Spangled Banner. The Invocation by my great friend, Dustin Jarrett.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you would, let's go to the Lord in prayer. Dear gracious and heavenly Father, we thank you for the opportunity to be here this evening. Lord, we thank you for everyone that's in attendance tonight. We're asking you at this time to just watch over those drivers that are entertaining us here this evening, the crews, the staff, and the spectators as well. Lord, just be with all of us here at the Speedway and as we depart a little bit later on this evening. Lord, we thank you so much for those that serve this great country of ours. We ask you to watch over them as well, Father. And we just ask you to please be with them as they serve this wonderful nation, the United States of America. Be with the leaders of this country. Father, we also thank you for the gift of your Son, Jesus Christ, who died on the cross to save us from our sins so that we could spend eternity with you. We ask all of this in his precious and holy name. And the people said, amen. At this time, ladies and gentlemen, we do ask you to please remain standing with your hats removed. We direct your attention to Old Glory in the center of the infield for the playing of the Star Spangled Banner. Well, it's time to get underway with this evening's racing festivities. We've got 4 super late model heat races in staging. There'll be 8 laps in distance. The top 4 out of each will race their way into the main event. The balance of the field, 5th on back, will go into one of 2 B mains. And Ben Shelton, here's the lineup for Integra Shocks and Springs heat race number 1.
Starting on the pole, 2-time defending series champion out of Oakwood, Illinois, the 32 of Bobby Pearson to his outside. Former FloRacing Night in America champion out of New Berlin, Illinois, it's Brandon Shepard, and all Land of Lincoln, row number 1 here in Integra Shocks and Springs heat 1.
It's an all Land of Lincoln, row number 2 as well on the inside out of Moweaqua, Illinois in the 18. That's going to be the Moweaqua Missile, Shannon Babb, and on his outside out of El Paso, Illinois in the 24, that is Ryan Unzicker.
It's out of row number 3 out of Peru, Illinois. It's Daniel Adam in the 75 and the 21 of Mario Gresham from Rome, Georgia.
We move back to row number 4 on the inside. We find the current World of Outlaw Series points leader out of Mooresville, North Carolina in the Ty Toric Racing number 9. That is going to be Nick Hoffman, and on his outside out of Frankfort, Illinois in the 99 Junior, it's Frank Heckeness Jr.
Starting inside of row 5, he's got his work cut out for him. Former series champion Ricky Thornton Jr. out of Chandler's out of the 20 RT, and to his outside, 2-time defending Northern All-Star champion Josh Rice out of Creighton, Kentucky in the 11R. 10 cars going at it, 8 laps, top 4 to the feature. The winner will be on the pole here tonight, and they are going to get to talk with Mike Norris. Mike, you're down there in the infield, buddy. You did hot lap qualifying up here for the mods. You're now down in the infield to talk to the late model heat race winners. Tell me what you see out of this racetrack.
Well, definitely as soon as the sun gets a little farther down, we're going to have a better racetrack. As you can see, Mother Nature with the wind. You know, the constant breeze has kind of dried it out a little more than they thought, but once the sun sets, I think they've got enough water on it. Sheep's foot holes should be great. A little bit of moisture will come back up. One thing to note on these starts from last year, the driver on the outside coming down the hill sometimes has the advantage. So we'll have to see as these heat races progress. The guy on the outside on these starts may have the advantage, guys.
Well, we also have sitting in the infield the advantage next to the big screen. We have the Deathridge Opticians Choose Cone, and that changes a lot of things on restarts, and it's chomping at the bit to make its 2026 debut as well.
Absolutely. We will use that Deathridge Opticians Choose Cone in the heats, in the Bs, and in the A main. And in the A main, Ben, we do it all the way up until the finish.
And we change a little bit up for heats and B mains. We'll go up to 3 laps or less.
Oh, look at that. There's 2
So
cones.
we have 2 choose cones to choose from.
That's the Mike Marlar roll.
That's called the Mike Marlar provisional choose cones down there from the Deathridge Opticians. Mikey, we know you're not here. We're picking on you. Stacy's going to beat us both up, and we understand why. But, yeah, we got duplicate. I told Rick Strong they're making for this year. I was like, make 2, because sometimes they get hit, and sometimes the same driver hits them twice in one night. Mikey Marlar at Fairbury a couple years ago.
Maybe we'll see Mikey before the weekend.
You never know where Mikey's going to show. You saw him last week.
I did. That's right, at Circle City and Florence as well. We're going to give you guys a lap or 2 to buzz this racetrack. And my goodness, what a first Integra Shocks and Springs heat race. We've got Pierce and Sheppy, 4 Land of Lincoln drivers up front, Babb and Unzicker. Oh, by the way, near the back of the field, Nick Hoffman, Ricky Thornton Jr., and Josh Rice among others.
By the way, at 10 cars, 5 of them have already filed their full intent to run the tour this year. So, man, at least one of them is not going to make it out of this heat race. No provisionals tonight either, DJ. We talked about it. Not till round 4, which would now be Fairbury.
I mean, you've got a 5-time Outlaws champ in Shepard. You've got a 2-time champ in Pierce. You've got the current Outlaws points leader in Hoffman. You've got a former Lucas Oil champion, Ricky Thornton Jr., all in Integra Shocks and Springs Heat 1, and only 4 make their way to the A main.
Well, Eric Grigsby in the flag stand here tonight. He's doing a thumbs up, thumbs down to the drivers, see what they think about it. Good to have Grigsby here with a, flagging with us tonight, coming from the dirt cart. No, not Rigsby.
Grigsby.
Michael Rigsby thought I was talking to him. He got our chocolate chip cookies that Ashley Snarley brought in immediately too, didn't he?
Yeah, those chocolate chip cookies are going back to Aunt B's house. Get your hands out of there, Grigsby.
All right, it looked like he was going to show him one to go. Now we're going to roll him around one more time. And again, the sun and the wind today. The sun and the wind today, we knew they'd have to do a bit of prep before the heats. Hopefully once the sun goes down, this wind will die a little bit. And, you know, DJ, it was overcast, it was drizzly. There was supposed to be no rain yesterday, and really that's what did us in at LaSalle. It rained hard on Monday night, but they got up yesterday morning, and, man, it just came a downpour. That's what Jason Durham, I was talking to him, and he said, man, he goes, it came a really hard rain. I thought we would have been okay.
Yeah, two things. I talked to a guy that was about 15 miles from LaSalle Tuesday evening, early evening. Or, I'm sorry, Monday early evening, rather. And he said it rained so hard he had to pull off the road 3 different times. LaSalle got an inch and a half of rain in less than 12 hours up there. Conversely, here at Spoon River, they were calling for a lot of rain. They got less than a 1/4 inch of rain.
Yeah, the farmers down the road were actually planting today. They were out in the fields today, and they've had to water the track quite a bit, the pits, with the wind blowing, kicking dust up. Well, a year ago, Jonathan Davenport won a thriller here. JD not with us here tonight. He's going to be racing down in Batesville at the Bad Boy this weekend. And so we'll have a new winner, at least for this year. Now, Brandon Shepard won this race back in 2022. We talked about Dennis Erb Jr. won it in 2023. 2024, Mother Nature won, Jonathan Davenport. And Todd Turner had a fantastic stat. 3 runnings of this event so far in the main event. I don't know if you saw that, DJ. Nobody outside of an Illinois native or a Georgia native had led a feature lap here.
None of them have led a lap here.
That is not from Illinois or Georgia. Well, they're going to show them 1 to go. Also new for this year, DJ, there's no mulligans. If you get a bad start, you're going to get bumped back a row. And you see the FloRacing flags down in the middle of turns 3 and 4, the feather flags. The pole sitter starts the race.
All right, well, they are going to go green flag racing this time by. Once again, 8 laps will be the distance. Top 4 are going to race their way into the main event. It's the smooth operator, Bobby Pierce, on the pole, and the Rocket One of Brandon Shepard on the outside. They get to the Impact Race Gear starting zone, and Integra Shocks and Springs. Heat 1 is underway.
And Sheppy slides up the hill a bit, slimy down there. Pierce will move to the lead. Bab up to second. Here comes Sheppy on the top, DJ.
You heard Mike Norris talk about it, that run from the high side to the low side down the back straightaway. Shep thought about a slider. He'll think better of it at the end of lap number 1. Brandon Shepard is your leader.
He thought better of it by doing it. He goes to the lead. Pierce back to second. Bab in third. Now Pierce is going to have the same line that Shepard had off into 3 and 4. Sheppy heads up top. Pierce down low. Who's going to lead lap number 2? Drag race back to the line. 3 wide. It's Sheppy over Pierce and Bab.
Look at Nick Hoffman trying to work his way from the back of the field. He's going to toss his hat in the ring, and we're going to toss a blanket over the top 5 right now. 5 cars battling for 4 transfer spots. You got a good one here at the Spoon.
Lando Lincoln, it's good to be back. Sheppy leads the way. Pearson second. Bab looks to his inside. Back in third. It's a battle for the 4th spot, with Unzicker, and now Hoffman's charged up through there. As DJ said, DJ, this time by 4 down, 4 to go. It's Sheppy leading the way.
Is it the Hellraiser Jack's halfway? Hell if I know. It's the halfway point, and it is a good race. Don't count Shannon Bab out of this one. The driver out of Midweek, Illinois, going down to the inside. Trouble for Mario Gresham. Will we stay green? Oh, we needed a James Essex PSG right there.
Yeah, he was right on the edge of the racetrack. Good call. 4 laps in the books, 4 to go. Spoon River Speedway, how about the racing for the lead in this one? Wow. Mike Norris, your boys, your Homestay boys are putting on a show right now. What do you see from the infield?
Man, the track has changed just a couple of times. Brandon Shepard ran the high side to get around Bobby Pierce, then moved back to the middle. You got Shannon Bab coming on the bottom, and then Bobby Pierce back to the top. Dude, this is awesome heat race number 1.
Well, you see Mario Gresham, he had a big puff of smoke and a spin to the infield, and you hope something didn't lock up on that race car. We're going to watch it here, the MD3 bodies have to replay. Oh, maybe some contact there. And,
a lot of contact.
Yeah, that car comes around, and wow, man. I looked up and I saw the smoke. I didn't see the contact. That had already happened. That knocks Gresham out to the infield. And the Rome, Georgia driver, a long way to come up here and race. Of course, he ran for Rookie of the Year last year with the Hunt the Front the series. He's back on the road with Hunt the Front this year. But he said, man, I'd really like to run this entire tour. This will be a tough way to start it tonight. Now, DJ, the beauty is it's your 8 out of best 11 finishes count toward the $137,000 points fund at the end of the year. But, man, you don't want to start the year like this.
Yeah, and you kind of wonder, we haven't really seen any, but you wonder what damage might not be visible on that 20 RT of Ricky Thornton Jr. also, as you see him there on your screen, as we are going to get the field lined back up and go racing. Now they're going to call for a wrecker, it looks like, on the 21 of Mario Gresham. So unfortunate damage on that Longhorn Race Car is going to send him pit side, at least for the rest of this event. We'll see if he's able to make his way back out for one of our 2B mains a little bit later on tonight. We are halfway home. 4 laps scored. 4 laps remaining here in Integra Shocks and Springs. Heat number 1, as Ben mentioned, Brandon Shepard leads. It was Shannon Babb in second that last time by, Ben. So Babb second, Bobby Pierce third, and Ryan Unziker currently holds off Nick Hoffman in the 4th position, in the 4th spot, the battle for the final transfer.
Well, let's not forget, Hoffman lives in Mooresville, North Carolina, but he's a native of Belleville, Illinois. So really, your top 5 right now, they're all Illinois natives. And Daniel Adam, the Peru, Illinois driver back there. Thornton trying to get it in gear. Again, only the 4 move on. Everybody else goes off to one of 2 B mains here tonight. And if you're looking to become a marketing partner with the FloRacing Night in America, we don't have a B main sponsor this year. So if you want to do that, you can reach out to us. Head to FloSeries.com. My contact information's on there. Hit us up. As we talked about Impact Race Gears, the sponsor of our start zone and restart zone. We talked about HorsepowerHydration.com, sponsors of the Press Box, and Race Car Engineering, racecareng.com on the side of the Pace Truck. New marketing partners, and they go with our Midwest Sheet Metal Caution, All Guy Performance 1 to go. So many great marketing partners, but a few spots are still open.
Well, I might have to get with our good friend James Essex, who of course we see on the Lucas Oil Tour, not typically Flow Night in America. Yeah, we'll see him this weekend. Maybe Essex and Jarrett Logistics could sponsor the B-Mains.
I will give you a deal.
Oh, huh.
But I'll only take cash because I'm not taking a check from you. I'm not going to do that. Well, they're finally
dirty hands, clean money.
They're finally going to get Gresham. They're going to get Gresham clear of the racing surface. 4 down, 4 to go. Winner will start on the pole here tonight. They'll get to talk to Mike Norris during the droop check in the infield. All right, well, DJ, man, if I was a betting guy, I don't know who I'd bet on because this has been a good one so far, but we know one thing for sure. It's Brandon Shepard. He leads them into the Impact Race Gear restart zone. 4 down, 4 to go. Integra Shocks and Springs Heat Race 1.
And here comes Shannon Babb back down to the inside. Ryan Unziker trying to follow suit on the bottom as well. Meanwhile, you've got the 32, you've got the 9 all on the high side. Ricky Thornton Jr. 2 spots out of a transfer. Keep your eyes on the 20 RT to see if he has any lingering damage from the contact with Mario Gresham. 3 to go.
3 to go. It's Sheppy side by side for second between Babb and Pierce. Now Pierce has found something. He's got something off of 2. Perhaps a slider into 3 and 4. No. Sheppy's going to slide himself. Holds it right there off of the corner. DJ, 2 to go. Pierce is there with Shepard.
This one is up for grabs, and it's anyone's race. I wouldn't count any of the top 5 or 6 out of this one. Pierce trying to get that run once again on Brandon Shepard. This time by white flag in the air. Final time around. Pierce has a run on the bottom. Shep stays out front.
All Guy Performance 1 to go for your leader, Brandon Shepard. Meanwhile, Pierce has got his hands full back to with Babb. Here comes Nick Hoffman on the top shelf.
Checkered flag in the air. The winner of Integra Shocks and Springs. Heat number 1's Brandon Shepard. Bobby Pierce is second. Third down to the line.
Wow.
Give it to Nick Hoffman, and Shannon Babb will take the final transfer. Ryan Unziker, Ricky Thornton Jr., Josh Rice, Daniel Adam, Frankie Heckenest, Mario Gresham on the outside looking in Integra Shocks and Springs Heat 1.
Shannon Babb, fourth and final transfer in the 18. Third will go to Nick Hoffman out of Mooresville, North Carolina, the 9. Oakwood, Illinois' Bobby Pierce, the 32 in second. And Brandon Shepard picks up the win in car 1. The Valvoline Performance Grading, Swimmer Calf Ranches, Ace Metalworks, Franklin Enterprises, Fox Shocks, Collin Brothers Towing, Gunners Honey, Performance Concrete, 5-Star Race Car Body Styles, Marine and Maintenance, Ace Metalworks, Petrov Towing, Mattman Designs, all sponsors on the Durham-powered rocket. He'll head to Vasquez and then the droop check. But real quick, we're going to tell you who's going to be starting where in K1 Race Gear Heat 2.
Heat 2 is going to line up like this. Your pole sitter is going to be the 71 of the New Deal, Hudson O'Neill, and on his outside, 3S Chatham, Illinois, Brian Shirley.
Inside of row 2, it's Gordy Gundaker out of St. Charles, Missouri in the 11G, and the 40B of Kyle Bronson out of Brandon, Florida.
The 60 of Dan Ebert and the 77 of Carson Hosevar make up row number 3.
Row 4 is Ryan Gustin, the 19R, and the 14S of Oregon's Colin Weinbarger.
And your final 2 starters, the 16 of Sam Seawright and the 4G of the Pink Panther, Bob Gardner. Let's send it down to the infield for an interview with Heat 1 winner Brandon Shepard.
Yeah, we get set, gets the gloves off, getting ready to get the helmet off. 5 wins already in 2026. And Brandon, talk about that start. Holy cow. A lot of sliders there with Bobby Pierce. You changed your lineup several times as well. And, man, a big Heat Race 1 win.
Yeah, for sure. They prepped the track before we went out there, and I knew it was going to be tricky finding where I needed to be. And I didn't feel that good in the bottom. I wanted to run the bottom. I was trying to, but I didn't feel that good there. So I was kind of just trying to keep my momentum up and float across that middle and run the top whenever I felt like somebody was close to me. And Yeah, it worked out. You know, I think Mark and the boys will tune on this thing, give me a great race car for the feature like they've been doing all year, and see what we can do.
Well, I tell you what, guys, if Heat 1 is any indication of the racing we're going to have tonight, it's going to be a whale of a night. How about it for Brandon Sheppard?
Only 5-time World of Outlaws champion. He'll start on the pole of the feature here tonight. He was a former champion with FloRacing Night in America. And Mark and the boys, that sounds like a country group you'd listen to, DJ. That's a T-shirt that is waiting to be made. I hope to see that down at the Brandon Sheppard Rocket One Racing T-shirt stand for the year. Mark and the boys. As K1 Race Gear Heat Race number 2 made its way onto the Speedway, sits behind the race car engineering pace truck as Brandon Sheppard clears the droop check down there. And DJ, when you look at stats on the series, tonight is the 46th all-time event for FloRacing Night in America. That's hard to believe in itself, right?
How many? 46?
Tonight will be event 46. There have been 12 different winners. 9 guys have won more than one, Brandon Sheppard being one of those. He's won 2 of these. Bobby Pierce, the winningest driver in the history of the tour, with 10 wins. And tonight, Brandon Sheppard will try to get his 3rd career win with FloRacing Night in America. And again, one of those, well, it came right here back in 2023.
Well, we're going to see. Yeah, we're going to see who picks up the win in K1 Race Gear Heat Race number 2 as the race car engineering pace truck makes its way to the infield. The SSI Motorsports 71 of Hudson O'Neal is on the pole, and the Bob and Lisa Collin Racing 3S of Brian Shirley on the outside. Impact Race Gear starting zone gives us the green flag, and Hudson O'Neal leads them into 1 and 2.
You see that top right now, it's a little bit slimy as Brian Shirley gets his feet back under him. Hang on to it, Hocevar. He's riding the cushion. Forget the dente. He was riding the cushion. We're going to have an in-car view of that one. That draws the Midwest Sheet Metal caution, and it will be a restart. And then you see Hocevar. He'll be joining the back of the pack in car 77. Got in there and just bit the cushion a little bit, turned the car around, and you see him shaking it down. And look at in the infield on the big screen. That is so cool. Everybody at home gets to see that, and now the fans here in the stands get to see that as well as DJ. That is just too neat.
Well, let's go ahead and take a look and see exactly what happened. Here is your MV3 Products instant replay. There's Hocevar on the right-hand side of the screen. Gets just a little too high, and he loses the tail end. And I bet we're going to take a look at the Chili's in-car camera. Here we are. There it is. Man, tag go on down the front straightaway. And whoop, we are all of a sudden looking at the sky.
That is, you know, it wasn't that long ago we didn't have in-car cameras. It wasn't that long ago. We definitely didn't have a big screen. We're moving up in the world. We're like the Jeffersons.
Moving on.
Yeah, I'm George Wheezy. All right, well, lights are down. We're going to come to the Impact Race Gears Race Apparel Start Zone. And green flag's up. We're underway. Hudson O'Neal didn't make all the races last year, still was a championship contender. This year he's going after a title. He's got company. Here comes Brian Shirley down the backstretch.
And Hud got a really good start the first time, and he does the same thing the second time as well. He's going to drive down to the bottom and lead lap number 1. Shirley second, side by side for third, in contact between Gordy Gundaker and Kyle Bronson, and that could have got real bad real quick.
Well, Bronson gets his apparel through Gordy, right? Gordy right there about needed a new race car for Bronson. 3 wide for the spot. Here comes Dan Ebert. Ebert on the move, and now Gordy from the show to the outside looking in. He's back to 5th as Ebert comes after Bronson.
Yeah, and Ryan Gustin still back there, as well as Sam Seawright, both trying to race their way in. That's the battle for 3rd on your screen. Kyle Bronson has it. Dan Ebert trying to take it away. And we saw it dandy out there in heat race number 1. He got a good battle still for that 3rd spot. Dan Ebert, one of the most improved drivers so far in 2026.
Man, he really is. And 4 down, 4 to go. He had a good speed weeks. He struggled a bit out of Florida, but right now having a good run. FloRacing Night in America. Dan could be on tour this year as well, trying to get to Kyle Bronson. 3rd and 4th, they've lost touch with 1st and 2nd. Hudson leads the way. Brian Shirley, no stranger to Spoon River Speedway, sits in the 2nd spot. His laps ticking down in this one. 5 in the books, 3 to go.
Yeah, interesting, Ben, because we see a lot of guys utilizing the high side of turns 1 and 2, and then a lot of guys dipping down low in turns 3 and 4. That's where the moisture is, and that's where the 71 is as well. He's in a very familiar spot at the front of the field. Hudson O'Neal coming around this time by for the Allgaier Performance. 1 to go.
And you got to think, as they're throwing that crumb up the racetrack, it's going to make that top and middle get better, and 3 and 4 as the night goes. As you said, DJ, Allgaier Performance, 1 to go. 1.5 seconds the advantage for Hudson O'Neal over Brian Shirley. Shirley's got the same advantage over Kyle Bronson. DJ off of turn 4, checkered flags up.
It's going to be the new deal. Hudson O'Neal getting the win. Brian Shirley 2nd, Kyle Bronson 3rd, and Dan Ebert picking up the final transfer spot. Gordy Gundaker, Ryan Gustin, Sam Seawright, Colin Weinbarger, Carson Hosevar, and Bob Gardner among the drivers on the outside looking in K1 race gear, heat race number 2.
Well, those 4 drivers will head to Viscales. Let's not forget last year Hudson was in that slugfest with Davenport for the win. Maybe one spot better here tonight. Let's take a look now at Buzzy Racing Products heat race number 3 as those 4 drivers move off to the main event. And on the pole, this is going to be a good one. Brandon Overton, fast qualifier in Sunoco Race Fuels Group B. He'll be on the pole out of Evans, Georgia, in the 76. To his outside from Las Cruces, New Mexico, the 58 of Garrett Alberson.
Row 2 on the inside, it'll be Jupiter Florida's Clay Harris in the 6. And on his outside, out of New Waverly, Texas, the best performance number 1 of Turbo, Tyler Erb.
It's on row 3. It's Clay Stuckey out of Shreveport, Louisiana, the 15S. And the 93 of Carson Ferguson out of Lincolnton, North Carolina. They're doing the whoop-de-doo down there.
Yeah, I just watched Hudson O'Neill do a complete 360. Dennis Erb Jr. on the inside of row 4 in the 28, on his outside, Colby Vandenberg in the Super Shep 5S.
And your final 2 starters, Tim Lance out of Brimfield, Illinois in the 48, and Dade City, Florida's Brendan Smith in the 19M. We'll head down with an interview with Mike Norris.
Yeah, 13 wins already in 2026. I don't know if you guys touched on that, but of course, former World 100 winner. To get set and ready to unstrap here. How about 41 features, 39 top 10s. You let every lap. Just how good is this car, Hudson O'Neill?
Yeah, we're very fortunate to be in the position we're in and have the speed that we do. Felt like we probably need to get a little bit better if we're going to run with Shep and Bobby and some of these other guys. So we'll go back and work on it a little bit, but definitely a great start. Like I said, just fortunate to have the speed we do, and we're just trying to capitalize on it every time we can. And hopefully the ball stays rolling our way.
Well, I tell you what, he's got one of the best cars in the country. How about it in 71, Hudson O'Neill.
Looks better when you turn it on. Look at that sunset. Oh my goodness, a Spoon sunset. I feel like every year we have a sunset like that here at Spoon River.
Absolutely, it's gorgeous here, man. Look at the go-kart track there.
I looked at that go-kart track and I was joking with Bob Gardner. I said, well, there's your dome test track. He goes, no, we need some whoop-de-doos on that thing to be ready for the dome. It won't be long until we'll be at the Gateway Dirt Nationals.
Oh my gosh, don't say that. That is coming up soon.
All right, first we got Buzzy Racing Products heat race number 3. And your front row, Brandon Overton. I'm just going to say it, one of the coolest race car designs I've seen in a while. The throwback to Dale Earnhardt Jr. That is a beautiful number 76.
I feel like that 76 always has a sharp-looking wrap on it, but man, if you can't get behind that, I don't know what you can get behind. How about Garrett Alberson on his outside? By the way, Brandon Overton, maybe, I'm thinking about maybe running the full FloRacing Night in America Tour this year.
Yeah, I was talking to them today. I think they're looking at a lot of these guys, see how these first few events go, but man, we've got counting Hosevar, we've got 11 drivers that officially committed to it. And when you're talking about your Brandon Shepherds and Bobby Pierces and Nick Hoffman. It's cool to have Nick on tour for the first time this year. Ricky Thornton Jr. back on tour. Garrett Alberson back on tour. Tyler Erb in this one. Devin Moran, Dennis Erb Jr. in this one. We're very lucky to have so many great drivers, and especially kind of an eclectic mix from both national tours.
100%. As we get ready to head to the Impact Race Gear starting zone, Brandon Overton on the pole, Garrett Alberson on the outside. Buzzy Racing Products Heat 3 is underway.
And it's Overton taking him off into turns 1 and 2. Alberson heads to the cushion. Turbos are right there with him. Down the back straightaway. Brandon Overton using that moisture in the bottom off of turn number 4. He'll lead Buzzy Racing Products heat race number 3, lap number 1. And now it's going to be Alberson working on the low side of the racetrack out of 2 down the back straightaway. Really a nice racetrack right now, DJ.
Absolutely. As Garrett Alberson and Turbo give chase, you look back on the right side of your screen in the battle for the final transfer spot. Clay Harris had it last time by. Carson Ferguson will have it this time by. Again, those 2 drivers and Dennis Erb Jr. on the right side of your screen battling for P4.
And I tell you what, I love the double box. And a racetrack like this is why the double box was created. And now Tyler with a slider on Alberson for second through turns 1 and 2. Turbo bounces off the cushion. Alberson back to the inside, off into turns 3 and 4. Turbo takes the spot, but it's Brandon Overton halfway home. 4 in the books, 4 to go. Overton at 0.8 of a second lead over Tyler Erb. Then it's Alberson and Carson Ferguson.
Those purple mud plugs on Turbo's car are good for at least a 10th, right? He's going to need it as he tries to chase down Brandon Overton, who has 0.8 of a second on the driver originally out of New Waverly, Texas. It's still Carson Ferguson, meanwhile, on the right side of your screen, hanging on to that final transfer spot, but big sexy Brandon Overton looking good here in Buzzy Race Products heat race number 3.
When they built this racetrack, they wanted to build like an East Alabama and Illinois. No surprise Brandon Overton would be really good at this racetrack, but I tell you what, Tyler Erb Herb's working in the weeds. They're going to race back to the Allgaier Performance. 1 to go. Last time by 0.8 of a second. DJ, one more time around.
Absolutely. Tyler Herb's been the fastest car on the track 3 laps in a row now, but the Sands have about run out of the hourglass as they head down the back straightaway for the final time. The checkered flag is going to fall in the air. You got a good battle for that final transfer on the right side of your screen. Overton wins. Turbo second. Alberson third. The battle for the final transfer. Give it to Carson Ferguson. And fifth is Clay Harris by half a cat's whisker over Dennis Herb. Clay Stuckey, Colby Vandenberg, Brendan Smith, and Tim Lance.
Your fourth and final transfer, Carson Ferguson out of Lincolnton, North Carolina, the 93. Third, the 58 of Garrett Alberson out of Las Cruces, New Mexico. Second to Tyler Herb out of New Waverly, Texas. And your winner, Brandon Overton, the Budweiser, Riggs Fiber, Garto Southern, Mississippi Valley Transportation, Dude Whites, Harco Construction, Supply Chain Management, Bill Stein, Big Dog Stuff and Tree, and RW Powell Construction. All sponsors on the Muscle Factory, Clements Power Longhorn car for Brandon Overton. DJ, iBox Springs, Heat 4. Here we go.
And the lineup will look like this. Your pole sitter will be in the 99 of Devin Moran out of Dresden, Ohio. And on his outside, good qualifying effort for the Urbana, Missouri driver. In the 8, that's Dylan McCowan.
Inside of row 2, it's Michael Leach out of Sun River, Montana, and the 09 and the 96 of Tanner English out of Benton, Kentucky.
Jake Little will start inside row 3 in the 38J. And on his outside, the 74X, that is Ethan Dotson.
Row 4, Kyle Hammer out of Clinton, Illinois in the 45 and the 25 of Jason Fager. He's got his work cut out for him in this one out of Bloomington, Illinois. Final starter, Justin Duty out of Malino, Oregon in the 15. Mike Norris, the winner of Buzzy Racing Products Heat 3, has joined you with Brandon Overton.
Yeah, exactly 1 year ago, it was his brother, little sexy Cody Overton. I tell you what, I was just telling everybody, your brother, Cody Overton, was the winner of this same heat race 1 year ago. I tell you what, you're from the South. How do you like this track? You got a big smile on your face. You look good out there.
Yeah, not bad. I always like it. I never make the damn race, so I'm happy just because I'm going to get to race tonight. So, yeah, they always tell me it's just like Phoenix City. Well, I'm pretty good at Phoenix City, and I ain't worth a damn here. So, obviously, something's a little different, but, yeah, we'll take it. Car's good. We're going to have a good starting spot. Just try to keep her up front.
The 3-time Dirt Late Model Dream 2021 World 100 winner, 76, big sexy Brandon Overton.
Say it all the time. If you don't like Brandon Overton, we can't be friends. I mean, if you don't like him, we just need personality.
Look at I mean, again, with the graphics.
It's straight out of like NASCAR Cup back in those days where they put all those sponsors, and I love it. And
I'm here for it. I'm here for all of that. The rap, the Brandon Overton, I'm here for the whole thing.
Yeah, he and his wife Heather. They got a beautiful family, and it's cool to see Overton running well. 7 wins on the year. And you remember how many times he's won a FloRacing Night in America event, don't you, DJ?
He's won 3.
Has he?
I don't know. Do you know? I thought
he has won 0.
Oh, he's won 0. There you go. It was a good guess. All right, well, we are awaiting the 45 of Kyle Hammer, who maybe did not have the correct right rear tire on the race car.
Yeah, so they phased out all the old tires. So the NRM 3 and 4s, that's all you run on the right rear, and he had one of the old school ones. So those have been phased out over the past year and a half or so. And yeah, both national tours have gone on that. They gave a burn off period of a year. You can't buy them anywhere, and so he had one on there. So that is the holdup. That's tough break. Kyle is another driver looking at running the whole tour this year, and tough break here in the land of Lincoln for Kyle Hammer.
Well, the Clinton, Illinois driver looks like not going to be able to answer the call as well. So we are going to drop the caution lights, and we're going to drop the hammer. It's a shout out to our good friend Chet Christner. Next time by. Final heat race of the night for FloRacing Night in America. It's iBox Springs heat race number 4 as the Race Car Engineering Pace Truck makes the hard left-hand turn to the infield. Once again, 8 laps will be the distance. The top 4 will race their way into the main event. Devin Moran on the pole. Dylan McCowan on the outside. The green flag flies in the impact race gear starting zone.
And we're up. And how about this? McCowan's good at Springfield. It's high bank, not quite this high bank, but he's got a good run as Moran washes up the racetrack. Devin Moran, your leader, but here comes Dylan McCowan off into turns 3 and 4, lap 1. Who's it going to be? DJ drag race to the line. Oh my goodness. Devin Moran by 0.02 of a second.
Oh my goodness. Dylan McCowan's got to run down to the inside. Moran, though, will try to get that edge off the high side down the back straightaway. On the right side of your screen, 3 cars battling back there for the final transfer. Moran stays out front, but Dylan McCowan not letting him out of
the crosshairs, and now Tanner English joins the chat.
Yeah, and Ethan Dotson's gone to work on the top side of the racetrack. He goes from 6th to 5th, and now he sets his sights on Jake Little, who's in the 4th and final transfer. We see it at Spoon so many times, DJ, where these grooves change, and how about that? Dotson at the line, still on the outside looking in. Can he get around Jake Little as we work lap number 4?
So he's got a good run right there. He's going to try to sneak by him on the outside down the back straightaway. He does momentarily. Will that momentum carry him halfway home this time by?
Yeah.
Yes, Ethan Dodson put the 74X in the final transfer, yeah.
Now McCowan's going to go on top. I'm not sure that might not work against McCowan. Yeah, McCowan will head back to the bottom. You don't want to give Tanner English the bottom of the racetrack anywhere, man.
No.
He's really good on that. But Ethan Dodson's catching both of them. Meanwhile, Devin Moran out to a 9/10 of a second advantage. Good battle for second on back though.
Absolutely. That top side starting to come back in our final late model heat race of the night. 3 dirt car modified heats coming up after this. Mike Norris will join us once again for the call on those. But right now, 2 laps remaining and a 1-second advantage for the 3rd generation driver out of Dresden, Ohio.
Yeah, Devin's out there glorified hot lap right now. He's just working every line behind him. Guys are trying high, middle, and in between. Meanwhile, All Guy Performance, 1 to go in iBox Springs heat race number 4. It's all Devin Moran.
Yeah, McCowan back to the high side, just behind him on the right side of the screen is the battle for position number 3. Top 4 going to finish like this. It'll be Devin Moran getting the win. Dylan McCowan gets 2nd, Tanner English 3rd, and Ethan Dodson picks up that final transfer over Jake Little, Jason Feger, Michael Leach, and Justin Duty, a DNS for Kyle Hammer.
So your 4th and final transfer, Ethan Dodson out of Bakersfield, California, the 74X. 3rd will go to Tanner English out of Benton, Kentucky. 2nd to Dylan McCowan out of Urbana, Missouri. And your winner, Devin Moran out of Dresden, Ohio, defending Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series champion, the Millwood Plumbing, Big River Steel, Hazen Services, Bill Stein, CW Trucking, Storage King, Bomag, Elliott Farms, Phillips CPA, McHugh Chrysler Dodge Jeep play again. McHugh Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Fiat, Ohio Natural Energy, CarSourceAuto.com, and AccuForce, all sponsors. He's got Cornet Power tonight under the hood of the Longhorn. 5 wins on the year. They've all come with the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series. And we saw Devin Moran a year ago. He picked up the win with the series at Lincoln Speedway. Tonight he's going to try to get one at Spoon River, but first he'll talk with Mike Norris.
Well, thank you very much, guys. It gets unstrapped and kind of unfazed. Dylan McCowan gave him everything he could handle, but in the end, he pulled away. Got 5 wins in the season. Of course, the latest one coming at Georgetown Speedway. Tell you what, Devin, congratulations, big heat race win. And how does the car feel out there on a track that, you know, could be high, could be low? Looks like several different lanes out there.
Yeah, definitely the slickest I've ever seen at this point in the night. You know, I honestly don't know if I've ever even won a heat here, so good to get a heat race win to start off the week strong, but just got to go back and work on a little bit. There's a couple things we're doing a little bit different to see if we can learn, and it's working, but we just got to adjust on a little bit.
There you go. He comes home winner, heat race number 4. How about it for Devin Moran?
All right, run Mike Norris. You are on the clock, my friend. Hey, let's all cheer on Mike Norris as he runs from the infield
Don't
up
run,
here.
Mike. Take your time.
No, I want him to run. All right, we are going to go ahead. While he's doing that, we're going to toss Norris a bone. We'll go ahead and take a look at the lineup for Dirt Car Modified Heat Race number 1. 8 laps the distance in each of our, yes it is, 8 laps the distance in each of our modified heat races. Top 5 will race their way into the show. The pole sitter in heat race number 1 out of Mackinac, Illinois is going to be the 777. That is Trevor Neville, and on his outside out of Plainfield, Illinois.
Front row.
In the 96M, it's Mike Norris. No, it's Mike McKinney.
Norris coming across the track. Damian Kiefer out of St. Genevieve, Missouri in the 0, and Washington, West Virginia's Jason Brookover in car 28B.
His neighbor from just down the road in Mineral Wells, West Virginia, that's going to be Bobby Bagley on the inside of row 3 and the 5, and on his outside, out of Plainfield, Illinois in the 0-1, is Billy Knippenberg.
Inside of row 4, Zeke McKenzie out of Claypool, Indiana in car 24, and Brody Bernhardt out of Clearwater, Florida in the 69.
Greg Pierce going to start shotgun on the field, the Ashburn, Illinois driver in the 00. Again, 9 cars racing 8 laps in heat race number 1 for the Dirt Car Modifieds. 3 heat races here this evening. They're all 8 laps in distance, and the top 5 will race their way in. Yellow lights have been turned off, and the green flag will wave, and they will also fire in that impact race gear starting zone over in turns 3 and 4. Again, Trevor Neville on the pole, a couple of Illinois hot shoes in this one.
Trevor Neville on the pole, Mike McKinney on the outside. And a couple West Virginia hot shoes in this one as well. Jason Brookover and Bobby Bagley. And the rat chassis of Damian Kiefer sandwiched in between. Green flag is out. Heat race number 1 is underway.
Well, thank you very much, guys.
Mike Norris, you set a new track record for announcers from the infield.
Take a breath. Take a breath, buddy.
Neville goes to the lead. Catch your breath. Trevor Neville to the lead. McKinney in second. And those are two guys that have battled for a lot of leads and a lot of wins over the past few years.
Don't look now, but the rat's creeping around the bottom. The rat chassis of Damian Kiefer down there on the inside of the racetrack. A good look at your top 3 right there again. Top 5 race their way in. The Zeekster, Zeke McKenzie doing battle with Jason Brookover just behind them. As there's a look at your Poskey's Performance Parts Speed Shot coming off turn number 4.
That's good stuff right now. Neville leads the way. McKinney in second. Kiefer losing tabs with the top 2. Working down there, 8 laps the distance in this one. And I do think we'll start 20 cars tonight. I do know that.
Yes, top 5.
Top 5.
3 heats, top 5.
So 3 heats taking top 5 and a B main taking 5, right, Norris?
Well, we are, yes. Thank you.
He's back.
You're
so back.
Officially, the multi-fire 777 out to the race lead. See if Mike McKinney can reel him in. Current point leader in the Mars Modified Championship Series. But I think Summit Racing Equipment, Damian Kiefer trying to run him down. Couple of car lengths to second, then several back to the Zeekster in 24. The Vanquish ZR324 runs 4th, and 5th is John Dimmitt in that 28 machine. Big shout out to the Smut Wagon if it ever comes to your local racetrack. Make sure pay to visit the Smut Wagon.
Well, this is a family show.
Yeah.
What are you talking
about? You guys got to take your wives, trust me, to the Smut Wagon when it comes and rolls into town. I'll explain more later.
Please.
Trevor Neville continues to show the way. McKinney.
That's a T-shirt.
As they come down to the white flag. 1 lap to go from Eric Grigsby. Gives him the 1 to go signal. McKinney, Kiefer, McKenzie, and Brookover now running in that 5th spot as they put a lap on the 00 Pierce for the final time into 3 and off of 4. Your winner, heat race number 1, Trevor Neville. 2nd will go to McKinney. 3rd will go to Kiefer. 4th to McKenzie. Oh, problems here on the final lap. We'll come to the checkered flag, and it's Jason Brookover.
A little chaos there coming to the checkered, Norris.
Absolutely, over there in turn 4. But your top 5 moving on. He did. Jason Brookover comes home 5th. 4th will go to the Zeekster in that Vanquish ZR3. Zeke McKenzie. 3rd will go to that rat chassis. 0 Damian Kiefer, the elite chassis of Mike McKinney. Comes home 2nd, but none better than the 777 jackpot for Trevor Neville in that lethal chassis. And a big sponsorship from our buddy Multi-Fire is your winner of heat race number 1. Well, we get set and ready for heat race number 2, yes?
I was about to toss it down to you to do an interview, Norris. I want you to run back down there.
Tommy Scott will do it. He's out there and ready. I should have left the microphone with him. It's his man. He owes him $100 anyways, so. Good stuff right there. Here's your lineup for heat race number 2. 8 laps the distance, top 5 of the A main. Out of Corbin, Kentucky in 99, it'll be Blake Brown, and alongside driver that may have turned the most laps of any driver here at Spoon Rivers, the 292 of Josh Allen out of nearby Glassford. David Strimmy all the way from Mifflintown, Pennsylvania. Talk about lethal chassis at 35. And alongside out of Hyman, Pennsylvania, in car number 5, it is Drake Troutman. 96C out of Springfield, it'll be Marshall Call. 97, feature winner here out of Peoria, that'll be Charlie Hess in 97. Zach Odewald out of Hannah City in Z1. And Mike Chastain Jr. out of Peoria in C40. A couple of regulars set and ready to do battle. Heat 2, Blake Brown, Josh Allen, off 4, we're green. Here we go. As they roll into turns 1 and 2 for the first time, here comes Drake Troutman in 5, tiptoeing to the top side. 292 of Josh Allen cuts him off. Here comes David Strimmy down to the inside. 3 cars battle for the runner-up spot as they work into turns 3 and 4. B squared going to lead lap 1, Allen, and then the 5 of Drake Troutman. Troutman going to use that momentum, works through the middle of the speedway. David Strimmy down to the inside. Mike Chastain will go from the tail to 5th. Working lap number 2 up front. Blake Brown showing the way, but here comes Drake Troutman, all eyes on the 5 as he worked down the front straightaway. That work into turn 2. Now he's going to try to work Josh Allen in 292. Allen going to work in the middle. Again, Troutman going to work on the outside, 2x2 for positions 2 and 4. short crossover as we head down the front straightaway. Big slider incoming. Across the nose of Josh Allen. They're side by side up into number 2. Down the back straightaway. Give Troutman second. Allen third. Strimmy fourth. Fifth will be Chastain. Blake Brown's led them all, but what about this battle behind them? Troutman down to second. Drake Troutman second. Josh Allen third. David Strimmy fourth. Here comes Mike Chastain charging from the tail in C40. Down the back straightaway. Good battle for that fourth spot. Strimmy going to work up the track. Chastain's there. Allen going to look to the inside of Troutman. Troutman will hold him off. On flow, good look at Mike Chastain Jr. Started back in 8th. He's worked his way up to a transfer spot. So he goes after the 35 of Strimmy. Third will be Allen. Second will be Troutman. C40 of Chastain to the outside. Got to be careful. Got Zach Odewald lurking in the shadows. We'll see how all this plays out. There's the C40 of Mike Chastain on flow going after the 35 of Strimmy. Wave of the white flag from Eric Grigsby. 1 to go. We'll double box it here on flow. There's your leader on the left, Blake Brown, the battle for fourth on the right. Final lap down the back straightaway. Heat race number 2 out of Corbin, Kentucky in 99, ladies and gentlemen. He led them all. How about it for Blake Brown? Second, we'll go to Troutman. Third, we'll go to Allen. Fourth, and a good battle goes to David Strimmy over the C40 of Mike Chastain, who started 8th. 8th to 5th, the C40 of Mike Chastain. 4th, they'll go to the lethal chassis of David Strimmy. 3rd, they'll go to the 292 out of Glassford, Josh Allen. 2nd, how about it for the 5 machine of Drake Troutman? And your winner out there in the infield in car number 99. How about a nice round of applause? Spoon River out of Corbin, Kentucky. Let's hear it for Blake Brown. So good heat race there behind your race leader, Blake Brown, as we get set and ready for our final heat race of the evening. The madman, Michael Ledford, going to lead him on track in car 9. I'll tell you what, talk about some new race cars. Last couple of years, we talk about the Vanquish ZR3, but how about Mike Learman's Royal race car, that LRD Royal race car of the of the 09 of Michael Ledford out of Pontiac. Brian Bernhardt going to be alongside out of Clearwater, Florida in B69. Inside of row 2, a tough customer. That is Cole Falloway out of Owensboro, Kentucky, in car number 66, your Mars Modified Champion in 2026. Out of Couts, Indiana, B5, that'll be Matthew Baker. John Dimmitt out of Macomb. Big sponsorship from the Smut Wagon inside of row number 3, and alongside out of Kewanee, 77 of Ray Bollinger, Chris Moorfield, and Mike Brooks, your defending champion. Round us out, 8 laps at distance. We're green. Michael Ledford going to rock it to the race lead, bring Cole Falloway along with him up the track. Oh man, big problems for the 69 of Brian Bernhardt. Do we stay green? We do. See if he can keep it in the top 5. They go 3 wide for the 5th and final transfer spot down the front straightaway. Ledford leads, and he's got a rear view mirror full of 66 of Cole Falloway. He gets a heck of a drive off at turn number 2. That elite chassis trying to track down the Royal Michael Ledford. Here comes the 66 of Cole Falloway. All eyes on the front of the field. Now we'll double box it for you for the 77 of Ray Bollinger. The 5 of Baker. Sliding to his inside is the 10 of Moorfield. Moorfield in the 5th spot. Oh, big problems down the back straightaway. The 69 and the 3. Oh, man, Mike Brooks in trouble.
My. That was
DJ 69 of Brian Bernhardt got sideways. May have had damage from earlier, but your track champion from a year ago, Mike Brooks, got the raw end of that deal, and he is into the tractor tires on the back straightaway. A big hit.
I thought he got up on top of the tractor tires, but it looks like maybe it came back down. It's a wild turn of events right there, Norris.
They were the Brian Bernhardt machine got sideways and nowhere to go. I don't know if we'll have a replay or not of the 3 of Mike Brooks, and he went backing into those tires, up on the tires. He is not going to like what he sees when he climbs out and looks at the back of that 3 machine. Just a tough hit for Mike Brooks.
Is it warmer in here than it was?
Yeah, it's
outside?
much warmer. That wind is blowing up. There is a steady breeze, if you will, out there, but God bless our patrons here tonight, spending your hard-earned money to come out here to Spoon River, watch some awesome racing. And this track is starting to slick off from top to bottom. I think we are in for an awesome, awesome night of feature racing. So again, they'll good look at it from above there off of turn number 3 there. And man, good thing the tires are there. There was a, I believe that's quite the ravine, if you will, going down towards the wooded area there here in Banner Marsh. So a red flag him here in the front straightaway. Cole Followay, meanwhile, was trying to reel in your race leader, Michael Ledford. Did get 2 in, 6 remain. 6 remain here in Heat 3, our final heat race. B-mains will be next for late model action, and then 1 B-main here tonight for the modifieds.
So a great shot there from the drone. If folks at home were wondering, well, why do they have those Ute tires like that on the back straightaway? Well, that's why. You slide off there too far, you end up in one of my tree stands.
And were those firemen, were they doing a training maneuver in the woods? There was 4 firemen at the bottom of the hill. You end up in those woods, yeah, you're never going to be seen again.
Yeah, you don't know what lives back there.
DJ's making deer sticks out of you if you end up back there.
Oh, no.
I didn't realize it looked like that back there as well. I guess I've never really gone back that far.
Well, I actually had to change one of the batteries in my trail cameras back there earlier. That's how.
Surely there has been a skunk ape sighting here at Spoon River at some point. Bigfoot
Are you
sighting.
making stuff up tonight? Because from the sponsored, wait a minute, say that. What type of?
John Dimmitt has the Smut Wagon.
Okay, does this family
The Smut
friendly?
Wagon, I believe, is scheduled to be it is a mobile bookstore.
Of course
that his wife sets up.
Okay.
This is just getting
and
better
comes
by
to the
minute.
racetrack.
Okay, so like the Fabio type books are sold.
Check
in
it
that.
out on Facebook.
How many
yes.
books have you bought from it?
I
It's
have
gonna be a
not bought
Fairbury?
one yet.
It's gonna be a Fairbury
The
on
ladies
Saturday?
love it. It is.
The ladies love it.
Did you say Saturday Fairbury, or it's gonna be there?
Hopefully, it's scheduled to be there.
All right, now what was the next thing that you said might be in the woods? What was the name of
skunk
this?
ape.
The skunk ape.
Is that like snipe hunting? Is that like snipe hunting?
It's like a
Yes.
Bigfoot.
Okay.
No,
it's like a
Bigfoot.
Sasquatch. Yeah.
So it's
In
something else
Florida.
that this is where you kill the city boy out there. Man, never seen again.
We didn't want to have.
Hey,
to
we're getting
tell
ready
this way.
We're getting ready to go
run
back
for
to
Ben.
green.
It's been a good run for Ben.
All right, here we go. We'll see what Michael Ledford can do in 9. Top 5 to the A main. 66 of Cole Followay, 77 of Ray Bollinger joins the party, working on that high side. They're going to work door to door over in turn number 2. Down the back straightaway, Cole Followay going to edge ahead. He'll have second. Third will be Ray Bollinger. Here comes the B5 of Matt Baker, and a couple of cars get together, and John Dimmitt is going to keep rolling on. For the moment, we'll see if he brings out a caution. They're going to work side by side now for third. Oh, Matt Baker had the 77 of Ray Bollinger, but problems for Dimmitt in 2-1.
Oh, I mean.
Dimmitt. Dimmitt. That's all right.
So when winter rolls around, if your car ever will not start, all you need to do is bring a caution flag out to it, and then those things start up magically right when you bring that caution flag over to them. It's the darndest thing.
Well, the good news for him, he only got to pass one car, and he's in the show. So a little creative thinking maybe for the 21D. Jonathan gets them racked and stacked, and we're back to racing again. 5 laps remain. Top 5 to the A main, so one of them will go to the B main out of this one. Down to the inside, the 77 of Ray Bollinger. Comes B5 of Matt Baker. Will Baker take the 3rd spot? He will. Dimmitt looks for the transfer spot. Up front, Michael Ledford in that Royal race car, the elite race car, the 66 of Cole Followay. Then to be Matt Baker, Ray Bollinger. Good battle for this 5th and final transfer spot. There you see it on flow. Down to the inside is the 10 of Chris Moorfield. Upstairs is the 21 of John Dimmitt. Moorfield will go back to 5th. Dimmitt on the outside looking in. Cole Followay now changing up his line in 1 and 2. Down the back straightaway, starting to gain some momentum and creep back in on the 9 of Michael Ledford, but he's running out of time. 6 in, 2 to go. We'll see if the 66 of Cole Followay, again, going to go to the high side this time in turns 1 and 2. There's the battle for 5th. We'll keep our eyes on this battle for the race lead. Down the back straightaway. Followay again, now going to rip the lip on the left side. The battle for the transfer spot on the right. Double box here on flow. Final time. They'll work it at 1 and 2. Maybe a crossover from the 66. Boy, he's gathered them in, but he's going to run out of time. They'll work it at 3 and off of 4 for the final time. The bad man, Michael Ledford, wins heat 3. Fallaway, second. Baker, third. Bollinger, fourth. And fifth goes to Chris Moorfield out of Brimfield. So there's your top 5. Brimfield, Bollinger, Baker, Fallaway, and how about the LRD Royal Race Car 90? How about a nice round of applause, race fans? It's the Batman out of Pontiac, a.k.a. Squints Palladorus. How about it for Michael Ledford?
Oh, Michael Learman building
What a
one
racer.
heck of a race car, by the way.
Yes, he does. LRD products, man. I tell you, those Royal Race cars are fast, my man.
We're so fast you could put Mike Norris in one and possibly win.
Michael Norris from Pennsylvania.
From Pennsylvania,
not
that's exactly right. All right, we have got the first of 2 B mains in the staging lane. It's going to be making its way out on the track momentarily. And these 2 B mains will be 10 laps in distance. Top 4 are going to race their way into the show, and that is it. There are no provisionals here tonight. You race your way in or you are on the trailer here this evening. Here is the lineup for B main number 1.
Hey, by the way,
yes,
there are an amazing amount of companies reaching out wanting to sponsor the B mains, and we've got other opportunities. Hit us up, flowseries.com, our marketing, our head of sales. Andrew Richardson's going to be in contact with all you guys. But I have a feeling pretty soon there was going to be B main sponsors, and I love it.
It could be as soon as tomorrow night. Ryan Unzicker out of El Paso, Illinois, starting on the pole in the 24, and on his outside, out of St. Charles, Missouri, in the 11, it's going to be Gordy Gundaker.
Inside of row 2, Ricky Thornton Jr. out of Chandler, Arizona, the 20 RT to his outside, Ryan Gustin out of Marshalltown, Iowa.
Third row back, it'll be the Ratliff Racing, number 11. That's Josh Rice out of Crittenden, Kentucky, and on his outside, in the Coltman Farms Racing 16 out of Fort Payne, Alabama, that's Sam Seawright.
Inside of row 4, Daniel Adam out of Peru, Illinois, the 75, and the 14 SF Colin Weinberger out of Corbett, Oregon.
Frankie Heckenus Jr. is going to start on the inside of row 5. He's in the 99 JR, and on his outside, out of Portage, Michigan, in the Chili's, number 77, Carson Hocevar.
And row 6, Mario Gresham's going to be a scratch out of Rome, Georgia. Tough break for the 21, the 4G of Bob Gardner, starting on the back row out of Washington, Illinois. So 11 cars scheduled to be there. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11 make the call out to the Speedway. And, man, 4 move on out of this one. 10 laps the distance. And you look at it, Ricky Thornton Jr., former series champion, back on tour this year. He starts third. Ryan Gustin going after his first championship of FloRacing Night in America. Well, actually, he ran the tour last year for his second attempt this year. He starts fourth. Your front row, Ryan Unzicker. Ryan off to a good start to the year. He just won, the Swibold Memorial for the 4th time, DJ. And then Gordy Gundaker alongside. Gordy running a limited schedule this year, focusing on his new apparel business, which seems to be going pretty well for him. So some storylines, some locals, some touring drivers, and a cool and windy night in the land of Lincoln here at Spoon River.
You talked about it earlier, an eclectic mix of drivers from both national tours and beyond as we get ready to lock in 4 cars in this one. Again, no provisionals. You either race your way in or you're watching from the trailer. Unzicker on the pole, Gundaker on the outside, 10 laps the distance. B-main number 1 goes green.
Unzicker gets a good start, takes him off into 1 and 2, working the bottom of the racetrack. Meanwhile, Gordy rolls the middle. Thornton in third, pushes up the racetrack. That opens the door. Josh Rice, he moves up from 5th to 3rd. He'll come after Gordy Gundaker off of turn number 4. It's Unzicker, your leader, and Gundaker in second. I tell you what, Rice has found something on the bottom, DJ.
Yeah, he is on the extreme low side of the racetrack. Very uncharacteristic of him. As meanwhile, Ryan Gustin out there now as well. 3 cars, all running for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Ricky Thornton Jr. on the outside looking in.
Yeah, that car right now, he just backed up another spot. Daniel Adam went around in the 20 RT, not wanting to move forward. We'll see if he can get it done here. 2 laps down, 8 to go, 10 laps, top 4 to the feature, no provisionals. And Gustin, you see him on the top side of the racetrack coming into your screen, the 19R. He's in 3rd. Another series driver trying to race his way into the show here tonight. And now Thornton's going to work on the top side of the racetrack. He's alongside Daniel Adam. He sets his sights on Gordy Gundaker.
Absolutely. That is the battle for the final transfer spot. Gordy has it. Ricky Thornton Jr. trying to take it away. And yes, RTJ
have it that time by 4 laps scored, 6 laps remaining in this one, and now Daniel Adam going to tiptoe to the top side of the Spoon River Oval.
Meanwhile, Gustin continues to work the top of the racetrack. He's going to take second away from Rice at the line. Double box. Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Tiffany Swisher. And Gustin might not be done there, DJs. He sets his sights on Unziker as Unziker's got the lead. Gustin in second, Rice third, Thornton in fourth. 4-car breakaway, 3 different grooves.
Ooh, man, Spoon River is sporty here tonight. 4 laps left to go. Ryan Gustin is he 1 lap away from putting the Todd Kinney Racing 19R into the lead. He'll take it momentarily down the back straightaway. It becomes official at the scoring loop on the front straightaway. And yes, you got a new race leader, the Reaper, Ryan Gustin.
How about Gustin? Early in this one, as far back as 4th. Now he takes the lead. He was the first one, DJ, really go to the top side of the racetrack.
All right, through 2, make it 2 laps to go this time by for your race leader, Ryan Gustin, who's starting to pull away in the 19R. Still Unziker second, Ricky Thornton Jr. third, and Josh Rice. Those 4 cars have now separated themselves just a little bit. Daniel Adam, Gordy Gundaker among the drivers on the outside looking in with 1 lap to go. Your Allgaier Performance white flag.
That's right to go. Gustin works off the top of 2 down the back straightaway. Unziker second, Thornton third, Rice in 4th. Daniel Adam outside looking in 5th. Checkered flag is out. B-Main 1 goes to Ryan Gustin. Second to Ryan Unziker. Third to Ricky Thornton Jr. DJ, your 4th and final transfer is Josh Rice. Daniel Adam, Gordy Gundaker, Sam Seawright, Heckeness, Gardner, Weinbarger, Hosevar. Everybody else will have to try again tomorrow at Lincoln.
So it's going to be Rice 4th, Thornton 3rd, Unziker 2nd, and there is your winner in the Todd Cooney Racing, Carl Auto Group, Allen Seamless Gutters, Hoper Trucking, Murdy Farms, Peak Deek House, Custom Fabricating and Repair sponsored, number 19R, the Reaper, Ryan Gustin. And so 4 drivers lock themselves into the main event through B-Main number 1. We are going to cross the cruise over from the infield to the outside of the racetrack. Second B-Main lined up in the staging lane. It will be 10 laps. As look at that! Look at old Rubber Daddy down there in the infield.
Noah Banana Bushman. He once finished 87th in a hot dog eating contest at the Wiener Nationals over at gosh, what track is that in Missouri?
It's Moberly.
Moberly, yes.
Yeah, I saw him on Mario Kart, I think.
I tell you what, I love Noah Bushman. He came into the trailer to draw today. He had his headband on. I said, "There's no headband rule in here." I thought he was going to punch me. I love him. All right, B-Main 2, DJ, and I tell you what, B-Main 1 set the bar awfully high.
Yeah, final 4 transfer spots up for grabs. It's going to be Clay Harris out of Jupiter, Florida on the pole in the 6, and on the outside out of Springfield, Illinois, the 38J is Jake Little.
Starting gets on a road to Dennis Erb Jr., another series regular trying to race his way into the 28. To his outside, Jason Fager out of Bloomington, Illinois in the 25.
Clay Stuckey's going to start inside row 3. He's in the 15. On his outside, another young gun out of Sun River, Montana, the 09. That's Michael Leach.
Inside of row 4, Colby Vandenberg out of Ashland, Illinois in the Steve Shepard Motorsports 5S, and the 15 of Justin Duty from Olino, Oregon.
And your final 3 starters, Brendan Smith in the JCM Motorsports Colton Mill Road number 19 He's out of Dade City, Florida. Clinton, Illinois' Kyle Hammer in the 45. And the former Chicago Bears draft pick Tim Lance out of Brentfield, Illinois in the 48. If everyone's able to make it, then we're going to have 11 cars racing 10 laps and another gorgeous sunset here at the Spoon. This is your final prelim of the night for the super late models. We got 1 B-Main for the dirt car modifieds. And then we'll be ready to get underway with feature racing here momentarily.
Race Car Engineering Pace Truck pulls to the infield. Go to racecareng.com. Brand new website. Free freight on orders over $199. Right now, 2 drivers trying to race into the 20,000 win main event. It's Florida's Clay Harris, Illinois' Jake Little. Green flags up. We're underway. 10 laps the distance. 4 move on.
Who's going to grab those final transfer spots? Look at Jason Fager driving it hard. Michael Leach going to roll right through the middle. He may go by all of them in the 09.
Stuckey.
Wow. Stuckey's there. Oh, no. Hang on to it, Jake Little. He will not hang on to it. He goes into a freewheel spin cycle, and we have got
Midwest Sheet Metal Caution.
Midwest Sheet Metal Caution. Shout out to our good friend Chris Davis with Midwest Sheet Metal back on board. He's going to be. We're going to be seeing him at Wheatland, Missouri in a couple weeks.
All denim, all the time. Chris Davis, we're coming to see you at the Show Me 100 in a couple of weeks. Can't wait to be there. Here is your MD3 Bodies instant replay, and Stuckey gets in there, and Jake Little gets in there. Little just got in there, got a little bit better run than he thought he was going to get. Got to the back of Stuckey, turns the car around. I tell you what, man. this racetrack right now is pretty sporty. And also, here's the most unfortunate thing of the whole night. Still no Death Ridge Opticians choose cone because any Midwest Sheet Metal caution we've had has been on the opening lap. So it's a complete restart. So we're gonna see that orange cone at some point. Somebody's gonna smoke one of them tonight. I can feel it in my bones.
Well, Michael Leach did not want to see that Midwest Sheet Metal caution flag fly, or Feger, but Feger has to stay inside the top 4. Leach has to work his way inside the top 4. We go back green flag racing in our final prelim of the night, B main number 2.
Look at Dennis Erb Jr. stepping to the outside.
Look at Colby Vandenberg.
Yeah. Man, 2 and 3 wide back to the pack, side by side for the lead. Clay Harris down low. Dennis Erb Jr. to the lead on the top side.
Clay Harris says, not so fast, my friend. He's going to try to work his way back by the bottom. Did you see Dennis Erb Jr. on the high side? What is happening here at Spoon River tonight? Dennis Erb
Spoon magic
is indeed going to roll. I'll call it the middle of turns 3 and 4.
Clay Stuckey just about lost it down in 3 and 4. Gets it back together, loses a lot of racetrack. 2-car breakaway, Jason Fager in 3rd. I tell you what, tad tip to Colby Vandenberg. Limited schedule the past few years, DJ, and he's in a transfer spot.
Yeah, absolutely. You and I were talking off air about Colby Vandenberg a few years ago. He was leading one of those, I think, PDC qualifiers a few years back.
Not the shootout.
The qualifiers, right?
The qualifiers,
absolutely. Well, he is turning laps here tonight in that Steve Shepard number 5S, and right now he's in the final transfer spot. You see him popping in and out on the right side of your screen.
Michael Leach is coming in a hurry in the 09, right side of your screen. Left side, Dennis Erb Jr. checking out. Right side of your screen, Colby Vandenberg's got the spot. Here comes Montana's Michael Leach on the top side. That's a battle for the transfer spot. Halfway home, 5 down, 5 to go.
Jake Little out of the party in the 38J. We'll look for him tomorrow night at Lincoln. Meanwhile, it's still Dennis Erb Jr. on the left side of your screen, out front by 1.4 seconds. There's the battle for the final transfer. Colby Vandenberg has it. Michael Leach trying to take it away, this time by 4 to go.
Michael Leach and the Randall Edwards Wrench 09. They'll switch grooves a little bit as Vandenberg moves up the racetrack. Leach moves to the bottom side. That's the battle for the transfer. Coming into your living room off into turns 3 and 4. Now Leach to the top shelf. Vandenberg down low. DJ, this one's a good one for the transfer. And Leach, will he throw a slider off into 1 and 2? Yes, sir, he wills. Michael Leach up into 4th. Vandenberg turns back down the hill. Only one of those drivers moves off to the main event.
Yeah, this time by 2 laps left to go, and you are looking at a highly contested battle for position number 4, the final transfer. There's no provisionals tonight, Ben. You either race your way into the show or you're watching from the trailer, and Michael Leach has cleared Colby Vandenberg this time by Allgaier Performance, 1 to go.
Allgaier Performance, 1 to go, still side by side for the final transfers. Leach went a little bit high. Dennis Erb Jr. has been large and in charge of this one throughout. Final time into turns 3 and 4. And Dennis Erb Jr. wins B main number 2. Who's going to be behind him? Well, in the 2nd spot, it's Clay Harris into the feature. Jason Fager in 3rd. 4th and final transfer goes to Michael Leach.
Yeah, that's going to be Colby Vandenberg, first car out, followed by Justin Doody, Clay Stuckey, Kyle Hammer, Brendan Smith, Tim Lance, and Jake Little. So Leach 4th, Fager 3rd, Harris 2nd, and Dennis Erb Jr. is going to get the win in that Vomac Truck Sales, McBride Mac, Kaiser Manufacturing, PFC Performance, VP Racing Fuels, Dundee Heating and Air, sponsored number 28.
Well, just like that, guys, we got the prelims. No, actually, I lied to you. We got a modified B main coming up, don't we, Mike Norris? So one more B main and then a little bit of track prep as they get the late model feature ready, and then we'll go at it. But first, modified B as we put the final 5 mods into the main event. Mike Norris, the voice of Mars, the voice of Fairbury Speedway, the voice of the people. Take it away.
Voice of somebody, but here we go. I tell you what, probably last call for the 50-50 as well.
Yes.
A couple of beautiful ladies back there selling 50-50 tickets. So directly behind the grandstands, go see those ladies wearing the red sweatshirts, and they'd love to sell you a 50-50 ticket. Probably last call for those 50-50 tickets. Let's get that pot way up there. They're selling them here on the front straightaway right behind the main grandstand area. Beautiful drone shot of the Spoon River Speedway as our final preliminary race of the night gets set and ready. We'll get the 4 qualifiers for the late models scaled and off the infield so they can get ready for their feature event. And we'll get our 10 scheduled starters ready to go. We'll take the top 5. Here's your lineup. On the pole, going to be the 01, Driver hails out of Plainfield, Illinois. How about a Kankakee promoter, Billy Knippenberg. And alongside, man, they got off to a tough start out of Hannah City, Illinois. Glad everything's okay. Z1, it is Zach Odewald. Inside of row number 2, 21D out of Macomb. How about it for John Dimmitt? And alongside in 69, that'll be Brody Bernhardt out of Clearwater, Florida. Marshall Call out of Springfield in 96C. And alongside of the B69, that'll be Brian Bernhardt out of Clearwater, Florida. Bobby Bagley out of Mineral Wells, West Virginia will ride off 7th. Alongside in car number 97 out of Peoria, it's Chargin' Charlie Hess. And our final 2 starters, probably not going to be the 3. We'll check on the 00, but I don't think Mike Brooks is going to be able to continue here tonight. That was a tough hit off of turn number 3 on the back straightaway. So 2, 4, 6, 7 cars. There's the 5 of Bobby Bagley. 00 of Greg Pierce out of Ashka makes the call. So the driver in 01, Billy Knippenberg, will lead us to green. Billy, a former champion at Kankakee County Speedway, Shady Hill, Illiana. 89 feature wins for the veteran out of Plainfield, Illinois. And alongside Zach Odewald out of Hannah City, Illinois. Again, door on the trailer fell on someone over there, so glad everything is okay for the Z1 machine. Young lady got hurt down there, but glad everything is okay. So we would not like nothing less to put it in the show. Started out bad, hopefully it ends well. 8 laps the distance, 7 cars, 8 laps the distance, so we'll take the top 5. We get set. How many laps are we going? 6, 7, 8. 8 laps, DJ.
I was
having a lot of fun next to me
7 cars, 7 laps, but Jonathan Clayton has race directed 1 or 2 more races than me. So
yes, 8 laps the distance, top 5 to the A main. Pick a favorite and cheer them on our final preliminary race. Here we go, the 01 of Billy Knippenberg and the Z1 of Zach Godewalt side by side as they exit turn 4. Eric Grigsby will show them the green. We are underway. Marshall Call quickly going to go down to the inside of 3rd, maybe 2nd as they exit turn number 2 down the back straightaway. Odewalt, Call, and then 3 cars under a blanket for that 4th spot. 5 transfer. Oh, hold on to it, Bagley, and 5 the Mineral Wells West Virginia driver Will. Here comes the 97 of Charlie Hess. Hess going to go to the 5th and final transfer spot. On the outside looking in is the 69 of Bernhardt. Down the front straightaway, Billy Knippenberg leads another lap. Zach Odewalt trying to hold off Marshall Call. And they've got a tough task in front of them as they got to hold off Bobby Bagley out of Mineral Wells, West Virginia, charging through the middle. Problems for the 00 of Greg Pierce, the veteran out of Ashcombe. Delaware double file restart. We'll do it again. Graw Chevrolet tomorrow night. Lincoln Speedway FloRacing Night in America. Can't wait for that. Friday, the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series at Farmer City, and followed up at the Fairbury Speedway. Can't wait. 3 big nights of racing. The home to the world's largest covered wagon, Lincoln Speedway tomorrow. My good buddy Norm Horn, I'm sure, will be tuned in, former promoter. Look here on the speed shots replay. Keeping our eyes over there in turn 4. Yep, spin cycle for the 00 of Greg Pierce. All right, set and ready to do it again. 2 in, 6 remain. Billy Knippenberg is your leader. Little brake check, and we're back at it. Here we go. Odewalt and Call. The Springfield, Illinois driver going to climb the hill down in turns 1 and 2. You see if he can use that high side momentum to zip around the outside of Zach Odewalt. Door to door down the back straightaway. Good battle for 2nd. Charlie Hess runs 4th. 5th is Bagley. Good racing action off turn number 4. Man, he got his fingers caught in the cookie jar. Did the 96 Marshall Call. Trying to return the favor down the back straightaway. Charging Charlie's going to try to go by them both. 2-for-1 deals. He works down the back straightaway into 3 and off of 4. Charging Charlie Hess to second. Not quite. Odewalt Hess third. 4th going to be Call. 5th going to be the 5 of Bagley. Now going to feel the pressure from 69, trying to run him down as well. That'll be Brody Bernhardt. Down the back straightaway. Good battle for that 3rd spot. Odewalt Hess. Good racing action. Here comes the 5 again. Bagley with lots of speed in the middle. Little loosey-goosey off. But I tell you what, he's got a heck of a hot rod in 5. If he can keep her straight. Here comes, oh man, down the front straightaway. Good run for Bobby Bagley. Wave of the white flag when they come back by. Bobby Bagley putting on a show here in the B main down the back straightaway, gone to 3rd. Might not be done yet. Gonna go after Zach Odewalt. Your race leaders, Billy Knippenberg. But here comes Bagley in 5. The show before the show is B squared in 5. Down the back straightaway here in the B main. Odewalt 2nd, Bagley 3rd, 4th, Hess 5th. Call trying to hold on into 3 and off of 4. Billy Knippenberg's going to victory lane. Odewalt, Bagley, Hess, and Marshall Calls in the show. So good racing here amongst the top 5. There's your 5 qualifiers. Yes, I know.
I think that
Marshall
is,
Call
yeah,
comes up 5th.
I think we lost a transponder or 2 or 3 or something there. Yeah, that's.
Yeah, 4th went to Charlie S. 3rd goes to Bagley. What a show there. 2nd will go to Odewalt. And your winner, once again, and coming, heading to the scales. Former champion at Kankakee County, Shady Hill, Illiana. 89 feature wins. He's looking for number 90 here tonight. How about it for Billy Knippenberg?
All right, Mike Norris, we're going to step aside for a set of commercial breaks. 2 events remain on the agenda here tonight. They are your A-mains for the FloRacing Night in America late models and the dirt car modifieds. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back from Spoon River Speedway.
Impact Race Gear is your source for custom race shirts. We are certain that you will see the same things that hundreds of racetracks, teams, organizations, and manufacturers have already discovered. When it comes to quality and service, we simply can't be beat. We are not one of those here today, gone tomorrow print shops. Impact Race Gear has been trusted for years by racers all across the country. Give your fans and sponsors what they deserve. Simply awesome race shirts. Visit us online at impactracegear.com to learn more and start your order today.
MD3, the most advanced body panels on the market. Aerodynamically engineered, manufactured from the highest grade and lightest weight materials, tested tough for optimum performance. The highest quality and most durable products you'll find anywhere. Our products help racers around the world reach victory lane. Winning never looks so good. MD3, the #1 body choice for top dirt racers.
At Buzzy Racing, it's all blood, sweat, and gears because we're racers first.
We're a family business, but more than that, we build what we'd race.
Steering boxes, transmissions, rear ends. If it goes under the race car, we build it.
Buzzy Racing.
Family owned,
track proven.
Built by racers, for racers.
Since 1978, Sweet Manufacturing has been the leader in high-performance power steering. Employee-owned and built in the USA, we proudly deliver the best in-class steering equipment. With constant innovation and development, we push performance to the next level because champions demand the best. When precision matters and performance counts, trust the experts. Sweet Manufacturing. Let us turn your wheels.
I have terrible vision. I got hooked up with Death Ridge, and being able to see when you're racing is pretty important. Glare is somewhat of a big deal, and with these, there's really no glare at all. They just fit really well. They don't go over your ear. They just go straight around your head. Full believer in them. I feel like they help a lot compared to what I'm used to. I have nothing but good to say about them.
Rocket Chassis, the winningest name in dirt late model racing. From the red clay of the south to the slick tracks up north. When victory is on the line, champions choose Rocket Chassis. Born in 1991 by racers for racers. Rocket has built nearly 6,500 chassis and stacked more wins than anybody in the sport. And don't forget the newest cutting-edge XR2. Razor sharp handle, unmatched speed, and the legendary Rocket Edge. Whether you're chasing Lucas, World of Outlaws glory, or dominating your local bull ring, Rocket delivers the tools to dominate. Rocket Chassis, built to win, driven to victory.
Dave Poske's Performance Parts has been serving the Ohio River Valley and the entire country since 1978. Our staff consists of fellow racers and crew members who combine for over 100 years of experience in the racing industry. Poske's is also the home to Hoosier Tire Ohio Valley and Octane Race Products. We have what you need when you need it and ship nationwide daily. Visit us in Parkersburg, West Virginia or online at Poske.com.
Willie's Carb and Dyno Shop has been setting the pace for over 40 years by manufacturing championship-winning high-performance carburetors, including the U.S. patent Super Bowl and revolutionary Twin Blade. The Super Bowl delivers instant throttle response, eliminates fuel foaming, and keeps jets perfectly fed, built for gas, methanol, or E85 in both 2-barrel or 4-barrel designs. And the Twin Blade, the most innovative carburetor of our time, tuned for maximum output while protecting your engine. Visit online at Willie'sCarbs.com. Willie's Carb and Dyno Shop. Run one or follow one.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Spoon River Speedway and the season opener for FloRacing Night in America 2026. Prelims are in the books. Next on the agenda is tonight's 50-lap, $20,000 to win a main. Those cars are in the staging lane, so Ben, without further ado, let's take a look at how they're going to line up tonight for 50 laps.
That's right. Tonight, starting on the pole out of New Berlin, Illinois, it's Brandon Shepard in the one. Into his outside from Evans, Georgia, Brandon Overton. All Brandon, all the time on row one here tonight.
Row number 2 on the inside out of Martinsville, Indiana, the current Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series points leader. In the 71, it's the New Deal, Hudson O'Neill, and on his outside, the defending champion of that series out of Dresden, Ohio, the 99, is Devin Moran.
Starting inside of row number 3 in car 32, it's Bobby Pierce out of Oakwood, Illinois. Two-time defending FloRacing Night in America champion. To his outside, Tyler Erb at a New Waverly, Texas in the 1T.
We move back to row number 4 on the inside. We find the defending Prairie Dirt Classic champ out of Chatham, Illinois. That's Squirrel Brian Shirley. And on his outside, the former Lucas Oil Speedway Modified champion, the 8, that's Dylan McCowan.
Starting inside of row number 5, it's Nick Hoffman from Mooresville, North Carolina. And to his outside, the 58, Garrett Alberson from Las Cruces, New Mexico.
6th row back on the inside out of Brandon, Florida in the 40B. It's the killer Kyle Bronson, and he'll be flanked by the driver out of Benton, Kentucky. The 96 is Tanner English.
Starting inside of row number 7, the 18 is Shannon Babb out of Mowequa, Illinois. And the 18, the 93 of Lincolnton, North Carolina's Carson Ferguson.
Then we'll move back to row number 8, and I promise it's going to come up on the screen here momentarily. It's going to be Lakeshore, Minnesota's Dan Ebert in the James Trantina owned number 60. And on his outside, there she is, out of Bakersfield, California, the 74X, that is Ethan Dotson.
It's out of row 9, the 19R of Ryan Gustin out of Marshalltown, Iowa. And to his outside, the 28 of Dennis Erb Jr. from Carpentersville, Illinois.
The Gremlin Ryan Unzicker out of El Paso, Illinois is going to roll from the inside of row 10. He's in 24. And on his outside, out of Jupiter, Florida in the 6th, that'll be Clay Harris.
Inside of row 11, 20 RT, the former series champion Ricky Thornton Jr. from Chandler, Arizona. To his outside, Jason Fager, 3-time defending Mars champion. The high side hustler out of Bloomington, Illinois, starts 22nd.
And your final 2 starters on the inside of row 12 out of Crittenden, Kentucky in the Ratliff Racing number 11R. That'll be Josh Rice. And on his outside in the Loneborough Motorsports number 09 out of Sun River, Montana, it's going to be Michael Leach. Those 24 drivers race their way into the show. Ben, no series provisionals here tonight. You either raced your way in or you are watching from the trailer here this evening. 24 cars, 50 laps here tonight. And one driver is going to walk out of here with $20,000.
Yeah, and there's some drivers that have an intent to try to run the whole tour this year. And the good news for them is that, yeah, I mean, the bad news is they're not in the show tonight. The good news is it's your best 8 out of 11 finishes that count toward the title. So again, and we talked about last night's rain out at LaSalle Speedway rescheduled. That is going to be Tuesday, September 15th between the World 100 and the Lucas Oil Knoxville Late Model Nationals. That'll be the makeup for that one. So right now, still 11 races on the docket. FloSeries.com, FLOSeries.com for all the information. And tomorrow night, Lincoln Speedway. We'll head up there to see Bob Sargent, Adam Mackey, and the gang modifieds the support class tomorrow night as well. And we'll have $20,000 to win all over again for FloRacing Night in America. Then on Friday night, Farmer City 74, Farmer City Raceway with Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series. Saturday night, Lucas Oil rolls into Fairbury Speedway. A lot of great racing action, and then we'll be off for a few days, DJ, and then we get back after it next Thursday, Friday, Saturday. We'll be joining James Essex over at Eagle Raceway, Eagle, Nebraska, and three-day show over there. LucasDirt.com for all the information on that, and it's getting the last of the teams down to the hot pit, and then we'll roll the race car engineering pace truck out to the speedway. 50 laps here tonight, and it's been interesting, being completely transparent on this. The wind, the sun today, they've gone out, they've worked the racetrack. Well, now the sun's gone down. The wind's dropped a little bit. It's still there a little bit, but now the temperatures have dropped. And the racetrack, when it's this cool, you have to be careful how much water you put on there. So this could be not only a tire game here tonight, but it could also be a guessing game if the racetrack starts to transition to where certain areas are more favorable. Just not a whole lot. Again,
all right, hey.
Yep.
I have got a winning 50-50 number. Yeah, I've got a winning 50-50 number. If you have this winning 50-50 ticket, you would take it to the general admission ticket booth behind the main grandstands, okay? It's good for $568, and it's on a blue ticket. Again, if you have this winning blue ticket, take it to the general admission ticket booth. And boy, this looks like one of those 6-digit passwords they try to give you. The winning number is 212220. It's 212220. That's good for $568, and it is on a blue ticket, and I will try to give that to you one more time. I know cars are on the racetrack. Again, a blue ticket. Take it to the main general admission ticket booth. That winning number is 212220.
I like it. All right, well, rolling the field out. Tiffany, how about some racing in the Americas? Dirt racing across America, excuse me. And
close.
That's exciting, man. When you look at that docket of what's going on live on FloRacing. And
that is FloRacing Night in America.
Night in America, but it's Dirt Across America with FloRacing Night in America. And this is one of the new branding items that we've got here at Flo.
Oh, well, how about that?
And again, you can find that full schedule at FloSeries.com. Tomorrow night, Lincoln Speedway, and DJ, we're talking mid to upper 60s tomorrow and some sunshine, man. I tell you what,
I feel like
it's actually there was a little spot of the wet stuff. They have pushed that to overnight tomorrow night, so let's keep it that way. The other thing about Lincoln, there's a curfew. We got to get the hell out of there early.
That place will be done just as early as we are tonight, if not earlier as well. Bob Sargent has always got that place juiced up as well, and that's one of those racetracks. If you've never been to Lincoln, you might watch the heat races and be like, okay, and then that thing just continues to widen out as the night goes on, and at the end of 50 laps, they're going to be running all over that tight quarter-mile black dirt fairgrounds oval.
Well, right now, we're getting ready to be racing here, and you've heard the drivers talk about this is as slick as they've ever seen this place.
I was going to mention that until Kerry came up and pestered me with the 50-50.
Oh, I was in the middle of talking about our track situation and keep an eye on how it progresses, what direction it goes. Man, I tell you what, I think what we're going to see, it's 50 laps. Drivers don't know if it's going to hold up the whole way, so they're going to go for broke early. We could very well see heat race caliber action early where guys are really dicing, trying to find their way up into a prime spot in case passing starts to come at a premium.
Absolutely. Well, the caution lights are going to be turned off. That means the green flag is going to wave this time by, and we'll get that four-wheeler to shut its caution lights off down in the infield as well, hopefully, because we're going to go green flag racing this time by. 50 laps is the distance. Race car engineering pace truck is in the infield. They're going to fire in turns 3 and 4 in the impact race gear starting zone. Shepard on the pole, Overton on the outside. FloRacing Night in America is underway.
Season 6, Feature 1, $20,000 to win here tonight. Shepard to the lead, Overton back to second, Moran's right there. Here comes Huddy digging down low. Pierce as well through turns 3 and 4, 2-3 wide right now. Lap number 1, Brandon Shepard, your leader.
Sheppy picked up the win, and Heat race, Integra Shocks and Springs heat race number 1 earlier is trying to lead this one and get a win here tonight at Spoon River. Hud in second. Here comes Brandon Overton on the outside. Devin Moran rolls the middle. Bobby Pierce on the bottom. Still Sheppy out front at the end of lap 2.
Man, I tell you what about this racing action right now? Side by side for the lead. O'Neill will slip a little bit off of 2. That allows Shepard to pull away. Third is Overton back in 4th. Pierce in 5th. Devin Moran. Tyler Erb sits in 6th. 3 on the board. 47 to go.
Absolutely. Brandon Shepard not exactly pulling away from the field early in the going in this one as well. Hud still right there. Pierce making some hay on the bottom of the racetrack. An uncharacteristic Pierce line. Overton continues to roll the outside of the Speedway. And don't look now, but Tyler Erb making up ground on the bottom.
Bobby Pierce climbs up to 3rd. Hudson O'Neill in 2nd. They're still chasing Brandon Shepard. He won here back in 2022. Meanwhile, Overton, like you said, DJ, he likes that extreme high side of the Speedway. 2nd and 3rd, and O'Neill and Pierce content to ride the low to middle part. 5 on the board, 45 to go, and now O'Neill washes up the racetrack. Here comes Bobby Pierce to his inside.
Here comes Pierce on the inside of Hudson O'Neill. So those two drivers go at it for P2. 0.8 of a second, the advantage for Brandon Shepard, and he stretches that out by a couple more. As now Pierce going to look at the high side of Hudson O'Neill. That's the battle for the 2nd spot.
That's a good stuff right now. Shepard, a comfortable lead. You talk about a 1.2 second advantage off of turn number 4. 7 down, 43 to go. And that time at the line, Bobby Pierce will take the 2nd spot by 100th of a second over Hudson O'Neill. And I tell you what, just when we thought that bottom spot was the place to be, Pierce starts rolling on the top side, and we've seen Shepard married to the middle throughout.
We got trouble down in turns 1 and 2 as Dan Ebert and Ricky Thornton Jr. are pointed in the wrong direction, and that'll draw the Midwest Sheet Metal caution with 7 laps in the books.
You know what that means?
Deathridge Opticians Choose Cone.
That's right. For the first time. So, Deathridge Opticians Choose Cone, something fans love and the racers largely hate me for. It's going to make its first appearance of the year, be making its way out to the front straightaway. Once we get them lined up, the leader, Brandon Shepard, he'll be wherever he wants to be out front. But as 2nd approaches, they have the option to go high or low, depending where they want to be for the restart. Normally, if 2nd goes low, 3rd has to go high. Not with the Deathridge Opticians Choose Cone. If you're 3rd and you want the bottom of the racetrack, well, guess what? You can go to the bottom. You can have 4 or 5 guys choose the same groove in a row, and that next guy, if he decides to go to the outside, he shoots all the way up to the outside of row number 2.
I love it. We see it with the Interstate Batteries High Limit Series as well. It puts the power of choice back in the driver's hand. How many times do you hear drivers say, man, on that restart, I wanted to be low, but I got stuck up high, or vice versa? This puts the power of choice in their hands. If you want to go low, go low. If you want to go high, go high. You go whichever groove you want to go.
Deathridge Opticians Choose Cone. And I think for the first time in her illustrious racing career, Ashley Schwally is going to be on the Deathridge Opticians Choose Cone. She's going to be bringing it out. Move over, James Essex. James hoisting above his head at Eldora as an all-timer. That was an all-timer.
I think they're going to, they need the wrecker down there to get the 60 removed from the snout of the 20 RT. And we're going to take a look at the MD3 instant replay and see what happened down in turns 1 and 2 from the drone.
Right side of your screen. And,
the 20 RT went to go to the inside. The 60 was there, and both cars went around. One more time. And now, boy, yeah.
My eyes aren't good enough to figure out exactly what's going on right there.
Someone just split the cones down there.
Cones?
The inside too. Did you see that?
That's right. All right. Well, they're going to try to get them separate. It's going to take just a second. They're going to have to lift Ebert off of Thornton's nose. So, picking Ebert up. They got the rest of the field lined up. We know this, DJ. 7 down, 43 to go. And Brandon Shepard's led the first 7 laps here tonight. He's back on tour with FloRacing Night in America this year. Obviously running the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series once again. Bobby Pearson second. You know, last year he won the Tour Championship. He won the Outlaws title last year as well. The last time he won FloRacing Night in America's title, he won the Outlaw title that year too.
Well, we'll see if he's able to do that again this year as well. Do we have a Hurt Charger sponsor this year? Is that another one where they could email?
No, man. I mean,
there you go.
There's opportunities.
Yeah, email Andrew Richardson.
Andrew.Richardson.
Well, email him. Yes. I hadn't given his full email address yet, but yeah, email our guy Andrew Richardson. Andrew.Richardson. He is a great communicator. He'll get back to you in a matter of minutes with the Hard Charger Award. So if you'd like to sponsor that for Flow Racing Night in America in 2026, Andrew.Richardson at flowsports.net right now. Shannon.TV, sorry. Flowsports.tv, thank you. Shannon Babb and Ryan Gustin up 5 spots. Mike Norris, how are things looking from the infield?
Yeah, I was just going to chime in here. It looks like Dan Ebert going to roll away in 60, but Ricky Thornton Jr. had a tough heat race, and well, it continues here in the feature event. I didn't get to see the replay, but man, he has got heavy damage on the front end. Not going to be able to get that fixed, and looks like his night is over.
Now it's up right there as you see him going on the hook, and yeah, this place is a tough place. I mean, and this place has never been very good to Thornton. You know, a few years ago he missed the show here, and I laughed because
you laughed because he missed the show.
No, he came up to me and he goes, he missed it by one of the B main. He goes, hey, nobody told us there were no provisionals at the first race. I was like, we always say there's no provision. And he said, man, he goes, this place is just tough for me. He goes, I just have never had much luck here. And tonight he bounced back after a bad qualifying effort, got in out of the B main, and just getting together down there and front end damage on the 20 RT.
And you've heard a lot of guys say that. Brandon Overton mentioned that to Norris after his heat race win as well. He said, you know what? He said, I'm good at East Alabama. He said, I come up here, so I think his exact words, I ain't never usually no good up here at this place.
That's like a quintuple negative, so I think it makes it a negative again. I'm not totally sure because it's an odd number negative, so it's got to make it
I don't know how that works exactly. Shepy out front, Pierce second. Hudson O'Neill is third. Tyler Erb is up to fourth, and Brandon Overton rounds out the top 5. Then it's Devin Moran sixth. Kyle Bronson turning in a good run. Ben He's in seventh. Shannon Babb 8th. He's up 5 spots. Brian Shirley is 9th. And Nick Hoffman, how about that rebounding after that qualifying effort where he started in the tail of the heat race? The current World of Outlaws points leaders worked his way up inside the top 10.
Well, you see him on the hook. Saw Rick Schwally pulling away, series director for the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series. And again, working with his staff here with Flow Racing Night in America this year. And again, just, man, mixed emotions. A new era today, and like I said, debuting some new sponsors, some new things, but nothing but absolute love to Kelly Carlton, Ray Cook, Alton Wilson, and the team. Josh, everybody. It's been a big part of this deal. We love you guys. And looking forward to seeing you guys at some events upcoming. And again, Kelly, man, I know you've been up against it with your health. Glad to see you're doing better, and looking forward to seeing you very soon at the racetrack.
Absolutely. Think about our good friend Kel Carr and others as well as the 20 RT gets towed off the racetrack. The autism awareness, decal on the side of that Bobby and Jessica Kohler-owned entry. Don't forget as well, for all the latest news and information around the world of sports, you can go to flowracing.com. Did you see Short Racing, Ben? But Mike Norris, down to you.
Yeah, I was talking to a couple of guys down here doing some work, and a couple of the guys wanted the driver to keep your eye on Turbo. They are saying has some of the softest tires on, so keep your eyes on the one if he marches forward early. I believe he went, you guys talked about it earlier about the tire game. Turbo decided to go a little softer compound.
Well, and it's interesting, sitting here watching this, I swear the racetrack has bled back through a little bit down in 1 and 2. It was a more pronounced black streak on the bottom, and this extended caution, Mike.
Absolutely.
Well, Mike, we're about to have Ashley Schwally bring the Deathridge Opticians shoes cone out in just a second. First one of the year, first one that she's ever brought out to the racetrack. Usually she's up here doing scoring, different things, and now we have Rick has put her in harm's way. No, she's down on the racetrack. And it's cool because a lot of the Lucas Oil staff, they're getting to work in different positions than they normally do, so they're getting to experience different things. And Ashley, we said, who's going to do the cone today? And Ashley's like, this one is all me.
All right, well, the Deathridge Opticians shoes cone, is going to make its way out on the racetrack. Don't forget, winning 50-50 blue ticket 212-220. 212-220, winning 50-50 blue ticket. If you have it, take it to the main ticket booth right now. Most drivers holding posts. Couple guys going
there.
high.
Devin followed Overton to the top. And most of it's holding serve, but if you go, there's a couple going to the bottom, couple to the. You know what?
I like it.
I just like it's just a wrinkle, man. And I don't want to do the same thing over and over, so it's fun to just throw something in there. And we had a few guys make some different moves. We definitely saw at Sonoy last year. We saw a lot of stuff. And look at Ashley Schwally. Yes, well played. She owned it. And James S6, if you're watching at home, she didn't pose with the cone. Yeah, she didn't pose with the cone. She didn't, and she would, she did the job. We can't wait to see James on Friday. James was so proud to have that cone in Eldora.
I know, absolutely, absolutely. And it'd be you and James for the Lucas Oil race at Farmer City up top. I'll be in the infield pit reporting, and then James and Norris up top at Fairbury. First things
Friday,
first,
Saturday.
though. Yeah, we've got 43 laps in the books, 7 laps to go. Play it again, 43 to go, 7 in the books here at Spoon, and we're back underway.
Shepard's going to roll the middle of the racetrack. Pierce stays down low of Hudson, way up top, and Hudson gets a big run. He'll take second away from Pierce down the back straightaway. They'll battle for that spot off into 3 and 4. Hudson through the middle, Sheppy up top, Pierce down low. It's Brandon Shepard over Hudson O'Neal and Bobby Pierce.
That's how they ran the last time by, as Devin Moran trying to roll the middle of the racetrack. He momentarily clears the 76 of Brandon Overton. Here comes Shannon Babb. Babb trying to make up some ground on the inside of the racetrack. Behind them, travel buddies Kyle Bronson and Brian Shirley, as Spoon River looking good here tonight, 9 in the books.
Meanwhile, battle really heated up. That battle for second's a fantastic one with Hud and Bobby. Those guys putting on a show, and we heard them talk about Turbo went a little softer than everybody else. He sits back in 4th. Devin Moran in 5th. Shannon Babb in 6th, and it's Overton, Bronson, Shirley, and Nick Hoffman. And we take a look at positions gained. Shannon Babb up the most, 7th. He's up 13th to 6th.
I'll tell you what, a few drivers, those first 3 or 4 guys have gone down to the bottom of the racetrack in 1 and 2, but Devin Moran continues to pound the high side and make up ground. So does Brandon Overton, and so does Brian Shirley. Maybe it's just a matter of time before the rest of the field goes high in 1 and 2.
Well, and it's also interesting, another thing to note, they did push those tires in a little bit. That allowed them to kick some of that dirt out across where it was starting to slick up and delay a chance of a rubber coming in the bottom of 1 and 2, but some guys are hunting that moisture right now. Meanwhile, Tyler Erb to the inside of Bobby Pierce. That's for position 3. Coming into your living room off turn 4. 13 on the board, 37 to go. Bobby Pierce still in 3rd. Tyler Erb looks to his inside.
Brandon Shepard's been leader in this one since the drop of the green flag. Hudson O'Neal remains 2nd, but the best battle on the track is this battle for position number 3 as Turbo continues to limbo through the corners here at Spoon River Speedway, trying to find a way around the 32 of Bobby Pierce. Pierce forced up to the high side of the racetrack. Did B32 find something up high in 1 and 2?
Man, those guys are duking it out. Brandon Shepard continues to lead. Last time by 1.3 seconds, 15 in the books. This time his lead, 1.3 seconds. And DJ, he has been married to the middle of this racetrack since the start.
Yeah, a little bit different group than what we've seen from some of the others as well. And now he's actually going to go a little bit higher on quarter entry down in 3 and 4 as the battle for 3rd is about to become a battle for 2nd with 3 cars as Turbo and Bobby Pierce have caught the 71 of Hudson O'Neal. They're all reeling in Brandon Shepard, who's starting to reel in the back of the field.
And they're pulling away from Devin Moran, who's pulling away from Shannon Babb. Out in front continues to be Sheppy, but Sheppy's got some decisions, but it might not matter. We got a slow and clears. Oh, as he gets off the racetrack, the Midwest Sheet Metal caution flies. We were right there, and Harris takes it to the outside pit, but not before the Midwest Sheet Metal caution waves. 17 laps down, 33 to go. And that'll set up a Deathridge Opticians choose cone restart once again, just as we were catching the tail of the pack, DJ.
Yeah, and that might make things even more interesting for this Deathridge Opticians choose cone, as we've seen several drivers kind of abandon the high side of 1 and 2 and go to the bottom. Now the question is, how many drivers are going to stay married to the bottom? Will we see 3 or 4 in a row go there? Will maybe someone go to the high side? 17 laps in the books unofficially, 33 laps to go in the season opener for FloRacing Night at America.
Well, Midwest Sheet Metal yellow lights on the Speedway checking the lineup. Ashley Schwally back out on the racetrack, waiting for the lineup to be right with the Deathridge Opticians choose cone. And Greg Deathridge, we hope to see you back at a racetrack soon. I know you and your family been up against the 2, brother. We'll head down to the hot pit with Mike Norris.
Yeah, looks like a couple of drivers in here. Dylan McCowan in car number 8 going to change maybe a shock adjustment. Michael Leach going to go with a new left rear shoe. Hardest charger right now, the 18, the Moequa Missile, Shannon Babb. Doing my research would show he also decided to go soft on tires in car number 18. So a shock adjustment, a new shoe, and 18 on the move is what I got for you.
You also see the Rocket. We hold that shot 1 second. The Rocket 1 crew there, and you don't think they're not paying attention to tires. You see Mark Richards down there, Danny White, Austin Hargrove in the gang. They're paying attention. Their car leads the way as the Deathridge Opticians choose cone back out on the Speedway. As drivers can go high or low, Leach rejoins the pack. McCowan rejoins the pack. Well, we know Sheppy, it really doesn't matter where he goes, high or low on it, because he can start wherever he wants on the restart. But behind him, Huddy wants the bottom. No, the switcheroo. Now, how about that? Pierce and Turbo go to the bottom. You don't think these guys are playing a little bit of mind games out there?
That's fun.
Look at
That's
that.
fun. Oh,
we almost
baby.
hit the...
You notice that
There's no camera on it?
Yeah, they stopped putting cameras on after Mike Marlar killed 2 of them in one night.
Hey, if we had a good enough sponsor on the GoPro on the cone, we might.
The Death Ridge Opticians.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, but
okay.
that putting on top of that comes like hospice care. You're just it's a not if, it's when.
It's
just
happen.
not going to work out for you.
Well, this could be an interesting restart here. 17 laps in the books, 33 laps to go. Brandon Shepard's been your leader since the drop of the green flag. Hudson O'Neal second, Bobby Pierce third, Tyler Earp fourth, and Devin Moran rounds out the top 5, and they'll go back to green flag racing in the Impact Race Gear restart zone in turns 3 and 4.
Chevy back on the loud pedal, 17 down, 33 to go. Huddy looks to the outside of Pierce. He'll go around him. Meanwhile, Devin's going to go to the top of the racetrack, back and forth. He'll diamond off the track, goes around Turbo, sets his sights on Bobby Pierce, down the back straightaway, off into turns 3 and 4. Now Devin steps to the outside. Did Devin find something in 1 and 2? Gives up a little bit in 3 and 4.
You got to wonder if it's one of those deals as well, where everybody maybe bottles up a little bit on the start down at the bottom, and Devin was able to get a run. Now he tries to march once again on the outside. Does he have anything for the 32 of Pierce? Pierce going to try to block the move on the bottom. Hud rolls the middle just like your race leader, Rocket 1, Brandon Shepard.
Now Pierce going to step out to the middle of the racetrack, working lap 20, this 50 lap affair. It's been Brandon Shepard throughout. Hudson O'Neal closed in a few times. Sheppy had about a 1.3 second advantage when that last Midwest Sheet Metal caution flew, as Pierce now goes to work on Hudson O'Neal, and it's cat and mouse. On one end, Huddy's on the bottom, on the other end, he's on the top, and vice versa for Bobby Pierce. They're pulling away from Devin Moran and Tyler Erb right now as Shannon Babb and Brandon Overton battle for position number 6.
And you may have just noticed the same thing I did. Hud just slipped up a little bit that last time down in 1 and 2. It momentarily opened up the door for Bobby Pierce. He's going to drift high again off the corner. Pierce trying to keep the 32 glued down to the bottom. That's the battle for the bridesmaid honors right now, and it happens 1.2 seconds behind your leader, Brandon Shepard.
And I tell you what, Devin and Turbo are starting to reel in that battle for second. And now Turbo to the inside of Devin Moran. Moran will try to get back around him. Turbo slides up the racetrack. Those two played paintball last night. They're trading paint right now as they battle for position number 4 out in front. How about this? This is about as high on the racetrack as we've seen Sheppy as he moves back up the track. Spoon River's an interesting joint. Just every time you think you know what it's doing, it does something a little bit different.
Yeah, Dev really doing a good job making that outside groove work as well. As you mentioned, Sheppy starting to sneak up there a little bit as well. Now Shepard goes back to the middle. The 71, the 32, the best performance one all down to the bottom. Then the 99, the 76, they're right back up on the high side of the speedway. Bend this time by crossed flag shown to the field, 25 in the books, 25 remain.
That's right, halfway home here tonight at Spoon River Speedway, Illinois Speed Week 2026. Tomorrow night we head to Lincoln Speedway, but first somebody's got to be the $20,000 winner and the point leader, leaving Spoon River. Brandon Shepard, former series champion, trying to be the driver. He's been in charge so far, 24 to go. His lead, 1.8 seconds over Hudson O'Neal, who's got Bobby Pierce behind him. Turbo back there still battling with Devin Moran. You see that on your screen. That's the battle for 4th.
Shep trying to sneak this one up now as he stretched out to nearly a 2-second advantage over that battle for the 2nd spot. Behind the battle for 2nd, that battle for 4th continues to rage on. 2 completely different lines being run on the right side of your screen, as Ben mentioned, between the 1 of Turbo and the 99 of Devin Moran. As there's the look at the Poske's Performance Parts speed shot down the front stretch.
Yeah, and if you're Sheppy right now, you might want one of those Midwest Sheet Metal cautions because heavy traffic in front of him. Working lap number 29 of this 50-lap affair. He won here back in 2022. That was the same year he was the series champion. Could he be trying to set the tone here again tonight? He's got a master of this racetrack, and you really start to see that bottom. It is starting to get darker and darker down at 1 and 2. That's going to be something to keep an eye on. Shepard has stayed out of that part, maybe saving his tires till later in the race. Hudson's starting to reel him in. He's bringing Bobby Pierce with him, and Brandon Shepard has caught lap traffic with 30 laps complete.
Yeah, one thing I've noticed about that 71 as well is he is drifting a little higher each lap, coming off corner number 4 as well. As here's a look at it on the left side of your screen in that battle for the 2nd spot. On the right
side of your screen, the battle for 6. Now 19 laps to go. A 1.5 second lead for Brandon Sheppard, who's caught the tail end of the field.
And they took 0.3 of a second off of his lead that last lap as he works now 3 wide through lap traffic. Sheppy knows you can't waste time, and he's going to go 3 wide off into turns 1 and 2, and that's on the left side of your screen. Brandon Sheppard splits them. McCowan and Leach back there, but another 0.2 of a second taken off of his lead by Hudson O'Neal, but now he's got to deal with that traffic, DJ.
Absolutely. You mentioned it, 2 back markers now between your race leader Rocket 1 and the SSI Motorsports 71 of Hudson O'Neal, but he cuts another couple tenths off of Shep's lead. It's now down to 1.1 seconds. Pierce remains in third, Turbo fourth. Devin Moran rounds out the top 5, this time by just 16 laps to go at the Spoon.
And Hudson gives up a couple of tenths that time by, as now Brandon moves down the racetrack as low as he's been on the Speedway, working lap 35 off of turn 4. They'll complete lap 35, 15 to go. Hudson O'Neal sits back in second. In the third spot, it's Bobby Pierce, but he's got company. You see it on your screen as Tyler Erb is right there with him.
Yeah, that last time by, meanwhile, Hudson O'Neal has been a game of cat and mouse, as you mentioned earlier up front. Hudson O'Neal takes 0.2 off of Brandon Sheppard's lead. 1 lap car between them. It's the 60 of Dan Ebert. You look back on the battle for 3rd, 4th, and 5th, but I'm not so sure that business at the front of the field isn't about to pick up, because here comes Hudson O'Neal.
Well, what I noticed there, I think Sheppard's starting to see that rubber coming in the bottom of 1 and 2. That car does not want to stay down there. Hudson's is glued to the bottom. Let's watch him this time into 1 and 2. And let's see if Brandon can keep it down low. He enters low in 1. He drifts a little high in 2. That allows Hudson to close in ever so slightly. The lead that was once 1.9 seconds, now less than 8 tenths. This time off of 4. 12 laps to go. Here comes Hudson O'Neal.
Man, you nailed it. Rocket 1 is having a tough time keeping that car glued to the bottom of the racetrack on corner exit, and that's where the 71 is making up his ground. The lead now down to 6 tenths. 12 laps to go. Make it 11 laps this time. Here comes Hudson O'Neal, and you've got a battle for the lead at Spoon River.
A little over 0.3 of a second. The advantage for Sheppard. He drifts high. Here comes Huddy down the back straightaway. They'll race back to 10 to go. The lap car right in front of him of Garrett Alberson. 10 laps to go. Can Sheppard hang on?
I noticed Sheppard did a good job that last time by trying to keep that one car glued down to the inside of the racetrack.
Right there.
Absolutely. He did it that last time by off corner number 4. This time by 9 laps to go. Brandon Sheppard a little easier on the throttle coming off the corner. And the lead that was down to 3 tenths now back up to 7 tenths.
Hudson's rides in second. Pierce back in third. In fourth, Tyler Erb. Fifth is Devin Moran. And right now, that bottom of the racetrack really, especially 1 and 2, starting to take over with just 8 laps to go. Hudson closes back in, though. Takes a tenth off of Brandon Sheppard's lead. Sheppard's got side-by-side lap traffic in front of him, and Sheppard drifts a little high that time off of 2 again. It was almost like he was getting better runs when Alberson was to his outside.
And it's going to be the deciding factor right here, Ben, as you see him closing in on the 74X of Ethan Dodson, the 25 of Jason Fager. How Brandon Sheppard is able to work around those 2 cars, and Dodson's going to pull in the infield, so now just 1 lap car in front of your race leader. Here comes Garrett Alberson on the outside. He's a lap down, this time by 6 laps to go.
And Hudson takes 0.2 a second off of the lead, and Hudson's going to go to the top. Does he know something's up there that Brandon doesn't know? They're going to race back to 5 to go. Hudson had just taken 2/10 off of Sheppard's lead. That's the difference last time, 6 tenths. With 5 laps to go, the separation between those two, 1 second. He gave up 4 tenths, DJ.
Don't look now, but Bobby Pierce is right there as well. Top 3 cars, all within the same half straightaway of each other. Less than 5 laps to go in this one, and they might still have the back of the field to contend with as well. 4 laps to go. It was a 1 second lead for Brandon Sheppard. It stays at 1 second.
4 laps to go tonight in the land of Lincoln. The sun, the wind's taking over. It's been a great night of racing. Right now, the bottom of the racetrack's really good. Can Sheppard keep it down there? Can Huddy get to him? Pierce has climbed to 3rd. Turbo 4, Devin Moran 5th. Hoffman, Overton, English, Babb, and Bronson round out your top 10, DJ.
Well, this might be interesting on the left side of your screen. Keep it glued right there, please, as Rocket 1 tries to work around the 25 and the 28. That might play a factor in how this one shakes out. Just 2 laps left to go.
2 laps left to go. O'Neal's closing in on him. Lap and a half to go down the back straightaway. Off into turns 3 and 4. Allgaier Performance, 1 to go, white flag in the air. Sheppard's pushing the issue. One time, DJ, bring us home.
Does the 71 have anything for him? 9/10 of a second was the advantage for Brandon Sheppard. He'll head down the back straightaway for the final time. Hudson O'Neal is not close enough. Off corner number 4, the winner of FloRacing Night in America season opener will be Brandon Shepard.
Hudson O'Neal comes home in second. Bobby Pierce third. Tyler Erb fourth. Devin Moran fifth. And it's Hoffman, Overton, English, Babb, and Bronson. That's your top 10 here tonight at Spoon River, where 2022 series champion Brandon Shepard wins the same place he got his first ever FloRacing Night in America win back in 2022.
So still 19 cars remaining on the racetrack at the end of this one. Unofficially, Josh Rice, your hard charger, as he moved up 10 spots from 23rd to 13th. Fifth position was the 99 of Devin Moran. Fourth, the 1 of Tyler Erb. Third, the 32 of Bobby Pierce. Second, the 71 of Hudson O'Neal, and he's got to make his way into the tech and scale area. But your unofficial winner, leading green to checkered out of New Berlin, Illinois, in the Valvoline, Swabert Calf Ranches, Petroff Towing, Performance Grading, Franklin Enterprises, Ace Metalworks, Gunners Honey, Fox Chalks, Collins Brothers Towing, Styles Marine, sponsored number 1. How about it, ladies and gentlemen, for Brandon Shepard?
Brandon clears the tech area. This will be his third all-time series win. The 46th event for the series. He will be the points leader entering tomorrow night's event at Lincoln Speedway. And again, we encourage you to come out tomorrow night. Hot laps at 6 o'clock. Once again, modifieds on the card. These same drivers plus maybe a few more entries tomorrow as we head over to Lincoln Speedway. 20,000 win FloRacing Night in America. And man, that was, I tell you what, it really seemed like there at the end, HUD might be able to capitalize on Sheppy, but Sheppy did what he had to do, DJ.
I got to wonder, and I'm sure Mike Norris will ask, I wonder if HUD is thinking, you know, he had to try something in going to the high side of the racetrack, but when he did that, he also lost 3 or 4 tenths as well. So I wonder if HUD will replay that over a little bit in his head. Still one bit of business to take care of. The droop check down there on the concrete pad in the infield, as Knut Mazelhan will stick the droop checker underneath the left rear of that.
Yeah, you got to make sure the wheel's off the ground.
That's right.
Slide the plate under, and they're jacking the car up down there. Once he's up, they'll check the droop on the deck and make sure he's all good. And if he does, Brandon Shepard, that'd be his 6th win of the year. A year last year where they had 4 wins, and some of those were in the family car. That was not all Rocket 1. Looks like all is good. You see Danny White down there, car chief on that race car. Austin Hargrove, Joel Rogers, Mark Richards, they're going to head to Victory Lane. Again, back on tour this year. They're back on tour this year, going after another title. They won the title in 2022 together. And Brandon Shepard, your feature winner tonight. Mike Norris, I tell you what, that feature had a little bit of everything. I know toward the end, the bottom got awful dominant, but a fantastic race. And, sir, you're going to have the top 3 cars rolling your way down in FloRacing Victory Lane. We may not have Mike Norris, though. We'll find out.
Oh, no, did we lose Mike Norris?
Hey, we got him back. Nope.
Nope. Oh, Norris is... Why is Norris holding the banner?
Oh, you do it all, Norris.
A man of the people.
Yes, I was helping put together the banner so we can get our feature winner over here. And yes, Brandon Shepard for the 3rd time in FloRacing Night in America history goes to Victory Lane. Just seemed unshaken all night long. Heat race and a big feature win as he started up front and stayed there all night long. We'll talk to our top 3, Hudson O'Neal and of course Bobby Pierce, as Spoon River gets set and ready to climb out. A big $20,000 check and a great way to kick off Speed Weeks here at Spoon River. Again, a model of consistency a year ago. Had nearly 10 wins, and he's already got another one, $20,000. Has Matt Curl going to talk to him, congratulate him. But to thank Matt Curl for promoting here at Spoon River Speedway tonight. Great job by everybody here with the FloRacing Night in America crew. As he gets set to climb out Spoon River, how about it for B-Shep, Brandon Shepard. as they are excited down here in victory lane. And a big congratulations. She's going to get a big congratulatory hug here, possibly. Now, well, that young man's having just as much fun as you are, Brandon. He started up front, but I think with about 10 to go, Ben and Dustin were talking about it. You found something down here in turn 2. You were kind of sliding up the track, but you found something off of turn 2 to keep yourself out in front of Hudson O'Neal, and the rest of the traffic played pretty nice there at the end.
Yeah, had a pretty smooth line going, I thought, there early in the race. I was struggling. I felt like I was struggling a little bit through 3 and 4 anyways, getting turned back down across the track. And, you know, once we got to lap traffic, I knew I was dreading that. I was hoping for another caution because, you know, I just had, like I said, I had a smooth line going out there, and I didn't want to have to move too much. But luckily, our car was really maneuverable right there. We were really good in the bottom after we got settled down and got down in there when we were racing lap cars. So, yeah, just hats off to my crew, Mark, Dan, Austin, Joel, all the guys back at Rocket Chassis, all the great sponsors on this thing, Valvoline, Siebert Calf Ranches, Ace Metal Works, Gunner's Honey, Styles Marina Maintenance, Franklin Enterprises, Performance Grading, Petrov Towing, Collins Brothers Towing, Sunoco Race Fuels, Fox Shocks, Precision Suspension, Durham Racing Engine ran flawless again tonight. Thankful for my family, all the fans for coming out tonight. I know it's a little cold, but we appreciate you guys for hanging out with us, and my beautiful wife, and wish all 3 of my kids could have been here, but my youngest Baylor's here, so that's really awesome. Got to thank my dad and my grandpa. I wouldn't be here without them guys for sure. And yeah, it's definitely, you know, I'm 50-50 here, I feel like. Sometimes I'm good, and sometimes I run about 16th, so. Yeah, the track, our car's been phenomenal all year long. We've just had a good balance. Guys give me a great race car every time we unload, and it put it back in my hands, you know. You know, they, like I said, it's just a testament to how hard Mark and everybody at Rocket's been working. These XR2s are really good, so yeah.
I tell you what, race fans, he leads all 50 for a $20,000 payday. How about it for Brandon Shepard?
All right, thanks a lot, Mike Norris. Is Sheppy going to go down there and get his picture taken? Brad Denny down there congratulating him. And Norris is going to grab a word with tonight's second place finisher, Hudson O'Neal.
Oh boy, you were reeling him in, about 10 to go. I think he found something, but you may have had a better race car there with 10 to go, kind of setting him up. And then all of a sudden, I think he found what you had and kind of sped away. But overall, good night for you.
Yeah, it was. We just missed the balance a little bit. Was a little bit too tight out in the racetrack. But, yeah, I felt like whenever we got the traffic there and the tires started to fade, I started to come around just a little bit. As the tires started to fade, I started to free up. And was really good around that bottom, and then they moved him down. And, yeah, and then I think it was kind of, unless he made a mistake or missed the bottom, I wasn't going to pass him. And I tried to Hail Mary the top one time and didn't quite pan out. But, no, Shep did a really good job. They had a good race car, and Bobby behind us. And I seen Bobby's nose several times there and was trying everything I could to keep him behind me. So, yeah, we'll take another podium. We'll work on it and try and get a little bit better here for the next few days. And appreciate all my guys, my wife, Tessa, and my family back at home, and everybody on this race car. Wheeler Metals, Big River Steel, Merrill Bonding Company, Professional Concrete Cutting and Drilling, O'Neal Salvage and Recycling, Sunoco Race Fuels, Penske Racing Shocks, Chris at Midwest Sheet Metal, Subsurface of Indiana, SSI Motorsports, Todd and Vicky Burns, Longhorn Chassis, Kevin Rumley, Beeman Lumber, everybody that's a part of it will do some small more tweaks, and hopefully tomorrow at Lincoln we'll have a good showing.
We tried to put on a show. He comes home second. How about it for Hudson O'Neal?
All right, Michael, slide back, get a word with Bobby Pierce, defending champion. He comes home in third.
Defending champion, I tell you what, you showed the nose to Hudson O'Neal a few times, but tell you what, come up a few spots short, but nonetheless, a good hot rods in one piece and good racing action here at Spoon River.
Yeah, the racing was okay. I mean, you know, I love coming here to Spoon River with track prep. Obviously, would have been a badass show, but they know for the future, right? If we come here and get the track prepped, it'll be a lot of fun. I grew up racing here a lot, and I just know the capabilities of this racetrack. It can be #1 in the country. So we'll know for the next time. And the car was good. Congrats to Brandon on the win. He drove a heck of a race, and that heat race battle is what won the race tonight. You know, I feel like if we would have won that, things could have been differently. I caught him there in that first 7 laps of the race, had caution come out, and that's what let Hudson back around us, and we had a pretty good race. So all in all, a good night. Got thanks to my crew crew for their hard work. We'll go on to Lincoln tomorrow. Hopefully we're as fast there as we were 2 years ago when I got the win. And thanks to these fans for coming out in the cold. I knew you could have stayed home, watched it from home, but thanks for coming out. And congrats, Brandon. Congrats, Hudson. I got to thank my sponsors, First Farmers Bank and Trust on the spoiler again this weekend, Low Voltage Solutions, Churchill Transport, Mesquite Valley Transportation, Rio Grande Waste Services, Carnegie Towing, Collins Brothers Towing, Fort Knox Safes and Vaults, Pontiac RV, Steidinger Construction, Precision Cabinets, River Bottom Dog Training, Longhorn Dynamics, Olin Shocks, Swiss Springs, VP Fuels, Go Lithium Batteries, Vic Hill, just everybody. Thank you.
How about it, race fans? Bobby Pierce comes home third. Second, Hudson O'Neill, and one more time for your winner, Brandon Shepard.
Well, DJ, it took a day longer than we thought to kick off the season, but we got it here tonight. Lincoln Speedway tomorrow night. Weather's looking fantastic, man. Excited to get over to Lincoln. We'll go up some bull ring action, and we're there tomorrow. Farmer City with Lucas Oil on Friday and Saturday. Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series Spring Fall Shootout presented by Titan Industries up there at Fairbury Speedway. A lot of great racing action left. If you've been watching at home, you got time to get out here. Call in sick tomorrow and come and join us the rest of the week.
Don't turn it off. We still got one race to go. We got a modified feature to go.
Yeah, but if you're calling in sick tomorrow, you got to start working up in your head how you're calling sick.
Absolutely. All right, as they clean up the front straightaway, we're going to step aside and thank those that make this broadcast a possibility. Don't go anywhere. Modified feature up next. It's FloRacing Night in America at Spoon River.
Welcome back, race fans, to Spoon River Speedway. Time for the modifieds. They'll take center stage. On the pole, going to be 777, Jackpot, Trevor Neville on the long side. B squared, that'll be Blake Brown.
The 09 of Michael Ledford, the Madman out of Pontiac, and Mike McKinney in 96. 5 going to be Drake Troutman in 66, Cole Falloway. Then it'll be Damien Kiefer in 0, 292 of Josh Allen. B5 of Matthew Baker, 24 of Zeke McKenzie. 35 of David Strimmy, and 77 of Ray Bollinger. 28B of Jason Brookover, C40 of Mike Chastain, 10 of Chris Moorfield, 01 of Billy Knippenberg, Zach Odewalt, Z1, Bobby Bagley, and Mineral Wells, 5B, 97 of Charlie Hess, 96 Marshall Call, off 4, green flag from Eric Grigsby. We are underway at the Spoon, modified style. They'll roar into turns 1 and 2 down the back straightaway. 77. It'll be Trevor Neville to the race lead, Blake Brown alongside. As they work off a 4 for the first time, the multi-fire. 777 of Trevor Neville with the race lead. Here comes Michael Ledford looking down to the inside, looking to go side by side over at turn number 2. On the back straightaway, Blake Brown second, Michael Ledford third, fourth is Troutman. Good battle for fifth. Give it to the 66 of Falloway, who slips by the 96 of Mike McKinney. Cars working down on the inside of the Speedway. Neville works through the middle. A couple of cars a step lower, but can't gain anything on him. They're still too wide over in turns 3 and 4. They kind of diamond off at turn number 3. Use that momentum over in 4. As Ledford trying to reel in the 99 of Blake Brown for the runner-up spot. That is thwarted off at turn number 2. We'll see if Brown can reel in your race leader, Trevor Neville. Good back, good battle. I believe they're looking at the 24 of the 24 of Zeke McKenzie. Battle back there, 77 of Ray Bollinger, the B5 of Matt Baker. 35 of Strimmy, the C40 of Mike Chastain. Bagley in trouble back there. Looks like we'll stay green for the time being. Good battle for that third spot now down the front straightaway. Drake Troutman trying to reel in the 9 of Ledford for third. In front of them, it's still Brown chasing Trevor Neville. Good battle back of the pack. Matt Baker, David Strimmy, and the 77 of Ray Bollinger. 3 wide for position. That is position number 10 back there. Bollinger 10th, Baker 11th, Strimmy 12th. The battle for the lead up front, the battle for 10th on the right. Still good racing action for position here at Spoon River. It'll be interesting when they get to the back of the field. We'll see what some of these drivers can do. Trevor Neville through the middle. Brown will follow. Top 5 remain the same. McKinney 6th, 7th. Is that rat chassis of Kiefer. Good battle back there. 77 of Bollinger, 5 of Baker, 35 of Strimmy. All racing hard for position. Problems for the 97 of Hess. We'll see if he can get into the infield and stay green. Looks like we will. Still good battle amongst the top 10 right there off turn number 4. Ray Bollinger 10th, David Strimmy now to 11th, Matthew Baker 12th. You see him on screen. Right behind them is the C40 of Mike Chastain. You're not missing anything up front. Couple of laps away from getting to the back of the field. Matthew Baker in B5, 77 of Ray Bollinger working that extreme outside. David Strimmy trying to split them 3 wide down the back straightaway. For position number 10, Strimmy in that lethal chassis. Matthew Baker in that Royal Race Car of Vanquish ZR3 for the 77 of Ray Bollinger. Here comes the C40 of Mike Chastain. Feeling froggy down the back straightaway. What a good battle on flow here for position. That is 10th Strimmy, 11th Baker, 12th Chastain now. Bollinger back to 13th. That is tightened up front. As they work off of turn number 2 down the back straightaways. 777, Trevor Neville now going to deal with lap traffic. Here comes Blake Brown. Does he get an opportunity here in lap traffic? We'll keep our eyes on him. Laps continue to wind down. 10 to go next time by. There's an opportunity. Blake Brown down to the inside of Trevor Neville. Can't make the pass. Does he go high? No, he's going to stay low. Blake Brown for the race lead here at Spoon River with 9 to go. Do we have a new race leader? They're side by side. Good racing action here in the modified division. Oh, Blake Brown throws it all away and turns 1 and 2. Oh, he got into the tire. Yikes. The Corbin, Kentucky driver was making a bid for the lead.
And the infield tractor tire says, not so fast, my friend.
Yeah, those infield tractor tires, you are not going to win a battle with them.
I think there's a Twitter account, right? Or online, a Facebook account, maybe right there. Oh, man.
And Blake Brown's going to go ahead and pull that car back to the pit area, but he assaulted that Uke tire down there. Oof.
Or the tire assaulted his front nose.
The tire assaulted him. Well, that'll reshuffle the lineup here, Mike. Trevor Neville going to stay out front. 10 laps remaining. And that'll move Michael Ledford now up to the second spot. Drake Troutman up to the third. Cole Falloway fourth. And Mike McKinney fifth. It's an incredible field of dirt car modifieds here tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. It is. One person that wanted to see that yellow, I think the 777. Two people that didn't, the fans and your announcer. So
That's right. That's right.
Man, that thing was starting to get good. Does it have a middle or top? I mean, Ray Bollinger, you think, I mean, if it was completely rubbered up, he'd anchor straight backwards. So there may be something there. You can see Drake Troutman experimenting with that that high side. So we'll see here on this restart if there is anything on that high side. We're going to find out. 10 remain, 15 at 25. We're going green. This time by Eric Grigsby gives them the green flag, and we are back underway here at Spoon. 10 to go. There goes Michael Ledford looking down to the inside. Neville going to hold him off. We'll see if Troutman's got anything in 5. Down the back straightaway. This is where it's all won and lost over here in turns 3 and 4. Boy, Neville looks good. Down the front straightaway. 9 to go now. Right through the middle of the speedway. Troutman trying on the bottom, just cannot reel in Ledford. And Trevor Neville has found a heck of a way around the Spoon River Speedway. Is starting to pull away from the second running Michael Ledford. Troutman third. Fourth, Cole Falloway fifth. Is the 96 of Mike McKinney. Laps continue to wind down. 7 to go. Don't think they'll get to the back of the field this time. Good battle there. Strimmy, Chastain, and Baker. We'll go back to those guys. Again, 9th, 10th, and 11th. David Strimmy, Mike Chastain. Here comes Matt Baker now. Baker going to look to the inside of Mike Chastain. And Chastain slides up the track. Matthew Baker does not push the issue, or does he, over there in turns 1 and 2? Side by side. That is Jason Brookover right behind him, the Mid-Ohio Valley racer. Trying to get in the top 10. DJ's fist pumping here in the tower. 4 to go this time by for Trevor Neville. Looking to go back to victory lane here at Spoon River. 4th in national points a year ago. And the multi-fire, your fastest qualifier. Thank you to Tommy Scott. Earlier here tonight. 3 to go. So he extends the lead. Down the back straightaway. 2 to go signal from Eric Grigsby, this time by the Graw Chevrolet. FloRacing 9 America tomorrow night at Lincoln Speedway is where we'll find you. And a lot of these great modified racers going to be there as well. For an awesome racing night in Lincoln. I hope to see you there. Wave of the white flag. The bleach rag displayed. 1 to go. For the final time. As he works off a 2 down the back straightaway. The multi-fire. 777. Jackpot here tonight. How about it, race fans? For Trevor Neville, your winner. Second will go to Michael Ledford. Third will go to Drake Troutman. Fourth to Cole Falloway. And rounding out your top 5, Mike McKinney.
All right, there you have it, the top 10 on the left side of your screen. Norris going to make his way back down. Grab a word with Trevor Neville. Gets his 3rd overall win of 2026. I don't know if you can call him a veteran driver yet or not, but the Mackinac, Illinois hot shoe has been very, very good in recent years. 10 wins last year for the 777. The driver of the multi-fire excess storage. Lethal chassis gets it done by 2.1 seconds. Here tonight, still one bit of business left to take care of as he's going to make his way into the tech and scale area and make it official here tonight. It was Mike McKinney finishing 5th. Cole Falloway finishes 4th. 3rd goes to Drake Troutman. He'll have the late model out within the next night or two. 2nd goes to the 09 of the Madman, Michael Ledford. And your winner has made his way over to the scale area. And he is going to get the thumbs up and make his way back out on the front stretch. His 3rd win of 2026. And he is going to make the victory lap around the Spoon River Speedway and make his way into FloRacing Night in America Victory Lane. How about a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Trevor Neville. So Neville decides he's going to pull across the concrete pad just to pull there anyway. Now, come on, Trevor. You can go ahead and make your way back out. He must have heard me. Mike Norris going to get down there and grab a word with the winner. I don't know what Trevor Neville is doing now. He's making laps. He's making laps around the infield. He's making laps around the racetrack. That 777 is just that fast, Norris.
Yes, he is. And he did a nice job tonight. It's good to have David Strimmy with us and that lethal camp. A lot of good manufacturers here, and he missed it again.
Neville cannot find, for some reason, the front straightaway.
We're going to talk to him here all about it.
No, to be fair, and I kid Trevor a little bit, of course, there is typically a victory lane banner in the infield where the video board is. We've got one on the front straightaway here tonight, Norris. Down to you.
Yes, thank you very much. As he has found it, Jillian Davies, patiently waiting for him down here at Victory Lane, the multi-fire access storage, Lethal Penske 777. And awesome photographer Josh James in there. Josh James artwork, make sure and check him out. He does an amazing job catching all our pictures and photos. Does an amazing job. Thank you, Josh. As he gets set to climb out, how about it, race fans, for Trevor Neville? Well, again, your multi-fire fast qualifier. And it was all about momentum here tonight. Started up front, kept it up front, and you found us down in Victory Lane, Trevor. I tell you what, that might have been your toughest battle tonight, finding Victory Lane. No, but David's here tonight. This lethal chassis was on point. The car had a great balance to you, and a ton of great modified cars here tonight, but you kept them all behind you. Congratulations, and what a start to this week.
Well, I appreciate it, sir. Yeah, no, honestly, Victory Lane was the hardest part to find down here. I won't lie to you about that, but no, I mean, having David in town, we went down to Red Hill last week, and we had a good old time down there, and having him here and the confidence just, you know, to keep working on it, and we've been fine-tuning on this thing, and we've had really good runs, lots of fast times, broke some track records. I got to thank Tommy, you know, at Multi-Fire, man. The results don't show it, but we've been having a good time, and we've been working hard, so.
Well, thanks some other sponsors on this hot rod as well.
Yeah, I got to thank Land Guys, Penske, Lethal Chassis, David Strimmy, Neville Farms, Simpson Race Suits, you name it, buddy. I'm glad they helped.
We got it done on flow here tonight. One more time, how about it for Trevor Neville? Ben, DJ, it's been an awesome night here at Spoon River. We'll do it all again tomorrow in Lincoln.
Well, it absolutely has, Mike Norris. Thank you so much for all of your work here this evening as well. And you mentioned it, tomorrow night, Lincoln Speedway. The pre-race show will get underway from the studio at approximately 5 p.m. Central Time. Hot laps on the racetrack at 6 p.m. Central Time tomorrow. We had a good, clean night of racing here at Spoon River. Mother Nature didn't play nice last night, but they played nice tonight, and I think they're going to play nice tomorrow. Brandon Shepard gets the win in the late models. Trevor Neville gets the win in the modifieds. On behalf of Mike Norris and Ben Shelton, this is Dustin Jarrett signing off. We'll see you tomorrow night.